told you, you can make money online, but you gotta quit taking advice from broke people.
And the crazy part is, I didn't create this system. Carla taught me this. Carla, why don't you tell them more about it?
I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products. And I promise you've never heard about this before. I just created some simple digital products, then I put them up on Amazon, and it was so exciting. The first time I tried it, I made $14, and I was like, oh my goodness, this actually works. Hi, I'm Carla Marie, and the coolest part is Amazon puts over 300 million customers just a click away. So age, experience, qualifications, none of it matters. I want to share my full system with you, but obviously this is an ad, so I'm hosting a free workshop where I walk you through my system step by step. This system has transformed my life and has sprinkled a little magic in the lives of hundreds of other people. Now, I hate workshops that are so slow and boring that they send you to sleep, so I made sure that this workshop moves fast and that it's fun, exciting, and informative. That said, if you love face-to-face selling, don't click on this ad. You see, with this, you never need to talk to anyone or push products on people. So this definitely isn't a good fit for someone with a salesy personality type. However, if you want to learn a low-key way to potentially make some extra money working from home that can cover some important bills and help you enjoy more fun trips, don't wait. Click anywhere around this video and watch the
female being pregnant. She does have crisis issues like anxiety, depression, takes medication, hasn't been taking it recently. Requesting a check well done on her. Last spoke to her this morning where she had tried to run over her boyfriend, did not succeed.
Imagine this situation. You're interrogating a defector close to Putin, ready to tell you all his secrets.
But it's a code 3, CAS 1025.
9836, Adam 13. Hey guys.
As head of the CIA, what's the first question you would ask?
What was the description on last location of your man?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm sure that there's a pretty bulky file that the Russians have on Donald Trump prior to his presidency, during his presidency, and since then. I would love to be able to have an opportunity to review that file. Do the Russians have something on him that the Russians could use as a way to blackmail him or undermine his support in the United States?
A little bit of special hair last seen in the West 133rd area.
At the beginning of 2024, Ukraine was struggling to resist the Russian army.
What was he under arrest for?
On the campaign trail, Donald Trump has threatened to put an end to military aid for Ukraine and to stop supporting NATO allies if he's reelected.
Interview on when he fled back to my partner, she's going to be down for today. I'll be available by
who is suggesting these things to him?
Yeah, can you put it
and these are the sorts of questions that the intelligence community was asking, and I'm sure continues to ask.
RADIO 16 radio, same traffic, you just stack it to our run.
Mr. President,
on West 133rd.
what is it that he wanted to share or say?
Via landline. They're not going to respond. 16's going to handle the OH1. I'll handle the invest.
10-4.
And she'll be heading over to meet with Adam 13.
I get it if y'all think the states have been neglecting you, but with this new program, they're actually coming in clutch. A whopping $5,800 on a spending card to help us combat the rising prices. Thanks to the recently passed Inflation Relief Act by the states to help all of us that can use a hand right now. With the states putting the migrants before us by providing them hotels, shelters, and prepaid card in our expense, I can see why we feel like the states are leaving us behind. But this spending card right here is just for us, and all of us can claim this. And when I said all of us, I mean literally every single one of us can claim this bad boy. So make your move now. Since this is a free bag from Uncle Sam and not alone, that means there is absolutely no paybacks on anything you spend. And that also means you're good for this card, even if you are broke.
8272, can you stack me on that run too, please? I'll be assistant.
Adam 18, when you're ready, I've got a full port for you.
Answering this question would be an attempt to shed light on a labyrinthian operation of espionage and manipulation.
18 whips up by the district, then we'll handle it.
It started 40 years ago and was put in place by the Soviets in the final years of the Cold War.
16, repeat.
At the time, Donald Trump was just a simple real estate developer.
Alright.
And Vladimir Putin was just a young KGB agent.
You want to put that aside me?
There's still some gray areas in this operation, and some people have a few pieces of the puzzle.
I was in charge of KGB intelligence operations around the world.
Not that we don't.
I had several hundred people under my order. Yeah. Putin was one of my subordinates.
Was Donald Trump controlled by the KGB?
We did know something about him.
Both of y'all is going to go back to the queue because you and 12 is on. Certainly, I can try.
We're completely back in service. No, special attention now, 79 in the valley.
123, I'll be around as well. We have him cuffed. You're doing special attention on East 79th in Garden Valley. Copy 1439.
If you think it's what it's like to be a fish,
put that back in the queue.
You don't.
It up when you're done. I'll make a camp for you. Stand by.
Wait for me now.
Radio to Adam 13 for info. Radio to
the
Adam
name
13.
that I'm carrying now is Jack Barsky.
We're facing southbound. We're in front of the address on Berea.
Radio to Adam 13. Adam 13, Adam 13, can you switch back to jail
sort of an American Jewish kind of a name,
I've got a
but I
code
wasn't
to
born as Jack Barsky.
When you're ready.
So he ran east on
They
Marine and then
acquired
north.
a bona fide birth certificate of Jack Barsky, who had passed away at the age of 11
Fine, 13, good.
when I was 26. I was offered a job by the KGB as an illegal undercover agent, eventually going to the United States.
Location 7804 Vineyard. We had a hang-up call. Code to Caddis 1090. Go ahead. 1441.
In Moscow, Andropov, I was sort of trained to do espionage with regard to foreign policy.
That was pulled out from the lake over here. I believe they found his clothes.
This was like the dream, the crown jewel of the KGB. Everybody wanted to be an illegal. There was a lot of, romanticism attached to it, okay? Yeah, I can understand why Putin wanted to be an illegal like me.
I'm Barney 16 to the other cars. Anyone take the rapid station?
Like his colleagues, Putin dreamt of being part of the elite, to be infiltrated in the West into the U.S.
For that parking complaint is 24638 /2138. Your last due for that disturbance.
We primarily focused on acquiring the English language to the point that there was very little accent
You know as
left.
much as I do. I don't know who's even handling that report.
Apparently Putin was considered not to be qualified. So the job that he did in Dresden was mostly bureaucratic.
Are you able to call by the...
Putin didn't go to the U.S. due to his poor language skills, and instead ended up near to home in Dresden, in East Germany. In the KGB, he nevertheless learned its methods and its mindset.
showing them having an admin and CPD references to appear for 1801.
Posted to Leningrad for 4 years, he then worked under Oleg Konugin.
No, I'm asking for DM13 to call and confer with my supervisor. I'm calling homicide.
Konugin was a legendary master spy. The youngest general in KGB history, he was the head of Soviet espionage in the U.S. in the 1970s.
Show me how that 4616 central.
I'll probably sit this way.
They're inside bipolar.
In the mid-1980s, he was one of the main leaders of the KGB at a time when his country was faced with a huge challenge.
At that time, the KGB main target was the United States.
That was really an extraordinary tension.
It was the height of the Cold War. The U.S. was rearming, supporting Afghan rebels fighting the Red Army, deploying missiles in Europe, and launching the Star Wars program. This was all driven by Republican Ronald Reagan, the most anti-communist of all American presidents.
Yeah, give me 1 second. 1429. Thank you very much.
There was nothing good about Reagan. This is a guy who was uncontrollable, reckless, and he was viewed by the Soviet Union as a right-wing extremist.
2017 Toyota, Abdul, Camus,
The Soviets felt that was a sort of plan to destroy the Soviet Union.
Can you call me back again?
Yep.
But there were some weaknesses for the Russians, which they took advantage of. Absolutely right.
Y'all, after the Hurricane Milton disaster, FEMA is running out of money and insurance companies are denying people's claims. But as emergency funding, the Gov just allocated $10 billion in tax dollars to provide $5,800 month to month to all struggling American families. This funding is available not only to those suffering after the natural disaster, but to every struggling American across all 50 states. This money comes in the form of a spending card. It is essentially a state-issued debit card that automatically reloads with that $5,800 every first of the month, no strings attached. The only thing you need to worry about is making sure you call in and claim it. Because the state is not sending this out like the stimulus checks, you have to pick up the phone and claim it yourself. It's a quick 3-minute process. I already did it myself and showed my entire family how to get approved. It's extremely simple, doesn't require any paperwork and no crazy personal questions. You just give them your name and an address to send your card to. All you got to do is get to the state website by clicking Learn More right below. Answer a couple of simple questions, then get on the line with a rep and tell them you need that subsidy spending card yesterday. The helpful rep is there to make sure you get paid. They'll approve you right on the line, answer any questions you got, and have this card in your mailbox in 2 business days. All that only takes 3 minutes out of your day, and you can start waking up to $5,800 hitting your bank account.
Yeah, if you can let me know, I need to document this for the commander. 0847, as soon as I clear off that 36 in Perkins.
Yep, thank you.
Barney 16 to radio, rapid station, check negative.
The illegals, that was primarily the Soviet-style operations.
You're at 1448.
I would not talk about the specific events, but in the United States we had more than 100 people, in my time.
I was trying to save me.
I came to the United States with a plan to become fully established in the U.S. First, I went to college.
Then
I started as a computer programmer.
NCAA, Kelly Green Shorts.
This bow was checked okay.
I had to really, very carefully inject myself into American society so as to not show the ignorance that I had.
We had to ask someone they're done up there.
Jack Barsky's mission was in line with the KGB's new doctrine that broke with previous methods.
Go ahead.
Stop working in the old way. Make a huge effort to recruit Americans. Don't just work with people with left-wing ideological sympathies. To this end, Jack Barsky infiltrated conservative think tanks close to the Reagan administration, where his mission was to get close to future leaders. In 1987, he married a woman who had no idea of his true identity, and they started a family.
646 good.
He was assigned a new mission.
That'll be affirmative, thank you.
The KGB wasn't only interested in the political sphere, but also the business world, traditionally close to the center of American power.
Then there was a plan B, start a company. And the plan was to funnel money into that company with like $10 million. And the KGB knew how to do that. And at that point, money talks. I would have to learn how to play the game of golf.
Stand 14 for info.
I was going to join the country club, and people at high levels
I think I found
are typically attracted to if you're have a high standing in society.
Yo, I know you've been seeing all the news about the crazy stuff these celebrities are doing at those parties with the baby oil. The news is telling us they confiscated about 1,000 bottles, and his lawyer said that there's a Costco down the block, which is where they getting all this from. Everybody going to be coming out now about some...
Do we know if there's any update between Stand 13 and Chief Dispatch?
That's a long game, very long game. Possible.
Copy radio to N11.
Stand by for 59 and I'll let you this one.
Radio to 2 Stand 13. Are you able to call back up here 5723, please?
And the 16 regular planet.
Yep, you're on it.
Was a wealthy businessman like Donald Trump interesting for the KGB?
Actually, when I worked in the KGB, business people were very important because they had access to technology. And also to business relations related to financial situation.
To identify suitable profiles, the KGB provided its agents with a standard questionnaire. Are arrogance, selfishness, ambition, and vanity among the subject's character traits?
That's nice. I love you too.
Yep. This is the man, Donald Trump, the flamboyant New York real estate developer.
At the age of 39, Donald Trump has become one of America's best-known builders, presiding over a real estate empire worth more than $1 billion.
Nothing escaped Soviet intelligence.
Reports in the Wall Street Journal said Donald Trump's empire was shaky. The Trump Organization confirmed today that it is in meetings with bankers in an attempt to reorganize its vast debt. One of the issues was on the Taj Mahal, Trump's newest casino in Atlantic City.
Kenneth McCallion, a specialist in the anti-mafia fight, investigated the businessman at the time.
They had taken enough losses with his casinos in Atlantic City and other failed companies. So he was in desperate need of a different finance source.
Because it's getting a little ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. So just...
And this was around the time that Russian oligarchs were looking to diversify their money given the instability of the country. And you had Donald Trump needing that cash.
Over the next few years, around a third of his apartments were sold to individuals with links to Russian organized crime, in particular the godfather of godfathers, the dreaded Semyon Mogilevich.
The RV phone number?
There's a call pending. Sorry about that. Want to speak with an officer?
1059.
Assuming that it was known to the KGB that Mr. Trump was always operating at the edge of the law.
701-8199. Come and work on video surveillance for this incident.
I think he may have been vulnerable.
Let me see if those for
You know, we know something.
There's something for it. Go.
It is Calvin Salinas.
If I'm sitting in Moscow and I'm looking to get one of those influential businessmen to my side, Trump was known. I mean, he also was a womanizer. Yeah, big target on his chest.
In 1987, the Soviet authorities approached Donald Trump for the first time via the daughter of the Soviet ambassador to the U.S.
During a diplomatic get-together, she cozied up to Trump. Personally, I don't think she had KGB agent status, that is, the operational means of the KGB. But I think the KGB were quite simply opportunistic.
Dear Mr. Trump, I have some good news from Moscow. The Soviet Agency for Tourism, Interest, has expressed interest in pursuing a joint venture to construct a hotel.
Radio 5 Adam 15, district info.
The Interest Agency, responsible for welcoming foreigners, was controlled by the KGB.
I just replaced the other half of Adam 15.
Appreciate that, 456.
Adam 13, I see that update in the cab. Do we have
The golden rule was to find something that could connect them to the person in a positive way.
Okay, copy.
Trump had the project to build a high-rise tower in Moscow. So they facilitated the purchase of land for the tower. And this is how they brought people together.
Right, this is I-90 East 185. There's a disabled red Kia K5. Looks like the vehicle is off to the left.
However, when he was in Moscow, he was a bit reckless. He went out with a few prostitutes and indulged in certain pleasures. And of course, KGB cameras and microphones were everywhere.
1456.
Do you think it could have been compromised?
Well, I would not rule out. I would not say details, but speaking from my own experience, all foreigners, particularly from the United States and NATO countries, would be under control, or they tried to make it controlled as much as they could.
I figured we would contact ME and they would direct us to see what they wanted us to do.
And all this was documented.
They can either come out or
it could be used 10, 15, maybe 20 years later, if and when the person in question became important.
Yeah, homicide people were called SIU. They have some collect evidence for the medical exam.
One thing was for certain. Barely had he returned from the USSR, and the discussions on the tower block in Moscow were still ongoing. The developer, who had never been involved in foreign politics before, made a surprise declaration.
Developer Donald Trump take an active interest in politics.
The question arose after Trump ran this full-page ad in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Boston Globe at a cost of nearly $100,000. It said America should stop paying to defend countries that can afford to defend themselves.
Looks like it's going to be a private rotation. Did you want me to start
In his attack, Trump targeted the heart of U.S. defense and the bane of the Soviets, NATO.
If you look at the payments that we're making to NATO, they're totally disproportionate with everybody else's, and it's ridiculous. As far as other causes that are near...
Was Donald Trump's control basically?
5 times 2 and
No, but we
around
did
to
know something
the
about
new
it.
academy on Yorktown.
What did you know?
Well, something which I would not talk about publicly.
Because you think it's going to be dangerous?
Yeah, well, no. There are some things which I do know or did know about, but I never really talked publicly about.
Okay, so y'all must all be millionaires or just plain dummies, because how is Uncle Sam giving out these $5,000 health spending cards right now, and y'all ain't claiming it? Every day y'all be complaining that, oh, them folks in power don't look out for us, and they care about them migrants more than they care about us. But then when it's right in your face that you can claim a $5,000 spending card as long as you ain't on Medicaid and go spend it on whatever the hell you want, y'all really be ignoring it? Y'all really gonna make your girl lose her mind? Right now everything is as expensive as hell. Gas prices are through the roof. Folks be losing their houses all cause they can't pay their rent. Bills are overdue and debt be piling up. 5 bands from Uncle Sam is life-changing money right now for anybody. The reason they be giving this out to folks right now is because of that new bill they got going on called the Inflation Reduction Act. It's like those stimulus checks but bigger, and you ain't gotta pay back a dime. This is for us and not those migrants who be getting VIP treatment on everything. So what is your excuse for not claiming it? It only takes like 3 minutes. You can click the same link below right here that I did if you want that $5,400 spending card too. They only ask you like 2 quick questions, then put you through to one of those reps that just make sure you straight and answer any questions. They real helpful. It's finally our time to get this bread and get what's ours instead of everything going to those migrants. This is too easy. Y'all stop being dummies, man. I know y'all been seeing them ads with people just like us talking about how they applied for a $5,000 spending card and they got it. Sure, I was a little skeptical too. I ain't gonna lie, I thought it was cap when I first seen it. But when I saw it was from Uncle Sam, I knew I didn't have a thing to lose. Ain't like the government can scam me, so I knew it had to be legit. I went and applied for it and it was easy as hell. Didn't need no paperwork or nothing. And it only took like 24 hours for me to get my spending card with $5,000 loaded on it. And let me tell y'all something, since I got that money, fam, I ain't had to worry about a single bill. I've been taking my moms out to restaurants. I be getting my nails did and everything. I even took my kids to 6 Flags last weekend for the first time in their life. This was life-changing money for me, and I know a lot of y'all been hurting with everything getting so expensive. So you better click that link below if you want help too from Uncle Sam. But if you're gonna carry on ignoring it, don't be complaining when everybody else got their $5,000 spending card and it's too late for you to get yours because they all been claimed. These spending cards ain't gonna be around forever. This stuff is first come, first serve. Y'all crazy as hell if you think you can just ignore it and come back to them 5 bands later on. Y'all gotta act now while you can or you gonna regret it. I claimed mine a while ago, so they probably giving folks their last few cards by now. Click the link below and go get your bread. Don't let no migrants be getting treated like royalty while you out here struggling, man. You deserve this.
Edward Lincoln, Edward Young, or something.
I'll give him a call.
If you're an artist like me, you know how daunting a blank page can be. So when it comes to starting a business and building a website, I have a solution that jumpstarts you past that blank page so you can build momentum as quickly as possible. Bluehost is an all-in-one domain registration and web hosting platform, and they just released some pretty amazing AI design tools to help you build a website in minutes. All you have to do is answer some questions, input what type of business you have, select some themes you like, and it generates a beautiful custom-built website for you. You can take your design from there, or you can partner with their professional designers so they can help you custom make your website even more. I feel like this is a really great platform to get going because not only can it build a website for you, but it can run an e-commerce business too. And speaking from experience, you will save so much time if everything is already streamlined. Bluehost is built for WordPress creators by WordPress experts. So if you have a WordPress website already, you can easily integrate that into Bluehost. Thank you, Bluehost, for sponsoring this video, and make sure to check them out to get started on your website.
They answer that code too. The 1 year zone is going to be 4286
negotiate a nuclear disarmament treaty with the Soviet Union.
Sherrill Ivory requesting assistance to pick up property.
Some people laugh and say his particular brand of bravado and hype could work only in a place like New York.
The CAD port is 1006 1006.
Trump never got to build his high-rise in Moscow.
Fire has been advised as well.
And 4 years later, the Soviet Union collapsed. For the Americans, it seemed that the Cold War was over. Numerous KGB spies were arrested. Jack Barsky was unmasked.
I could have, made friends at high levels. I thank God today that this failed, because I would have become a very, very dangerous agent for the KGB.
Barsky cooperated with the FBI. In return, he was allowed to stay in the U.S., far away from the new Russia.
Trying to get into this secured lot over here.
In Moscow, the KGB men had already picked themselves up, determined to take revenge and to continue their Cold War against the U.S. In 1998, Putin, a former minor agent, was named head of the brand new intelligence service. Those who weren't hardliners, like General Kalugin, were sidelined.
I was chosen to become the chief of the Russian intelligence service. But there was some resistance.
13.
The man who took over, Putin, my former subordinate, called me a traitor. And ever since, I had no choice but to ask for political asylum in the West.
The numbers that are posted are disconnected. There's nobody working any of the streets.
2 years later, in 2000, Putin entered the Kremlin.
I gave her all the information.
15 years later, Putin was plotting to conquer the whole of Ukraine and thus reconstitute a part of the Soviet Empire.
Lot 38 is what the paper on the kiosk says.
The Obama administration had imposed heavy sanctions on Russia since Putin's annexing Crimea in 2014. So, the former KGB agent had no choice but to weaken American support for Ukraine.
Barney 13, when you're complete on Vineyard, I've got a code 2 over on Rosewood. I believe that's right around the corner for threats being made.
In the U.S., attention turned to the start of the presidential campaign and a surprise candidate.
13 to 15, we're going to take lane 1 out for you.
The real estate developer, with no political experience, was supported by the conservative and populist right.
People are tired. They're just tired of incompetent leadership. I think what people want today...
Donald Trump had not yet made any statement about his foreign policy program.
It's better than most politicians, let's face it.
Sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm visiting from Russia, so my question...
Good friend of Obama, Putin.
My question,
Obama a lot.
if you would be elected as a president, what will be your foreign politics, especially in the relationships with my country?
One of the worst things that can happen to our country is if Russia ever gets driven to China. I believe I would get along very nicely with Putin.
One of the members of the department told him to call 911 and report.
But Trump was still a long way from power. 7 months in from the elections, he was behind his Democratic opponent in the polls. Hillary Clinton was a fierce supporter of Ukraine and a thorn in the side of the Kremlin.
Letter 2, go ahead.
Cancel.
Just as Donald Trump entered the campaign trail, Peter Strzok took over as head of the FBI department in charge of countering Russian espionage.
This is your kingdom. Protect it fiercely. Mutual of Omaha.
The department was much smaller than in the Cold War years, as Russian spies were no longer a priority for the U.S.
Green 18-wheeler. We didn't get any calls about it.
When I entered the FBI, I was working, interestingly enough, domestic terrorism, so it was nothing at all what I ended up doing later in my career.
In May 2016, 5 months before the elections, a worrying event came to the attention of the FBI.
16 radio.
Go ahead, 16.
Hackers had managed to get into the Democratic Party's computer servers. They stole emails and private messages between Hillary Clinton and members of her team.
Okay, the second service, and we're right in the area of that stable line 1107.
I'm following the perfect. Got you on there, 1509. Thank you. You're on at 1509.
Okay.
The following month, the FBI found out that one of Trump's advisors had been approached by a Russian agent.
All right, 1508.
The government of Russia had made an offer to this individual named George Papadopoulos, saying, hey, we have information that is damaging, embarrassing to Hillary Clinton, and made an offer to coordinate the release.
9621 radio.
The FBI decided to make the hacking public.
52-3 from 5212.
U.S. intelligence agencies believe Russian cyber spies hacked into the computers belonging to the Democratic National Committee.
219, copy DO.
Anyway, a spokesman for the Kremlin today denied, of course.
2227 Payne, 159603. We're going to head to the square.
The head of the CIA visited candidate Trump to warn him of the Russian maneuvers involving his campaign team.
Oh my gosh.
I was in the Trump Tower in early June and sat down with Donald Trump and several other individuals to give them a briefing about the assessment that we had done on the extent of Russian interference in the election.
Thank you, you're on it.
Donald Trump listened to the briefing.
Lunch, you can take this code 1. Go ahead.
He was very skeptical. He kept trying to, I think, redirect the focus away from Russia. He kept saying, it could have been Chinese.
Some radio.
I think he was interested in trying to find out how we knew what we knew, which really worried me because I was very concerned about the sources that we had, whether they be technical or human sources.
She's 17 years old. She said her uncle told her he was going to sexually assault her.
I quite frankly didn't trust Donald Trump.
16 at the stable line.
Copy, 1511.
Clear.
51/251.
1040 is clear now. Description of where the dog was. And I tried calling the callback number, and I didn't get anywhere with it. He's on scene. His name is Robert Calloway. Brown in complexion, skinny lock, long face.
The FBI opened an investigation aiming to identify any Americans suspected of collusion with Russian intelligence. It was run by Peter Strzok.
The dog was on the right berm on the freeway. That's all this is.
I was not prepared for that. I don't think anybody in the intelligence community was prepared for the type of interaction between Russian government actors, Russian agents of influence, and the people in and around the Trump campaign. In my mind, that had not existed, had not been seen during any of our lifetime.
The investigation revealed that 5 people working for one of the candidates to the presidency of the world's leading power had been having suspicious dealings with Russian secret services. These included 2 of his international advisors, his political advisor, his national security advisor, and even his campaign director, Paul Manafort. The FBI received some crucial information from the former anti-mafia prosecutor, Kenneth McCallion, who is now a lawyer. Paul Manafort had supposedly laundered money for an oligarch linked to the Russian intelligence services.
We were able to follow the money trail, so we turned our evidence over to the FBI. And third silent partner was Semyon Mogilevich.
The Russian godfather of godfathers, who was one of the first investors in Trump Tower, was suspected of having started working for Vladimir Putin.
111 for our caller. The nephew was making threats, did leave.
This led to an American associate of Donald Trump, Felix Sater.
All of our zone cars are on code ones right now. I'm not sure.
His father was a fairly high-up lieutenant in the Mogilevich Russian organized crime organization. Felix Sater was working in Trump Tower, 2 floors below Trump's penthouse.
1513. So she called Jamil and said that there's a strange guy beating on the door and he won't stop.
At Harbor Freight, we design and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No middleman. Just quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Here, just kind of wandering around. I'm going to try to figure out what's
It's corruption.
Yeah, so
business people were very important because they had access to technology often, and also to business relations related to financial associations.
To identify suitable profiles, the KGB provided its agents with a standard questionnaire. Are arrogance, selfishness, ambition, and vanity among the subject's character traits?
That's nice. I love you too. Thank you.
Was there a report on
This
that?
is the man, Donald Trump, the flamboyant New York real estate developer.
At the age of 39, Donald Trump has become one of America's best-known builders, presiding over a real estate empire worth more than $1 billion.
Nothing escaped Soviet intelligence.
Reports in the Wall Street Journal said Donald Trump's empire was shaking. The Trump organization confirmed today that it is in meetings with bankers in an attempt to reorganize its vast debt. One of the issues was on the Taj Mahal, Trump's newest casino in Atlantic City.
8279. This knows not anything to do with this run.
Kenneth McCallion, a specialist in the anti-mafia fight, investigated the businessman at the time.
Adam 13 radio. Could you run a water cloud? Do you have any information on it?
They had taken enough losses with his casinos in Atlantic City and other failed companies. So he was in desperate need of a different finance source. And this was around the time Russian oligarchs were looking to diversify their money given the instability of the country. And you had Donald Trump needing that cash.
Charlie 13 radio.
Go ahead, Charlie 13.
Over the next few years, around a third of his apartments were sold to individuals with links to Russian organized crime, in particular the godfather of godfathers, the dreaded Semyon Mogilevich.
I'll be clear there, and you can send me 106.
It's a transport patient. All right, copy. I have you on there, 1515.
Adam 13.
Assuming that it was known to the KGB that Mr. Trump was always operating at the edge of the law.
Mail calls that someone was trying to break into his home. His
I
girlfriend
think he
is
may
there
have been vulnerable.
alone.
Correction,
You know, we know something.
Sam 14 radio. All the officers on the outside out here and turn their body cameras off. People undercover being on scene.
The girlfriend is
If
Elizabeth
I'm
Martin.
sitting in Moscow
He did
and
try
I'm
to call
looking
back,
to
but,
get one of
no one
those
is answering. So
influential businessmen to my side, Trump was
Okay.
known. I mean, he also was a womanizer. Yeah, big target on his chest.
What's the last four of that Soak radio?
4427.
In 1987, the Soviet authorities approached Donald Trump for the first time via the daughter of the Soviet ambassador to the U.S.
Go ahead, 8279.
During a diplomatic get-together, she cozied up to Trump. Personally, I don't think she had KGB agent status, that is, the operational means of the KGB. But I think the KGB were quite simply opportunistic.
But I was told that there's spectrum people over here.
Dear Mr. Trump, I have some good news from Moscow. The Soviet Agency for Tourism, Interest, has expressed interest in pursuing a joint venture to construct a hotel.
The Interest Agency, responsible for welcoming foreigners, was controlled by the KGB.
It's going to be 9402 Rosewood. This is a group home. Our caller is Ken Grimes. He states 13-year-old Kendrick Chatwick is making threats.
The golden rule is to find something that could connect them to the person in a positive way.
Looks like he is a black male, no clothing description, no mention of any weapons.
Trump had the project to build a high-rise tower in Moscow.
1105.
So they facilitated the purchase of land for the tower. And this is how they brought people together.
Radio for Barney 12. Could you have this code too? It's a check well on West 33rd.
However, when he was in Moscow, he was a bit reckless. He went out with a few prostitutes and indulged in certain pleasures. And of course, KGB cameras and microphones were everywhere.
Charlie, Walter.
Do you think it could have been compromised?
Well, I would not rule out. I would not say details,
That check
but
was going to be at
speaking
3875
from
West
my
33rd
own
Street.
experience,
3875 West 33rd Street.
all foreigners, particularly from the United States and NATO countries, would be under control, or they try to
Family members
make
stated that they
it controlled as
had
much as
the
they
kids
could.
since Friday. They haven't heard from the mother.
And all this was documented.
It
It could be used 10, 15, maybe 20 years later, if and when the person in question became
They
important.
did say that the mother's boyfriend does assault the female and the kids. The female is going to be
One thing was for
Latricia
certain.
Mallory.
Barely had he returned from the USSR, and while discussions on the tower block in Moscow were still ongoing, the developer, who had never been involved in foreign politics before, made a surprise declaration.
Developer Donald Trump take an active interest in politics.
The question arose after Trump ran this full-page ad in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Boston Globe at a cost of nearly $100,000. He said America should stop paying to defend countries that can afford to defend themselves.
That female I had to locate, she was just
In his attack, Trump targeted the heart of U.S. defense and the bane of the Soviets, NATO.
Including NATO. If you look at the payments that we're making to NATO, they're totally disproportionate with everybody else's, and it's ridiculous. As far as other causes...
Was Donald Trump to control by the KGB?
No, but we did know something.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I meant to crash number.
What did you know?
Well, something which I would not talk about.
Thank you.
It could be dangerous.
Yeah, well, no. There are some things which I do know or did know about, but I never really talked publicly about.
656 to 107. For 107.
2300
Give us a full report with the criminal
Donald
damage.
Trump says he could negotiate a nuclear disarmament treaty with the Soviet Union.
I had her, I advised her whenever she gets home from her doctor's appointment to send
Some
pictures
people
of,
laugh and say his
door.
particular brand of bravado and hype could work only in a place like New York.
96.8 radio. 7 radio. Additionally, she stated that the door isn't securable. If you can
Trump never got
go
to
ahead
build
and
this
order
high-rise in
maintenance to
Moscow.
respond over there.
And 4 years later,
Yeah,
the
we're
Soviet Union
gonna
collapsed.
be clearing this shortly. We just need to complete 2 browsers.
Everybody got it, confirming that you're going to clear apartment 212.
For the Americans, it seemed that the Cold War was over.
And we also
Numerous
have
KGB spies were arrested. Jack Barsky was unmasked.
I could have, made friends at high levels. I thank God today that this failed because I would have become a very, very dangerous agent for the KGB.
I'm going to accept receipt. 102's up.
Barsky cooperated with the FBI. In return, he was allowed to stay in the U.S. far away from the new Russia.
1523.
In Moscow, the KGB men had already picked themselves up, determined to take revenge and to continue their Cold War against the U.S. In 1998, Putin, a former minor agent, was named head of the brand new intelligence service.
3738 South Staples, 373 South Staples at the Starbucks at Staples and Doddridge.
Those who weren't hardliners, like General Kalugin, were sidelined.
I was chosen to become the chief of the Russian intelligence service. But there was some resistance. The man who took over, Putin, my former subordinate, he called me a traitor. And ever since, I had no choice but to ask for political asylum in the West.
Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin.
2 years later, in 2000, Putin entered the Kremlin.
Y'all, after the Hurricane Milton disaster, FEMA is running out of money and insurance companies are denying people's claims. But as emergency funding, the Gov just allocated $10 billion in tax dollars to provide $5,800 month to month to all struggling American families. This funding is available not only to those suffering after the natural disaster, but to every struggling American across all 50 states. This money comes in the form of a spending card. It is essentially a state-issued debit card that automatically reloads with that $5,800 every first of the month, no strings attached. The only thing you need to worry about is making sure you call in and claim it. Because the state is not sending this out like the stimulus checks, you have to pick up the phone and claim it yourself. It's a quick 3-minute process. I already did it myself and showed my entire family how to get approved. It's extremely simple, doesn't require any paperwork and no crazy personal questions. You just give them your name and an address to send your card to. All you gotta do is get to the state website by clicking Learn More right below. Answer a couple of simple questions, then get on the line with a rep and tell them you need that subsidy spending card yesterday. The helpful rep is there to make sure you get paid. They'll approve you right on the line, answer any questions you got, and have this card in your mailbox in 2 business days. All that only takes 3 minutes out of your day, and you can start waking up to $5,800 hitting your bank account literally this week. Y'all just imagine how much money you can save when this card covers it all. Your groceries, gas, car payments, rent, medical expenses, online shopping, and even doctor visits. Essentially, if you got bills, this card got you covered. And the best part, this is all on the house by Uncle Sam. You will never be asked to pay back a dime, and nothing comes out of your pocket ever. And before you start asking what the catch is, there is none. It doesn't matter if you're unemployed, got a job. It doesn't matter if you're homeless. It doesn't matter if you're collecting other benefits or on food stamps. They don't even care what your age, race, or gender is. Everyone is approved. You just got to figure out how to spend all that money because they want people to use it so it boosts the economy. Now, before y'all start celebrating, I need to let you in on the most important part. The state cannot afford to keep a program like this open for long, meaning anyone that misses this window to enroll will not receive a card no matter who you call. And there is already talk about this being the last week they are allowing new people to claim this card. So don't just sit there and let life-changing money pass you by. Once this card is in your hand, it's yours forever. This baby doesn't expire, so you won't have to worry about reapplying or this cash flow getting cut off. Click the link below, take advantage of money that you never have to pay back, and provide a more stable future, not only for you, but for your family. Don't thank me, y'all. Get your money and pay it forward.
September 2024. 4-2
Denied renewal on a failure to appear, no lift date. Clear, no 29. Let your mind guarantee I'm hers.
George go in the church parking lot. My fifth car was in there. Just talking to the driver.
102 radio, you said, 10-4.
Fire. 5 George Road. You said East 112 and what was the cross street?
15 years later, Putin was plotting to conquer the whole of Ukraine and thus reconstitute a part of the Soviet Empire.
0G5, go ahead.
The Obama administration had imposed heavy sanctions on Russia since Putin's annexing Crimea in 2014.
We have anything with the Ohio PNC
So,
for it.
the former KGB agent had no choice but to weaken American support for Ukraine.
Keep your claimation with you. I'm going to take a personal at the district, and then myself and CRT2 Barney will take care of CAD 1121.
Appreciate that, 1527. What's your
In the
job?
U.S.,
Position
attention
for
turned to the start of the presidential campaign and a surprise candidate.
Leave the UCAT open. We'll get back to it later.
The real estate developer, with no political experience, was supported by the conservative and populist right.
People are tired. They're just tired of incompetent
leadership.
I think what people want today
Donald Trump had not yet made any statement about his foreign policy program.
is better than most politicians.
23464 Lorraine. Going to apartment 358. And I have no home stay here with
My question,
Good friend of Obama.
14, we're
my
clear.
question,
I'm going to hold that report.
if you would be elected as a president, what would be your foreign politics, especially in the relationships with my country?
One of the worst things that can happen to our country is if Russia ever gets driven to China. I believe I would get along very nicely with Putin. Okay?
But Trump was still a long way from power. 7 months in from the elections, he was behind his Democratic opponent in the polls.
16101
Hillary Clinton was a fierce supporter of Ukraine and a thorn in the side of the Kremlin.
At 1110.
Copy that.
And you said you had Somerset PD out there with you?
1528.
All right, I put you out on it at 1528.
Here's all I copy.
Just as Donald Trump entered the campaign trail, Peter Strzok took over as head of the FBI department in charge of countering Russian espionage.
These arrive at 116.
Copy, 1528.
The department was much smaller than in the Cold War years, as Russian spies were no longer a priority for the U.S.
Yeah, just want to let you know I'm in the air. I'll be in the area the 3rd.
When I entered the FBI, I was working, interestingly enough, domestic terrorism, so it was nothing at all what I ended up doing later in my career.
In May 2016, 5 months before the elections, a worrying event came to the attention of the FBI.
102.
I'll be completely tipping.
Hackers had managed to get into the Democratic Party's computer servers.
Go ahead, 16.
There's females at the bus up here about.
They stole emails and private messages between Hillary Clinton and members of her team.
We're going to talk to her and see what's going on.
Okay, copy that, 1531.
118 radio. 253 is 41. Oh, we're going to get 30.
The following month, the FBI found out that one of Trump's advisors had been approached by a Russian agent.
The government of Russia had made an offer to this individual named George Papadopoulos,
Yeah, I was able to take lunch.
saying, hey, we have information that is damaging, embarrassing to Hillary Clinton, and made an offer to coordinate the release.
CCP radio, I'll be 42. Good night.
The FBI decided to make the hacking public.
U.S. intelligence agencies believe Russian cyber spies hacked into the computers belonging to the Democratic National Committee.
Anyway, a spokesman for the Kremlin today denied, of course.
1532.
The head of the CIA visited candidate Trump to warn him of the Russian maneuvers involving his campaign team.
I was in the Trump Tower in early June and sat down with Donald Trump and several other individuals to give them a briefing about the assessment that we had done on the extent of Russian interference in the election. Donald Trump listened to the briefing. He was very skeptical. He kept trying to, I think, redirect the focus away from Russia. He kept saying,
Adam 240, 10 4, and Adam 230, it's going to be apartment 3101.
3101.
I think he was interested in trying to find out how we knew what we knew, which really worried me because I was very concerned about the sources that we had, whether they be technical or human sources.
14 radio.
I quite frankly didn't trust Donald Trump.
There's no driver description. Should be a 2000.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Correction, arrest.
It's in the
1021K, that I number is 26454, 264.
7, ladder 7, speed for name down. Alameda never heard.
I got it now.
1104.
The FBI opened an investigation aiming to identify any Americans suspected of collusion with Russian intelligence.
Is our caller.
It was run by Peter Strzok.
She's
I was
there
not
trying to get confirmation.
I don't think anybody in the intelligence community was prepared for the type of information between Russian government actors, Russian agents of influence, and the people in and around the Trump campaign. In my mind,
we're going to have one mail on during Rouse
had not existed, had not been seen during any of our lifetime.
The investigation revealed that 5 people working for one of the candidates to the presidency of the world's leading power had been having suspicious dealings with Russian secret services. These included 2 of his international advisors, his political advisor, his national security advisor, and even his campaign director, Paul Manafort.
1725 East 45th at Coleman.
The FBI received some crucial information from the former anti-mafia prosecutor, Kenneth McCallion, who was now a lawyer. Paul Manafort had supposedly laundered money for an oligarch linked to the Russian intelligence services.
We were able to follow the money trail, so we turned our evidence over to the FBI. And third silent partner was someone Mogilevich.
The Russian godfather of godfathers, who was one of the first investors in Trump Tower, was suspected of having started working for Vladimir Putin.
Go ahead, 16.
Charlie 11 radio. You have anybody available for leave?
This led to an American associate of Donald Trump, Felix Sater.
He's a suspect that a B&E vandalism and escape.
His father was a fairly high-up lieutenant in the Mogilevich Russian organized crime organization. Felix Sater was working in Trump Tower, 2 floors below Trump's penthouse.
We're going to sweep there. You can send us 1129.
Trump certainly would have known of his criminal past.
7215, channel 1.
Bye, everybody.
1013.
This is perhaps the heart of what links Trump to Putin's Russia. Money.
Do you want me to send David 14 to UH? Driver's license expired March of 12.
It is Felix Sater who suggests to Trump that they could build a Trump Tower in Moscow and get the approval of Vladimir Putin, which is something that Trump had been seeking for years. And Trump got all excited, and this was during the presidential campaign. So while he was running for president, Donald Trump, through Felix Sater, was secretly trying to get Putin to sign off on a deal that could make him millions and millions of dollars.
Copy Charlie 11, do you copy that?
So that's a good economic and financial incentive for Trump never to say a bad thing about Vladimir Putin.
An easing of tensions and improved relations with Russia from a position of strength only is possible, absolutely possible.
In the months leading up to the election, the Russians were far from certain that they would see their candidate enter the White House. He was rocked by a huge scandal.
Anybody wants to pull that picture before they hear from 16 radio.
A shocking video of Donald Trump talking on an open microphone, bragging about sexually assaulting women.
You can do anything.
Grab him by the. We got the clock 15.
It remains to be seen whether Donald Trump's campaign will be able to recover from the video that is sending shockwaves.
We'll take 1132 first. We're familiar
I
with
was
the
talking
email there.
to head of Trump fundraising for the campaign, and this guy was distraught. He said, "Well, it's over. You know, there's no way we can win now." But WikiLeaks suddenly makes this dump that then shifts the attention back to embarrassing things about Hillary Clinton.
rather than radio, if you could put me in service so I can sign out, get a different car.
Clinton's cab facing yet another embarrassing trove of hacked emails released by WikiLeaks. The CBS News battle tracker showing that 55% of voters polled think Clinton has different motives in private than in public.
The hacking carried out by Russian services 8 months earlier was now revealed by WikiLeaks, dealing a fatal blow to Hillary Clinton's campaign. In a tight-fought election, Donald Trump was elected President of the United States.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
Copy, 1539.
As Trump celebrated his victory, Putin took center stage, visiting one of his former bosses at the KGB.
1539.
Никогда не забудем того, что вы сделали для страны и для нас. Это очень хорошо помню. Для нас работа с вами это очень хорошая школа. В стране, службе. Мы вам за это очень благодарны. Это все с нами идет по жизни. Всего самого хорошего.
When Russia wants to do intelligence operations well, they can do it very quietly. So the question remains then why Russia chose to do some things in a way that would very clearly be linked back to Russia.
You can show me complete. It's going to be info received, family advised.
I think Russians wanted the Trump campaign to know that they were very interested in helping them, so that if Trump were to be elected, I think they wanted to be able to derive the benefit from that assistance.
I think it's going to be a Brandy Morris social of 296-80-8200.
Seeing the White House occupied by a president over whom he had control was undoubtedly an achievement for Vladimir Putin.
Having a 1540.
But using the situation to his advantage would turn out to be more difficult.
Okay, switches should be attached.
It was unknown territory, which no KGB manual had ever charted.
Meet Panera's new Ciabatta Dippers, a duo built for dipping, here for a limited time.
Radio to David 11.
David 11.
Can you please respond over? Are you in the middle of something? Are you able to respond over to
3050, 15 star 2050 pound.
4012 minutes.
4012.
What's the address?
145.
3875 West 33.
Yeah, I'm clear. Clear from JJC. I'm going to have one of these press calls. I think I'm going to get downgraded. The one man is fine. If so, you can send it to me.
Am I seeing somebody over there? Can I call it in, or is there a car there right now?
18 Adam.
Copy, I'll go ahead and send it over. 1542.
I'll report hell. Show me how that first part. Check my mail.
212 is here. They originally responded to
the president who entered the White House was unqualified and underprepared. Trump had to get rid of his entourage, who were too visibly compromised by Russia. He wisely surrounded himself with advisors above suspicion, who embodied the traditional Republican line.
John Henry Paul 4047.
Intelligence community has never faced such a
diversity
of threats to our country.
I want to thank Ambassador John
Bolton, for joining us.
So he recruited John Bolton, a former advisor to Ronald Reagan.
Do a fantastic job, and I appreciate you.
There's 8 pending, 3 are code
The allegations
3s, and
about
other
Trump's
5 are
collusion
code
with
4s.
Russia in the
Can you read it
2016
in robot?
campaign made Trump
The
kind of
one code
paranoid
3 is,
about allegations that he was elected only because of Russian assistance,
I guess it's
and it made him very nervous about undertaking anything dealing with Russia.
Almost everything is timed out. I don't have any data for it now.
When Trump met Putin for the first time in his life,
Okay.
he was clearly uncomfortable.
Nope.
Nice to be with
Alright,
you.
Sam 14, one of the code 4s I have left on the board for property found. Our Congress states that he can no longer wait. He's gonna call tomorrow, see if CPD can come pick it
The
up.
new president can make no concessions to the Russians.
Should I downgrade this plat or
Really
just
very
close
little
it out
happened
and then you can call us
at
back
the lunch.
tomorrow?
Trump had praised the U.S. position in Ukraine.
1545.
Annexation of
Or make an
Crimea
info note
was
dispatch
illegitimate.
until he calls back.
Despite Trump's campaign promises, the Americans did not lift the sanctions against Russia, and in fact, increased them. Trump allowed his administration to sell hundreds of anti-tank weapons to Ukraine.
He can do that also.
The American president was further hampered as he found himself under the threat of an investigative committee which occupied the political scene for 2 years.
So I guess the question is, should I just make it an info note dispatch so the information stays here, or what?
Given all those connections, is it likely that Donald Trump was fully aware and had every intent of working with Russia to help make sure that he would win the presidency at all costs?
I would rather not
Copy that,
answer
1544.
that specific question, other than just to tell you that Mr. Trump's
1125.
desire to win would have him work with
Alright,
anyone.
go ahead.
And one other
Hurry for that up.
was he directly involved in those negotiations of the Trump Tower in Moscow?
Radio the body 12-1.
The answer is yes.
You're welcome, 1545.
Around 15 people in Trump's circle were suspected of being compromised by the Russian state.
Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
WF 4576 West 130 of a Family Dollar. Have you been conferred with them about the neighbors
that an
stuff in price
advanced
when I
hostile
dumpster?
foreign nation would
Then
be
it's all coming
inserting
to
themselves
you at
clandestinely in that process
1545.
to undermine the will of the United States is terrible. There is no greater responsibility. And the way we do that, the underpinning of what we are in America, the election.
As Peter Strzok prepared to testify, Putin and Trump met for the second
For
time.
that cab for that place on Umbria, that mail stays at 32.
Political chaos in the U.S. was a major asset for the former KGB agent. Putin was certain that he could benefit from the weakening of the American president.
And out of 17, I have one for you.
All right, the court date, please.
Do you, does the Russian government have any compromising material on President Trump or his family?
25th, 25.
Correct.
Traffic.
Значит,
2011,
вот я слышал об этом.
Якобы
мы собирали компромат на господина Трампа, когда он приезжал. Больше ерунды трудно себе представить просто.
Every U.S. intelligence agency has concluded that Russia interfered in the election.
Sure if he lives there or not. We just
Who do you believe?
check wall there at that address for the female that
If
stays there.
anybody watched
I don't know if
Peter
used to be in a
Strzok
relationship with
testify
him or
over
not.
the
but
last
there's,
couple of days, and I was in Brussels watching it, it was a disgrace to the FBI, it was a disgrace to our country, and you would say that was a total witch hunt. Thank you very much.
In front of Putin, Trump attacked the FBI's head of counterintelligence. Within the committee, Trump supporters attempted to sabotage the investigation in any way they could.
As we continue our investigation, prior to his current assignment, he was a deputy assistant director in the
Mr. Strzok, and you're talking about stopping him and how terrifying it would be for him to win and how you can protect the country.
No, Mr. Gotti, it wasn't.
I do not have bias. You're talking about impeachment
Hey, was
of the press. The idea
1024
that, hang on a
dispatch
second, Agent Strzok. Hang on a second.
After a 20-year-long career, Peter Strzok was fired from the FBI, accused of political bias. Unable to prove Trump's complicity with the Russians, the investigative committee did nothing more than implicate a few of his minor associates.
Yeah, so I'm extraordinarily disappointed. I understood that part of our mission in the FBI was to do that counterintelligence investigation. It looks like, for whatever reason, that was never done, or was done in a very small, looking at a couple of avenues, but never a coherent investigation.
Amazon early holiday deals are here. Woo! Woo! With everything you need to kick off the season. Woo! Shop Amazon early holiday deals now. Woo!
And I think that was unfortunate.
And you say
Even if he no longer had anything to fear from the FBI, Trump remained under fire from critics and under suspicion. The former KGB agent made the most of the situation.
During the
G20 summit in Helsinki, he insisted on meeting the American one-on-one without advisors.
No, I was talking to another.
Many people thought that strange things could happen during the one-on-one meeting.
Putin knew perfectly well that Trump, whose slogan was America First, could not be seen to be indebted to him for his election win.
When you deal with hard men like Putin, that's a very dangerous perception to have. So Putin played on that. I thought he saw Trump as an easy mark.
We need those keys for
and I think, in fact, that did help turn Trump against Ukraine.
Virginia. Moving down to Central.
Putin's obsession, more than ever, was with Ukraine.
Wrap this up here. We'll see what we got here.
He put the idea into Trump's head that the electoral interference, which had caused him so much trouble, had come from Ukraine and not Russia.
The last four was 102.
It was Ukraine who had supposedly hacked the infamous server of the Democrats.
Virginia. Start moving down to Central.
5331, go ahead.
Trump wanted to believe, or at least pretended to believe, this unlikely scenario, which enabled him to brush aside the accusations of his collusion with Russia.
Why the FBI never took the server? Why haven't they taken the server? Where is the server? I want to know, where is the server and what is the server saying? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question.
Okay, copy.
You heard stories about Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election on behalf of Hillary Clinton. Trump had decided that her famous server was somewhere in Ukraine.
So for that 15612 Harvard, there was a report done at the district for today. And
a short time later, a businessman of Ukrainian origin appeared, claiming that he had key information.
The other reports we have, we're just waiting to see what today's was from our Thomas.
Trump sent his personal lawyer to meet this mysterious informant.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm on the air.
They were so eager to try and find information that they were interacting with people like Andrei Derkach, who had been announced as agents, not suspected, but agents of the Russian government.
What's the title for today?
The man claimed that the server was indeed in Ukraine. With documents to back up his claims, he made even more explosive revelations. Enough to destroy President Trump's main opponent, Democrat Joe Biden, who was to challenge him in the elections scheduled 2 years later. Joe Biden had allegedly been corrupted by a Ukrainian company, which his son, Hunter, had formerly worked for. In the summer of 2019, Trump's lawyer informed him that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was hiding proof of the Biden's corruption.
And info received for report.
You had a horse?
1553. 5319, 3319.
When Zelensky prevailed, I did hear Putin on several occasions ridicule Zelensky, and he played on Trump's suspicions about what was going on in Ukraine. He was hearing all these theories. To me, it was all like a big bowl of spaghetti. It didn't make a lot of sense.
Had Trump been duped? Or was he knowingly doing what Putin wanted him to do? We can't know. But the fact is,
he wanted something back from Zelensky.
Delta 275, that should be clear.
Party 14, no response.
Yeah, you could hook them up. Tell me when. Oh, we ain't. Well, Mr. President, thank you very much. It's an honor. You've been.
Well, I was at the White House when that call took place. I listened to it as I typically listened in to Trump's conversations with foreign leaders, and I was very surprised.
Trump, congratulations on a great victory. Zelensky, you were absolutely right, Mr. President. We worked hard for this. The President, I would like you to do us a favor. There's a lot of talk about Biden's son. Whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Mr. Giuliani, I will ask him to call you.
I worked from home, I worked from the playground, I worked from my office, and I never missed a beat. So choosing cloud-based technology was really the only way my firm could work.
He got into essentially threatening to withhold security assistance until Zelensky provided Hillary's missing server and other information.
Thank you. Salah, thanks. Goodbye, President.
Immediately afterwards, Trump ordered the suspension of the $400 million of military aid that Congress had allocated to Ukraine. Zelensky was desperately in need of it, faced with the Russian threat, but he was powerless to do anything, since the corruption of Biden, just like the hacking affair, were Russian inventions.
Well, I don't have any indication that they had leverage over him. He never spoke about it, never indicated concern about leverage if they did have it.
The revelation of this conversation disrupted the end of Donald Trump's time in office as impeachment loomed. Putin could not help him win again in the 2020 elections. But division in the U.S. was beneficial to him as he prepared his big project.
During the last year, Trump clearly was not interested at all in helping the Ukrainians prepare and withstand continued Russian pressure, to include what ultimately resulted in the Russian invasion.
Putin considered himself strong enough to attack.
Perfect second. 3550 drone.
A skilled manipulator, but a poor military leader.
1557.
The former KGB agent hadn't foreseen the level of Ukraine's resistance, supported by the delivery of American arms.
Adam 11, Ward County, ending.
Bogged down, Vladimir Putin once again resorted to his favorite weapon.
There's a unit available.
Charlie 198,
Сердечно поздравляю, кто и сегодня проводит уникальные операции. Благодарю вас. Поздравляю. Всего хорошего.
As in the days of the Cold War, and as in 2016 and 2020, Russian intelligence hopes once again to influence the American elections.
With you at my side, we will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out...
Putin is banking on Trump's return to power.
The fake news media once
burglary at 4157 Bond Road, 4157 Bond.
To get Donald Trump reelected. If you're Vladimir Putin, how much money is that worth? It's worth an extraordinary amount. What is that? What are your limits on what you're going to do? I would argue fewer than there ever have been.
There are several TVs missing. She's at the unit. 0099.
In this way, Putin hopes to halt U.S. military support for Ukraine and to negotiate a possible peace deal on his own terms.
Trump's personality is an intelligence officer's dream. I mean, he is manipulatable in terms of his ego, in terms of his fascination with authoritarian figures. I think because he himself would like to have that power.
Adam 16 radio.
Go ahead, 16.
To have a president under his influence at the head of America, the enemy, is the finest operation carried out by the former minor KGB agent, launched on a headlong rush to restore an empire.
Yeah, we'll call back. We're going to be at 7-1 at Aetna, right at the entrance to this housing neighborhood here. If you want to give them a call back, it might be easier, so we're not crossing paths here.
Okay, I'm doing a call back right now. You're welcome.
Originally, they called stating that there was a person refusing to leave a black female wearing a black jacket. There were no threats. I just see my camera died.
No, I give you 49 the auto, please.
And I'm just calling and stating that she dropped her ID, her bank card in the store, and they won't put it back for her.
Negative.
1600.
Adam 16, I advise the caller. He's going to head to you. 70% Aetna.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. 1 Shoreline, begin miles 0.1. Take my lunch in 2, please.
You're welcome.
33-year-old male found dead a few days ago. Someone amongst them is our killer.
Iran, 1979. The worst hostage crisis in American history begins. Unknown to the world at the time, US Embassy staff escape and find their way to the house of Canadian diplomats, where they spend 85 days in hiding.
The longer that we were in hiding, the more the potential was that we would be found.
When the Central Intelligence Agency learn of the Americans on the run, they assign one of their top escape agents, Tony Mendez, to get them out.
All the crews head out the gate.
He comes up with an extraordinary plan to walk the diplomats out of Iran in broad daylight, posing as a Hollywood film crew.
It was a perfect example of truth being stranger than fiction.
The CIA now pushes its tradecraft to the limit as they set out to disguise and train 6 ordinary Americans in the art of escape. This is the real-life story of what would later become an Oscar-winning Hollywood sensation. But what isn't in the Hollywood version are the extraordinary details of an operation the CIA kept hidden away in classified files until now.
It's the secret story of how the CIA fooled everyone.
Check for a black male with braids and a gray hoodie. He's sitting on a skateboard close to the sidewalk. You don't see him until you get up on him. But it's posted for a traffic hazard at 115. 65.
In late 1979, thousands of anti-American protesters in Iran are gathering outside the US Embassy.
I forgot now, and I don't even have
Demonstrations against America are common. Iran is still in the throes of an Islamic revolution, and America is being accused of aiding and abetting the hated exiled dictator, the Shah Reza Pahlavi. This is one of hundreds of protests organized by militant revolutionary students. But this time, it's different.
Few of them had makeshift weapons, bike chains or a baseball bat, though some of them did have pistols. Massive crowd, 1,000 people, roaring, "Down with America, death to Carter."
Inside the embassy, staff can see the disturbance from the office windows. Shortly after 9 a.m., the chains of the gate are cut. A small breakaway group of student militants heads for the main embassy building, the Chancery.
They broke the window and they were able to enter into the basement. The Iranians made their way up to the second floor. I captured some Americans and said, "Let us in, otherwise, we'll harm these people."
Adjacent to the Chancery is another building, the Consulate. Inside, there are more Americans. One of them is Mark Lyjak.
We started hearing kind of a hubbub coming from the waiting area. People talking about demonstrators roaming inside the compound.
Mark Lyjak's wife, Cora, is also in the consulate.
We did hear footsteps on the roof, and we thought that maybe somebody was going to try to get in and find access into the building, so that was a bit scary.
Oh, the lights went out.
Okay.
Apparently the demonstrators had gotten into the power station and cut off the power.
Someone threw a brick or a rock through the window, and the Marine went running in and saw a guy climbing up the ladder.
Just go to the expediter queue. We'll figure it out.
The diplomats now realize that the embassy compound is completely overrun by demonstrators. At first, one of the US Marines guarding the consulate advises them to stay inside the building. They hear on the radio that armed militants are trying to kidnap the rest of the Americans. They now know that they're in grave danger. They must escape fast.
They realized that the Chancery had been broken into and that they really couldn't hold out any longer.
They're advised to head to the nearby British embassy with the help of a local Iranian guide. So they make their way to a side door of the consulate that leads directly onto the streets of Tehran. Only steps away are thousands and thousands of angry Iranian protesters. Among the first out are Mark and Cora Lyjak.
When I first left the embassy, I was certainly nervous. I felt very conspicuous.
We were trying not to stand out. We were trying to blend in with the people that were walking away.
Step by step, trying to get away.
They are followed by Joe Stafford, his wife Kathy, and Bob Anders. The five avoid the angry crowds now behind them and head southwest towards the British Embassy, led by their Iranian guide.
She pulled me to the side, and the rest of our group also went to the side, and she says, there's a demonstration, we can't go there.
We saw a demonstration there, so we decided that was not a good idea.
In the end, they head to Bob Anders' apartment and remain there, terrified of stepping back onto the streets of Tehran. In Washington, while the embassy crisis is unfolding, it's still the early hours of Sunday morning. Calls from Iran begin to trickle in to the State Department. The president is alerted as dawn rises. And so is the Central Intelligence Agency.
Upon receiving the information that the embassy had been overrun, the CIA would have immediately been concerned for the safety of its people.
By the time America wakes up, the revolutionary students have declared a victory. Day one of the world's biggest ever international hostage crisis has begun.
They were paraded in front of the cameras, and this was a big victory for the students. I mean, they were very surprised that they'd actually been able to pull it off.
66 Americans are now being held hostage at gunpoint. At this stage, the CIA have no idea that there's a group of diplomats on the run.
We felt very dangerous, a very dangerous situation.
What happens next is not portrayed in the Hollywood movie.
Thank you, Party 14.
After their first night in hiding, the escapees make a nail-biting series of overnight stays at 5 different locations in Tehran. This includes the British ambassador's residence. This takes place over 6 grueling days.
They're literally going from house to house to house.
The most terrifying time was either Wednesday or Thursday night. All night long, the local watchman kept blowing a whistle about every 10 or 15 minutes. Our nerves were raw.
The 6 days that we spent on our own was the scariest time. The Iranians were rounding people up because the other Americans that we'd been in touch with in the first days, who were still out, were gradually being arrested, seized.
Desperate, and with no idea what to do, Bob Anders remembers a friend in the Canadian embassy and gives him a call. His name is John Sheardown.
Bob said, well, I'm not alone. There's 5 of us. And John said, bring them all.
What's your
10-4, 14-7.
6 days after they first step out of the US Embassy onto the streets of Tehran, the escapees finally reach the Canadian house. With their fellow Americans held hostage at gunpoint, they themselves are now effectively fugitives at large in Iran. Terrified of being caught, confused about what to do next, and exhausted, they now have just one hope: rescue by the CIA.
I had the sense anyway that Washington had sort of forgotten about us.
1 month after the embassy takeover, and the State Department is still consumed by the ever-worsening hostage crisis.
No act has so galvanized the American public toward unity in the last decade as has the holding of our people as hostages in Tehran.
While State Department staff grapple with how to deal with the embassy, they also become aware of the 6 escapees through information sent from Canadian officials in Tehran. The State Department turns to the CIA. In early December, a series of top-secret flash cables arrive on the desk of an intelligence officer called Tony Mendez. Flash cables are the highest priority communications, usually restricted to wars or the most urgent of information.
Tony saw these cables on his desk, and at the top of them were these marked flash, which you almost never see. In fact, some communicators, he told me, can go to whole careers without ever seeing one.
The flash cables are about the escaped diplomats.
On December 10th, when Tony heard that there were 6 Americans stranded outside the embassy, immediately his mind would have kicked into gear.
Tony Mendez is a rising star within the CIA. He's carried out numerous undercover rescue operations, which the agency call exfiltrations, or extracting assets out of dangerous places.
His job was getting people out of tough spots, rescuing people from dangerous areas.
He's known as the Master of Disguise and works in a highly secretive specialist department known as OTS.
OTS is the Office of Technical Service, and they are the CIA's gadget.
Thank you.
These are the people in the film James Bond, which would be the Q. You know, these are the
With the arrival of the flash cables, Mendez and the OTS are about to receive their biggest challenge yet.
Harbor, the home report. You should have went back to 4 on launch for all that you report.
Mendez is called to a meeting at the State Department.
1613, thank you.
They discuss what they thought they should do to help rescue these people. Tony immediately sort of let them know that they should let him and the experts at the CIA worry about this. And they did.
Head back and complete those
Copy that right now. Board is clear.
The rescue is now in Mendez's hands.
6:34.
Along with his team of specialists at OTS, he sets to work on a plan that will get them out in broad daylight. The first problem, the escapees are American, and the Iranian authorities will be on the lookout for any Americans trying to leave the country.
The U.S. is the hated enemy.
The second problem is that the diplomats are untrained in spy tradecraft. They simply won't have the ability of accomplished agents to suddenly adopt an alien identity.
They were completely unwitting of this black world in which people can be exfiltrated.
So Mendez wants to find them a plausible reason to be in Iran, which will fool the Iranians, and one which any ordinary English-speaking American can fake.
The key is, if they spoke English, what other possible country wasn't Iran mad at? The answer, of course, is Canada.
Mendez has a hunch that Canada offers the diplomats their best chance. But he's worried that the Canadian government won't break its own protocol and issue citizens from another country fake passports.
Unfortunately, the Canadians had a law that said, you can't just give out passports to anybody. The foreign minister, along with the prime minister, got together and they were able to sort of circumvent the parliament so that they could pass this exception to their laws.
With the Canadian passport secured, next, Mendez now needs a cover story.
He wanted to create a story that was so unbelievable, so crazy and over the top, that no one would believe that it was fake.
After endless days and nights searching for the perfect cover story, Mendez hits on an idea.
It looks like
Suppose the diplomats are Canadians who are part of a Hollywood film crew, and their cover story is that they're on a special trip to look at filming locations. Despite the revolution, the cultural sector of the new Iranian government still wants to attract foreign currency, and that includes film investment.
The plan is implausible. It's improbable that it would work. It is fraught with problems, and 1,000 things could go wrong.
That was the original cast of the
Not the least of the problems is that Mendez knows little about Hollywood film crews. So he calls up an old friend in California, John Chambers, an Oscar-winning makeup artist famous for his effects on Planet of the Apes.
So he called his friend, John Chambers, to find out if it would be feasible and what kind of people would go on a location scouting party. And after Chambers ticked off the various jobs that a person would have, Tony realized that it was a perfect solution.
Back in Iran, the escapees are following developments in the ongoing hostage crisis at the U.S. Embassy.
We had an old television, so we did see some footage of the hostages blindfolded and being led around.
They're completely helpless at the mercy of this crowd of people around them pushing them out, and that was pretty scary.
The diplomats have been joined by one more, Lee Schatz, another American working at the embassy, whose escape had been engineered by the Swedes. The 6 are now known as the house guests, after living with the Canadians for what, by Christmas, is now well over 40 days.
The longer that we were in hiding, the more the potential was that we would be found.
Day by day, the danger for the house guests is increasing. Odds are that sooner or later the diplomats will be discovered and turned over to the authorities. It's now a race against time. In early January, Mendes goes to Los Angeles on a 4-day trip to execute the first stage of his elaborate Hollywood ruse by visiting his old friend, John Chambers. With him, $10,000 of CIA cash, hidden in a secret compartment of his briefcase.
Tony had to come out to Los Angeles to try to put this plan into motion. Goes to John Chambers' house, and they sit down.
Mendes turns to Chambers and a colleague of his, Bob Seidel, to help him build up what will look like a genuine Hollywood production from scratch.
Bob was really surprised when he shows up at John Chambers' house. And they're sitting in the breakfast nook, and then here's a CIA officer saying, we have to rescue some Americans who are stuck on a lam in Tehran. That was not what he expected that morning.
The 3 work fast and quickly find the script of an unmade film called Lord of Light.
Tony says, this is exactly what we need. It kind of has a Middle Eastern feel to it. So he says, let's call it Argo. And they realized that it also has a kind of mythical connotation. Jason and the Argonauts, it's the ship that the Argonauts sailed on. And Tony says this is perfect.
With the script problem solved, next, they need a Hollywood office.
We're just coming up here on Sunset Gower Studios. This is the lot that used to be the Columbia lot, actually. And this is where Tony and John Chambers and Bob Seidel took over an office that had just been occupied by Michael Douglas for the China Syndrome, and it was empty, so that's where they set up their fake film production.
Mendes names the production company Studio 6, after the 6 diplomats he must rescue. Chambers and Seidel agree to run it on behalf of the CIA.
What was that unit?
While in California, Mendes also turns his attention to the minutiae of the operation, collecting what the CIA call pocket litter. Pocket litter refers to all the tiny details which the authorities might check during the escape.
Tony would have had to consider every possibility. Everything from the labels on their clothing down to matchbooks that came from Ottawa, are bits that would be associated either with the movie industry or with Canada. Everything had to support the central cover.
Preparations for the exfiltration do not stop here. When Mendes gets back to OTS offices, he draws on his huge team of CIA technical specialists to work on the details.
He was supported by literally hundreds of people. He had disguise specialists. He had graphics people. He had document validators, how to talk about forgery. He had individuals that could talk about clothing. What would a Canadian film crew look like?
Back in Iran, the house guests have now been in hiding not for days, but months. The endless waiting has begun to unnerve them. And by this stage, any small incident is enough to cause huge alarm.
We had one incident where a helicopter flew low, very low, over the house.
John, 5873.
It scared us. We were tense. where we were in a safe place. It didn't take much to trigger this sort of flight response or panic, whatever you want to call it.
Fear, paranoia, and frustration. Their combined effect begins to wear down the mental state of the trapped diplomats. Their worries are well-founded. Inside the US Embassy, the hostages are being mistreated, even being subjected to terrifying mock executions. Despite the pressure, the house guests do whatever they can just to get through the endless weeks in hiding. This is helped by their Canadian hosts, the Sheardowns.
The atmosphere that was created by the Sheardowns through the family kind of setup that we had, the social events that they did for us, I think they helped us as much as possible have a normal life.
I think John realized that in order to keep us mentally healthy, you might say, that there were certain things that they could do. One of them was the routine that we had with the formal dinner and the conversation following. Another was they would have parties for us a couple times a month. They would invite people from other embassies, such as the New Zealanders and the Danish ambassador, people who knew about us, so that we could have normal social interaction with people outside of our very limited circle.
Some of their most memorable occasions include both a Thanksgiving and a Christmas feast, enjoyed in the sumptuous setting of John Sheardown's diplomatic house.
Due to a strange fluke, the Sheardowns had stocked their basement with alcohol because they were next in line to host one of these embassy functions that the foreign diplomats would have. Obviously that didn't happen because of the embassy takeover that sort of shut all that stuff down, but the house guests had this abundant supply of wine and liquor and this kind of thing, so they often threw themselves little parties and they drank. But there was also a lot of tension, and there were some tense moments when they were worried about being discovered.
I felt like we were on the Titanic, and that we didn't know when we were going to hit the iceberg, but unlike the people on the real Titanic, we knew that there were icebergs out there and that it was potentially possible that any day we could run into one.
Unable to leave the house, and living behind closed doors, the diplomats pass endless hours in whatever way they can. It's just a waiting game.
John Sheardown had a big library. We did a lot of reading. I read 27 books during that time. I think Mark Leidrick more than doubled that. We played Monopoly, Scrabble, Bridge. There's always a worry in the back of your mind, that we might be caught.
They became a bit stir-crazy. They had to stay inside. There were times when visitors would come over to the house, they would lock themselves in their room, they would hide under the bed. They were very nervous about making an untoward sound, anything that could attract attention.
Check number 33 is 1161.
In Washington, the CIA also feel the pressure. Mendez sets a date for the exfiltration. January 25th, 1980. The risks are so great that rather than send another agent, he'll go there himself. He selects a colleague, codenamed Julia, who speaks Farsi, the language of Iraq, to travel with him. The CIA are also in contact with the Canadian ambassador, Kenneth Taylor, who has been protecting the house guests since the start. Soon Mendez will meet them all face to face, and their freedom will pass from the hands of the Canadians to those of the CIA agents. If it all goes wrong and fails, then ultimately their own lives could also be on the line. Almost 3 months since the first day of the diplomat's escape, top intelligence agent Tony Mendez and a colleague codenamed Julia arrive in Iran. Most of this time, the Canadian ambassador has been in secret communication with the CIA, and knows they're coming.
Respond to HQ. There's a female in the lobby. Canadian Edwards. She advises her unit.
When they arrive at the Canadian diplomat's house, the house guests have no idea what to expect.
Two gentlemen in trench coats showed up, which was appropriate, of course. Tony introduced himself as Kevin Harkins. There was another gentleman with him, but he stayed in the background pretty much.
61, 10-4. State numbers 810081.
The man who calls himself Kevin Harkins, in fact, Tony Mendez, immediately begins to assess the diplomat's mental state after 80 days in hiding.
When Tony joined the group, he selectively and very carefully began to analyze each one of them, saying, who is the individual that I least need to worry about, and who do I need to focus on?
Mendez is looking out for the weakest link, the person most likely to panic during the escape.
Yeah, 13, go ahead.
The house guests are also making an assessment of their own. Can this man really get them out of here? And how?
Copy that, thank you.
When Tony offered the Hollywood scenario, I liked it immediately.
They set up an office in Hollywood, and everyone had their business card. And here's mine right here.
The Argo plan impresses most of the house guests, but not all of them are immediately convinced.
I got to admit, I was taken aback by it because it's not something I'd been thinking about for the last 3 months.
The challenge for Mendez is to open the diplomat's eyes to an entirely new illusionary world of falsity and pretense. They must somehow come to terms with playing Hollywood characters that don't exist, except in the eyes of the Iranians. So Mendez plays a small conjurer's trick on them to get them thinking about the deception they'll have to perform themselves to escape.
So he comes in and he performs this little parlor trick that he does with two corks. He holds them in his hand, kind of forming two Ds, and he magically separates them, making it look as if one cork has passed through the other.
And I know it was just a trick, it was just a sleight of hand, but somehow I was kind of amazed by the little hand trick. I thought, well, he can do this, and he's saying he's got all this experience, so I think that we can trust him.
I think he said that's the part of it. It's the whole thing is an illusion, trying to put something over somebody. You're playing a role, you're a different person, so you're trying to fool somebody, so it's not real, it's an illusion.
These are the very first moments that the Master of Disguise has with the house guests. Just the beginning of the preparations. He knows the Hollywood plan is a big ask for civilians not used to undercover operations. Even so, Mendez issues them with their aliases, the people they're going to have to pretend to be on the day of the escape. Cora Lyjek is told that she is no longer Mark Lyjek's wife, but the Hollywood scriptwriter, Teresa Harris.
Someone had obviously read our files because my birthday was my mother's month and day, and it was my year. So it was things that I already knew. And I actually went to school with a woman named Teresa Harris, who shares my actual real birthday. I don't know if that's a fluke.
Okay.
The next day, CIA agents Tony Mendez and Julia drive through Tehran to the Canadian embassy. Here, they have to perform a critical piece of CIA tradecraft, forging the travel documents of the 6 escapees. Watched by the Canadian ambassador, Kenneth Taylor, Mendez forges the travel documents. He needs to create a record of these false identities having entered Iran.
And he'd have had a number of tools. He would have had, of course, a magnifying glass. He would have had a forger's kit. And he would have used what's called the forger's bridge, which is a way to rest his hands on the document that don't smear the ink but allow him to put in the final details. If they look too perfect, there's something wrong with them.
Barney 16
But
radio.
if they're too
We're going to be back at
haphazard,
1. Are we good for
they
our
may
lunch?
not be believable.
To
match the ink used by the Iranian authorities, Mendez uses an ink pad supplied by the CIA. But it has dried up and doesn't work.
Now, here's where the artistic side of Tony comes in. He walks over to Ken Taylor's liquor cabinet. He selects a scotch with a high octane quality. He pours some scotch onto the pad. And sure enough, they come out perfectly.
It's the final day of the escape preparations. Tomorrow, they will head to Tehran's airport and try to flee the country. But Mendez and Julio are not sure that the house guests are adequately prepared.
So on Sunday night, Tony goes back to the Sheerdowns to meet up with the house guests, and he's very surprised by what he sees.
Flatbed trailer.
What he sees is that the house guests are scrambling through all their clothes, completely absorbed in the characters they will play. They have to transform themselves from bureaucrats into fashionable Hollywood filmmakers.
Bob Andrews, I think, won the prize, though. I mean, he decided to become very flamboyant. I think he unbuttoned his shirt down to about the middle of his chest. Bob has quite a bit of chest hair, so he displayed that prominently.
I'm looking out of my shirt, and I thought, well, maybe if I had some kind of a chain, with a medallion or something, and that would fit, that'd be sort of Hollywoodish. And so then I said, yeah, that's the me, that's the new me, that's Robert Baker, that went to Studio 6.
The house guests begin to enjoy playing their flamboyant Hollywood characters. But Mendez is still concerned that they haven't yet taken on board the full gravity of the escape. So with the help of Roger Lucy, a colleague of the ambassador, he decides to put them through a mock interrogation.
And he took it very seriously. He actually wore these leather boots and a camouflage jacket, a little swagger stick. And he got right in their faces.
Roger, he was playing his role as the interrogator. He was playing it to the hilt, so he gave him some kind of a very serious threat. I forget exactly what it was, but something like he was going to be taken away and probably executed. And this gave us all a little start. Said, well, yeah, have to take this thing seriously. And it's not just a game that we're playing.
I think the point was to make sure that we had those answers down so fast that we could spit them out and not give us time to think, to remember. They had to be right there. We had to be able to recall them immediately. And it was effective, I think.
After only 2 days of preparation, Mendez decides the time has come for the diplomats to make a break for it. If he's right, it could be their ticket out. But if he's wrong, their freedom, even their lives, could be on the line.
Female with CIT issues, advising she's feeling violent and
the day of reckoning has arrived. Once the group enters the airport, there will be no turning back.
16 and 18.
This was the moment of truth.
Are on their lunches.
He knew that this was life or death.
24655. 24655.
Next one will be Arturo Laboran, Lincoln Adam.
As day breaks, Mendez enters the airport,
Arturo Laboran.
soon to be followed by the 6 diplomats.
The last name His last name is Laboran.
The initial shock of entering a brightly lit, crowded place after being in hiding for 3 months definitely was something to deal with.
After checking in their bags, they face their first big test, getting through passport control. But right from the start, it looks like it could go wrong.
Number 9, that's where his party is.
Lee Schatz breaks away from the house guests
18 or
and their
Adam
agreed
16,
plan.
to have a volunteer to break to handle
Lee was sort of standing there,
code 2 and zone 7 on Dub.
a little
We've got
nervous.
a
He was beginning to look
female,
around, a little worried.
27 years old, having a
The customs
CIT
official
emergency,
looks at Lee
advising
Schatz's
she's feeling
passport
violent and
photo.
wants to harm herself.
Notices his moustache and thinks maybe it's a different person.
Immigration's officer looked at him, looked at his photo,
Okay, copy. Thank you.
did a double
It's gonna be
take.
at 11721 Dove Avenue. Again, was
And then took his passport and left and went into a back room.
Shaniqua Nicole Hayward. Prior shows she diagnosed schizophrenic.
Mendez can only watch from a distance,
Cat is
hoping Schatz
1164.
won't panic.
Tony's greatest fear was that they would panic, they would break cover, they would confess, refuse to go through the screening process, and literally be frozen by fear. And it's this point, even a tiny bead of sweat running off their forehead could betray the fact that these passports weren't legitimate.
When the official comes back, Schatz tries to explain that he's trimmed his moustache, and it really is him in the photograph.
Thank you so much. It's at 4225.
And he basically told the guy, well, I trimmed my mustache.
Amy Nair called to
And he
state
stamped
there's
the passport and he let him go.
This vacant property has been boarded up a few times.
After Lee Schatz, the rest of the house guests file through passport control. But the team are
She's
not
advising
yet through.
if they have broken back
Ahead,
in and
they
established
still face
that
the
you're living
riskiest
there,
part of the escape,
just for us to
presenting
let her
their
know, and then
departure
she'll go
forms
through an
at
eviction
final
process.
immigration.
If she's having
All
trouble
of this
with the
work
same people.
came up to the
Code
point
2,
is
CAT is
could
1163,
the departure
1163.
forms that they were
Get ready to
carrying,
get there from here and
would they
that
be
house will
matched to
show
the
me a
originals?
route.
White forms, in theory,
Thank you,
filled in on entry
1639.
to Iran, but which the escapees don't have, must match the yellow exit forms Mendez has forged. If the officials try to cross-check the forms against each other,
I'm 11.
it will all go wrong.
Party 14,
It's a
I
chance
see that you are
Mendez
now
has to take.
available 1639.
If any one of the 6 had
Go
failed,
right ahead, sir.
they would not only have been arrested, but Tony likely would have been shot.
You feel very powerless.
Yeah, we don't have an expedited tonight on C.
When we got to the immigration desk, there was no one there.
Look at 1176.
Cora went kind of in the
Are you
back
busy?
there and started yelling. And nobody came, so she yelled again, and this sleepy-looking guy came out carrying a teapot, and he put the teapot down, and he grabbed our passports, pulled the cards out,
Copy that 1639.
handed them back to us. Didn't even look at us at all at any point in this process. We thanked him, and then we headed off to the departure line.
1639.
All 6 escapees make it through the critical stage. The official hardly looks at the yellow forms that Mendez has forged.
No, 1176. It's just it's an infernal dispatch. Somebody's calling and asking not to
The house guests now assemble in the departure lounge, waiting for their flight call. Then, bad news.
We are sorry to inform you that Swiss Air Flight 363 will be delayed due to mechanical problems.
Something always happens
so to meet you
unexpected.
at 35,
And in this
50
instance,
Jerome.
it does. The flight is delayed.
Adam 11 radio enabled.
Okay, let me do a callback
The
for you.
delay means that their chances of being found out are now increasing.
Barney 14, you can
Minute
disregard callers.
after minute,
CPD
the
is
elite
no longer
Revolutionary
needed.
Guards,
Someone
who
already
Mendez
assisted
hoped
them.
to avoid, are now coming on duty. They're trained to be on the lookout for spies.
1641.
Go ahead, Piano.
The delay means that the diplomats must maintain their disguises potentially for
Kennels,
hours.
do you have anybody in the
You
area?
feel very powerless.
146
And that makes the time drag even longer.
I have a zone car there.
They don't know, are the Revolutionary Guard onto them? Are they scrutinizing the papers? Are they going to be matching the white and yellow copies?
Copy that, 1642.
The worry for
11, did
Mendez
you copy
is,
that?
how long can they maintain their disguises before they give everything away? And can they hold their nerve in front of the feared Revolutionary Guards?
18 AM radio.
They just realized that I was real.
3250, what zone is
The longer we were there, the greater the chance of somebody recognizing any one of us.
Okay, for 45. Thank you for your call.
The delayed flight has left the escapees exposed. Kathy, Joe, and Cora Lijek have more reason to be worried than the others. Because they work in the visa section of the consulate, dealing with Iranians every day, their faces are familiar. They could be spotted at any time.
Kathy, Joe, and I had all worked on the visa line. I was worried that just by coincidence, somebody in the airport would recognize Kathy, Joe, or myself. I don't think we were talking very much. We'd kind of gotten quiet. We'd done everything we could. We just wanted to get out of that room and onto the airplane.
The presence of the Revolutionary Guards, who are now coming on duty, ramps up the pressure to another level.
The departure lounge itself is filling up. As the day is progressing, more and more Revolutionary Guards are coming in. They're beginning to harass the people.
As they wait, Mendez sees that the Revolutionary Guards are stopping other passengers and questioning them.
They're looking for Iranians who are trying to steal wealth and leave the country, but they're starting to turn and look at foreigners as well.
141644, Barney 1929861 and Dave. James is calling you, States Black, now 511, wearing red black coat, red
After
black,
years of
baseball
carrying
cap,
out
and
undercover
40s refusing to leave.
exfiltrations, Mendez knows that it's in these unexpected
I have this
moments
other one on
that the
79.
escapees are most likely to panic.
Whatever.
They have already begun to make their first mistakes. For Mendez, this is nerve-wracking.
One of the people in the group really didn't want to leave. He felt we were abandoning the hostages. He never really got into the story and the role. In fact, when we went to the waiting room, he called me by my real name, Cora. Mark and I moved away from that person and decided to kind of keep a distance from them.
Another mistake is when a nervous house guest picks up an Iranian newspaper written in the local language of Farsi. It will be highly unlikely for a Hollywood filmmaker to be doing this. Exactly the kind of giveaway a trained Revolutionary Guard would be looking for.
Tony went over to him and said, put the paper down. You should probably not be a Farsi speaker or be able to read it. And he did. He put it down.
Mendez cannot afford a third mistake. Just one glance by a Revolutionary Guard at the wrong moment.
Yeah, this other one's going to be a one-man assignment. He's not there.
During the delay, Tony could do essentially one thing to assuage the fears of the six, and that's be calm.
Those last 30 minutes in the waiting area seemed to drag on forever. Every minute passing very, very slowly.
When they glanced over at him, they couldn't see panic, they couldn't see fear, only the normal countenance, the rock, the steadiness.
If you could take your blood pressure at each different point along the line, it's probably pretty high.
Okay, put us around.
This was kind of a draining experience going through the airport, and I just wanted to be on the aircraft at that stage. That was it.
Finally, at around 8:30 a.m., there's a second announcement.
Passengers for Swiss Air Flight 363 for 0, please approach the boarding gate.
Finally, they hear the announcement. Swiss Air flight is boarding.
We really felt good to actually getting on the bus, going out to the plane. that was beginning to feel that, well, maybe it's really going to work, it's really going to happen.
As they leave, there is no dramatic police chase along the runway. Flight 363 takes off without further incident.
And just a repeat address.
A few hours later, it lands in Zurich, Switzerland.
I wanted to say thank you and goodbye to Tony, but when I turned around, he was gone.
I'm not even sure we had a chance to shake hands with Tony and Julio. They went off, and for them it was just another day at the office, I guess. But obviously for us, it was a life-changing experience.
Tony knows they're going on with their lives, but he knows that this is just one of many operations, and his primary objective at that point is drift off into the shadows.
The Argo escape plan is kept secret for 17 years. The files are eventually declassified, and the world would learn of one of the CIA's most extraordinary operations.
It's the secret story of how the CIA fooled everyone.
Argo is a perfect example of truth being strange from fiction. It's hard to imagine that this is real. And I think that was the genius of Argo.
Beirut, 1985.
Apparently packed with explosives blew up at the entrance to the embassy.
Terrorists are targeting Americans in a series of deadly attacks. Hundreds are dead, and now the CIA's top man in the Middle East has been taken hostage. William Casey, the head of the CIA, decides to throw out the rulebook and strike back.
He wanted to take revenge.
It was totally an off-the-books operation.
In a top-secret mission still denied by the American government, Casey allegedly sanctions the assassination of the man he believes is responsible for the attacks on Americans.
Bill Casey was convinced that Fadlallah was the force behind Hezbollah.
He determined this was a bleeding terrorist and they were going to get him.
And on March the 8th, 1985, the assassins struck.
4 young males just came banging on their door with guns.
They took it into Fadlallah's neighborhood, hoping to kill him.
Based on briefings with the former head of the CIA, this is the top-secret story of
no
the
further
Beirut car.
closing description of no direction of travel. The code 1, standard 1187, 1187. Thank you, 1650.
102 radio.
2-car damage and 1 vehicle visible full. No injuries, everybody's out of the vehicle. Go ahead.
17815, you said?
Okay.
Where is this, like a
1983, Beirut, Lebanon. The capital of this tiny Middle Eastern country is being devastated by years of conflict.
Lakeview and Superior. I have no plate information.
Now, American troops are arriving in the city. Their mission, not to invade, but to bring peace.
Thank you. 1651.
Also in the city is a substantial CIA presence. Operating out of the US Embassy, the agents are there to counter a growing problem in Beirut: terrorism. A top-secret meeting has been called to discuss the threat. Chairing the meeting will be the CIA's top Middle East analyst,
I reached out to Frontier. They advised
he is a man who was considered to be a key analyst of terrorist organizations and Middle East politics.
Bob Ames was probably the most knowledgeable person in the Middle East.
Ames had previously infiltrated the PLO and has been brought into Beirut secretly to advise on the terrorist threat.
7
Also in the building that day is aid worker Ann Damerel.
When you work in an embassy, everyone knows that CIA agents are there. What you may not know is who they are.
With 3 shoreline starting 0.0.
As the classified CIA meeting is gathering, a white van is winding through the Beirut streets to the embassy.
Very few people saw what was coming. It was the calm before the storm.
The funny thing about living in Beirut when I was there, I never dreamt that I would be targeted.
It didn't look like a threat and kind of took everybody off guard.
The driver manages to enter the embassy compound's basement garage. The entire central section of the embassy building collapses in the explosion, bringing down 7 stories of masonry and rubble. Andamara is one of those trapped beneath the wreckage.
I couldn't move anything. I heard, Yalla Bina, let's go, let's go. And I was aware that there were 4 young Lebanese near me. They made like a board, and they moved me out. And they started to run with me across the garden.
Anne's rescue is captured on video. She is one of the lucky ones. 200 people are wounded in the attack. 63 are killed, 17 of them American. News of the embassy bombing rocks America.
CBS Evening News, Dan Rather reporting. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut tonight is a floodlit scene of death and devastation. Much of the 7-story building is rubble, and in that rubble, possibly more victims of a massive terrorist car bomb. The Pentagon says 1 U.S. Marine and 2 U.S. Army soldiers are...
I'm a young Marine then, and I watched this on the news, and my thoughts were, wow, I'm on my way over there.
The embassy being bombed was definitely a shock. I don't think anybody had any idea the kind of defense an embassy really needed against the kind of bombs that could be put together, particularly when you have people willing to die deliberately.
This cowardly act has turned a number of killed and wounded. It appears that there are some American casualties, but we don't know yet the exact number or the extent of injury.
Okay.
For the CIA, it is a particularly devastating blow. Half the American dead worked for the agency.
If you look at it from the bomber's point of view, it was an enormous success. It wiped out the CIA station, killed Bob Ames.
His loss was devastating, and the director of the CIA said that Bob Ames was as close to an irreplaceable man as he'd ever known in U.S. intelligence.
That director of the CIA is William Casey, and Casey is taking it personally.
Well, Casey obviously was a very intelligent guy. He was a risk taker, and that's different from being a gambler.
He was a very intimidating person if you were afraid of him. He had a very short temper. He didn't suffer fools lightly.
In many respects, he was a wild man. He had really no time for the moderates. You know, they make nice people.
Casey directs every CIA resource available to hunt down those responsible for the attack on the U.S. Embassy.
Under CIA Director Casey, the CIA is probably more sophisticated than it ever had been in its history.
Analysts are charged with reviewing thousands of intercepts. Agents are ordered to go to their informants, and dozens of emergency meetings are called for senior CIA officials. But before Casey can get the enemy in his sights, they strike again. Their target? Over 1,800 American Marines stationed in Lebanon as peacekeepers.
The United States had made a decision to put its troops in Lebanon to help stabilize the country.
We were there acting as a liaison between the Lebanese government and the warring militias until the Lebanese government could get on their feet.
They weren't sent there to fight a war. They were to keep the peace. It was a peacekeeping mission.
The majority of the forces are based in barracks situated next to Beirut Airport.
From the rooftop of the building, we can see the main terminal and the mountains and the Mediterranean Sea to the right.
Their position is also dangerously close to an area of Beirut controlled by Muslim militias.
Where it was located was not a choice position for its
11, your
security.
cat is 1194.
In the early hours, a truck heads out of Muslim-controlled Beirut on the airport road towards the barracks. At the same time, Marine Lance Corporal Kevin Jiggets is signing off from guard duty.
I went down to my room in the building, and I remember just taking off my boots and laying down.
As Jiggets lies down to sleep, the van approaches the perimeter of the barracks.
This truck came down Airport Road. He turned into the parking lot of the main terminal, and he crashed through a barbed wire barrier.
As a peacekeeping force, the Marines' weapons are not loaded. The face of the driver is visible to the guards as he aims the truck at the barracks. He is smiling.
It drove into this big building. It was a barracks.
The initial contact with the truck and the guard shack is what woke me up.
The truck rams into the base of the barracks and is primed to explode.
And I reach for my weapon when I say the showtime, ladies, and that's the last thing I remember.
616 East 131.
It is the largest non-nuclear explosion since the Second World War.
Upon detonation, the building was lifted from its foundation and kind of pancaked down floor after floor.
The entire building is leveled.
We had never seen anything like this. It was an iconic bombing.
The truck was laden with approximately 12,000 pounds of explosives.
You're complete on
It was a
Nelson.
pretty simple thing. A very large vehicle packed with explosives got up to the front of the barracks and was exploded. It wasn't very complicated.
59.
It was a beautifully done operation.
It is John Henry Adams, 10.
The next thing I remember was 2 white Marines were removing rubble from me.
Shows that it's recovered, correct?
I didn't feel any pain until they picked me up.
Both of Jiggets' legs are broken, and he suffers burns and cuts over his entire body. All that remains of the 9-story building is rubble.
The recovery report was made.
Prior to 9/11, it was the largest terrorist attack against U.S. personnel in the history of the United States.
241 American soldiers were killed. 240 of them were Marines.
It is the biggest single loss of American servicemen's life since Iwo Jima.
I know there are no words that can express our sorrow and grief for the loss of those splendid young men. Likewise, there are no words to properly express our outrage, and I think the outrage of all Americans at the despicable act.
513-230. West Ontario, they said they're
In Washington, William Casey and the CIA are now under real pressure to find the terrorists. The problem is that no one has yet claimed responsibility. But within hours of the attack, a statement is released to a French news agency by a group calling themselves Islamic Jihad, Arabic for Holy War. The group say they are responsible for both the attack on the Marines and for another simultaneous attack in the city, which has claimed the lives of 58 French soldiers.
John Henry Adams, sorry. 10.
But no one in Washington has ever heard of Islamic Jihad.
When the Islamic Jihad claimed the bombing, we knew absolutely nothing about it. It was not an organization that we even knew existed.
The CIA was caught completely off guard. We did not have the structure internally to handle that kind of threat.
We didn't know where it was, what it was. We didn't know who was behind it.
William Casey is determined that the CIA will find out and bring the perpetrators of this terrible crime to justice. And according to some, he will go beyond the law to do so.
136.050 and expires 10/9 of 23.
The man Casey selects to uncover those responsible is seasoned Middle East agent Robert Bayer.
It is aggressive. It charges
Anxious not to lose more operatives, Bayer's brief is simple.
Doesn't appear that it attacked
When I left Washington, the orders were stay alive. Whatever you do, stay alive. We don't care if you ever send a report in. We don't care what you do. Just don't get killed or kidnapped. It was very simple orders.
Bayer sets off and finds Beirut, a city in turmoil.
There was no other way in except a Black Hawk. We came in over the sea about 10 feet. The helicopter drops down, so there's spray going everywhere.
Yeah, I'm looking.
And you're coming in about 200 miles an hour.
But it says recovered from Center Ridge Road.
You're shelling. Parts of Beirut are burning. It was the ninth circle of hell.
Bayer and the other agents immediately begin to set up a low-profile operation.
This was Lebanon, you know, it was a civil war. You just absolutely wanted to be the least important person on the street. We didn't wear suits, always Levi's, scuff shoes. You never carried a radio in the open. You never carried a gun in the open. You looked like you were a bum that just sort of wandered off from wherever. We drove beat-up old cars with bullet holes in them, with bald tires. You know, if you change your car every day, that was the best way to do it. At one point, I actually drove a taxi there. It was an old Mercedes, it was been painted a bunch of time, all dinged up, and it looked like what's called a service. There were just no limits, no laws. It was amazing. We had all the money we wanted. We would, at the drop of a hat, buy an apartment. I had probably 12 apartments and houses and moved between them night after night, so you were never in the same place.
As a fluent Arabic speaker, Bayer is assigned the role of gathering intelligence on the streets.
It was mainly picking up sources in cars, and we would put surveillance on places, watch people coming and going.
Gradually, Bayer's intelligence work starts to pay off. He begins to gather information on Islamic Jihad. And that intelligence leads him to the religious leaders of one of Lebanon's main Islamic sects, the Shias.
We knew that there was a grouping of Shia clerics that had started in 1982, and we watched this formation occur. You know, people would join and leave. Names we didn't know much about, but basically the religious establishment was coming to join in this Islamic resistance movement.
The Shia sect are in the minority in the Muslim world, but in Lebanon, they make up around half the Muslim population. And critically, they are the same branch of Islam as America's key enemy in the Middle East, Iran. Despite limitless CIA resources, Bayer's efforts to penetrate Islamic Jihad now hit a brick wall.
These people were very, very good. They never showed themselves. They worked out of tenements in Beirut. They didn't have a name, they didn't have an office, they didn't keep phone numbers.
What we began to find out was that they were very sophisticated in the structure of their organization, and in my opinion, they were almost as good as we are.
They were strictly family-based, impossible to penetrate.
So William Casey decides to turn to America's only friend in the region, Israel.
Israel is a very, very close ally, both politically and in intelligence areas, and so we work with them really as our intelligence and political brothers and sisters, really.
The Israeli intelligence service, Mossad, is conducting its own operations in Lebanon. Mossad pass on to Casey what they know. The Israeli report says that an organization inside Lebanon is involved. The Israelis identify a house in Damascus, the capital of neighboring Syria. where they say a Syrian intelligence officer discussed the attacks on the Marines 3 days before the bombing. Present at the meeting was a grandfatherly man with a black turban and brown robes. The Israelis say he is the key figure in the militant Shiite movement in Lebanon, Sheikh Mohammed Hussein Fadlallah.
The intelligence the CIA and the Israelis developed showed that Sheikh Fadlallah, a Shiite militant, was at the center and involved, allegedly, in at least the main bombings in Beirut, including the attack on the Marine barracks.
Fadlallah was born and raised in Iraq, but has spent his adult life in Lebanon. He is an open critic of America's presence in the region.
Mohammed Hussein Fadlallah naturally became a part of the anti-Western coalition, if you like. You know, he's an Ayatollah. He would give blanket fatwas saying, yeah, it's fine to use force to drive out an occupying power.
Casey becomes convinced that Fadlallah has to be connected to the bombings and is a leading figure in Islamic Jihad. At last, Casey has a target. According to some, Casey now sets in motion an operation to assassinate the man who he believes ordered the slaughter of hundreds of Americans. In the months after the barracks bombing, President Reagan reassures the world that America will stay the course.
The people of Lebanon must be given the chance to resume their efforts to lead a normal life, free from violence, without the presence of unauthorized foreign forces on their soil. And to this noble end, I rededicate the efforts of the United States.
But the truth is that neither the American military or the American people have any desire to be embroiled in another Vietnam.
The military decided that no longer were they going to let the politicians dribble them into a war, and a war that the public doesn't support.
I think the American public were sick of the killings.
But CIA Director William Casey is considering an operation against the Lebanese cleric Sheikh Mohammed Fadlallah, who he suspects is the leader of the terrorist organization behind the attacks on Americans. But before he can strike back, there is a further humiliation for America.
Yeah, can you check the service out at 3117
Just 4 months after the bombing of the U.S. Marines, America begins a full withdrawal of its forces from Lebanon.
At 1710, thank you.
Many in the CIA believe it is sending the wrong message to the terrorists.
Pulling Marines out of Beirut was viewed as a victory by the bad guys writ large.
It was sending a signal to terrorists in the region that the Reagan administration was a paper tiger.
Casey decides that it is up to the CIA to exact revenge for this loss of face.
Casey felt defeated because he was part of the administration that convinced Reagan to go in, to send the Marines in.
But to strike back, he must first rebuild the agency's damaged capabilities in Lebanon.
Appreciate that.
Casey's first action is to send in a new station chief, William Buckley.
Buckley was a great man, very solid fella. His expertise was in paramilitary operations.
Buckley, a former commander who had fought in Vietnam, will be the CIA's most important man on the ground in Beirut. Casey promises to provide Buckley with everything he needs to combat the terrorist threat posed by Islamic Jihad.
There's a failure to appear.
Buckley steps up CIA paramilitary training, hostage rescue, and VIP protection. He trains Lebanese intelligence agents to work alongside his teams. Back at CIA headquarters in Langley, Casey has 50 highly trained analysts working exclusively on Islamic terrorism in the Middle East. Out of this massively expanded operation, Buckley and Casey learn a vital piece of intelligence.
30 years old.
It takes a lot of time to figure out what's going on. We figured that the Islamic Jihad was an organization that they just borrowed a name.
Copy 117
It emerges that Islamic Jihad is not a single body. It is the name for a loose network of Shiite militant groups. The CIA learns that just one of these groups is responsible for the attacks on American targets. That group will become one of the most dangerous and radical organizations to ever emerge from the Middle East. But in 1984, they are only just starting to refer to themselves by name. They call themselves the Party of God. In Arabic, Hezbollah.
Everybody talks about Hezbollah today. At the time, I never heard of Hezbollah.
In April 1983, we had no idea there would be a Hezbollah. In fact, there was no name for it.
It is only now, after the bombings, that the group starts to use their notorious name. Hezbollah has been created by America's greatest enemy in the region, Iran. In 1982, its spiritual leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, had sent 1,000 Iranian Revolutionary Guards to train Shiite fighters in Lebanon.
Hezbollah was created by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. There's just no doubt about this. They funded it, they organized it.
And now Hezbollah is fighting Iran's war in Lebanon.
It was an extension of the Iranian Revolution, if you like. It was Iran's effort to open out the revolution to the Arab world. And they did it very successfully. And Lebanon was the first place.
The CIA discovers that Iran is training Hezbollah fighters on the Lebanese-Syrian border. Soon, they receive other vital intelligence. Both the Lebanese security forces and Israel's Mossad inform the CIA that a senior figure in the Hezbollah power structure is none other than Sheikh Mohammed Fadlallah. The same man who Casey believes is behind the attacks on the US Embassy and Marine barracks. Casey becomes convinced that the best way to strike at Hezbollah and send a clear signal to America's enemies is to kill Fadlallah. But Casey faces a complication. Targeted assassinations are against the law.
During Watergate, Gerald Ford, the president, issued an executive order banning assassinations by any agency, including the CIA. So in the 80s, Casey's hands were tied, and so he stretched the law.
In Washington, Casey turns to the CIA's formidable legal team to try to convince President Reagan to change the law. His argument is that a preemptive strike against Fadlallah should be seen as an act of self-defense.
In other words, if you'd gotten rid of Hitler in the 30s, maybe 20 million people wouldn't have died in World War II. And that's a pretty good argument.
Sam 620952 comes back to a 2009 Volvo.
Back in Beirut, William Buckley has a much more immediate problem to deal with. The terrorists have started taking hostages.
Hezbollah had started kidnapping individual Americans with a view to getting the United States out of the Middle East.
Groups of armed men are seizing Westerners, especially Americans, from the streets of Beirut. Casey realizes that the CIA needs to act. So Buckley starts formulating a daring rescue plan.
He wanted to set up paramilitary operations. He said, let's get people on the ground, let's get Delta Force there, we're going to rescue these people.
Buckley's plan is that the Green Berets and Israeli Special Forces will enter the city by boat under the cover of darkness. Simultaneously, in the city, Mossad agents will cause a diversion by placing bombs outside the homes of suspected Islamic terrorists. Then the Green Berets will make their way to a series of suspected locations and conduct stealth raids to rescue the hostages and take out the terrorists. Dangerous and daring though the plan is, Buckley believes that the very nature of such a surprise assault will be what ensures its success. On March the 15th, 1984, Casey gives Buckley the green light. But before he can put his plan into action, Hezbollah will strike again. And this time, the terrorists are coming after the CIA themselves. Since arriving in Beirut, Buckley has been having an affair with a beautiful young Lebanese woman called Zenoub. Unbeknownst to Buckley, Zenoub works for Hezbollah. Monitoring every detail of Buckley's personal routine, she passes on the intelligence to the Hezbollah leadership.
Buckley was very predictable in his routine going to and from the embassy, and he was warned by a ranking military official to, look, stop doing that because you're putting yourself at risk.
Buckley ignores the warning, believing he is safe from attack and oblivious to Zenoub's true identity.
First one here said that there was 2 vehicles involved, one went north, one went south.
On a Friday morning, William Buckley leaves his Beirut apartment, carrying
one of the vehicles, I think that went north, was a red Jeep. They don't know what
Taking the elevator to the basement garage, he is joined by a well-dressed man. In the basement, the man suddenly strikes.
They hit him over the head with a briefcase with something hard in it. They grabbed him, threw him in the back of a trunk of a car, and drove off into the southern suburbs.
For Casey, the kidnapping of the Beirut station chief is an unprecedented disaster.
This was a real earthquake for Casey and the CIA.
William Buckley was a chief of station and had volumes of CIA information in his head, in his memory. And the accounts were that Hezbollah was torturing Buckley daily.
Testing secure radio tone.
In September, proof that Buckley is still alive is released to the CIA by his kidnappers.
There appeared eventually a video that Casey saw of Buckley being tortured.
He was almost dead. He was slobbering. You could barely understand what he was saying. The concern was the amount of classified information that was being tortured out of Station Chief Buckley was causing serious damage to national security.
Buckley's Lebanese agents began to vanish or turn up dead. With the loss of their station chief and their intelligence network in Lebanon clearly compromised, Casey fears the agency's entire operation in the Middle East is in ruins.
It showed the limits of American power. The United States was not able to protect its intelligence representatives abroad. And Hezbollah was able to hold this man, and the United States apparently couldn't do anything about it.
For one of their own to be tortured and killed that way, and then for the video to get to Casey and the CIA, it galvanized this idea of we have to fight back, and if our hands are going to be tied, if there are rules, if there are laws, if there are executive orders, to hell with them, we're going to get the job done.
And any doubt that Casey may have about hitting back at the terrorists is removed when they strike yet again. A Hezbollah car bomb targets the U.S. Embassy Annex building. 24 are killed and 90 wounded. But this time, the CIA linked the attack to Hezbollah.
17. Medic 21 should be arriving now.
Casey turns to remarkable top-secret CIA aerial photographs, which show a van identical to the one used in the attack at a Hezbollah training camp in the Lebanese desert. The photographs reveal an exact mock-up of the protective concrete barriers at the embassy annex, and between the obstacles, tire tracks.
If they looked carefully enough, the outline of the drive that had to be made was exactly what you saw right in front of the United States Embassy Annex in Beirut.
It is beyond doubt. The Iranians are running a car-bomb school for Hezbollah terrorists. In Washington, Casey makes his position clear. They must cut off the head of the Hezbollah snake and kill the man they believe to be its leader, Sheikh Fadlallah.
In November of 1984, President Reagan signed something called a finding. Finding is a document that means the president has found that a certain top-secret activity is in the interests of national security.
The finding does not mean that the CIA can carry out assassinations, but it does mean that they can train local units who potentially can. This gives Casey some room for maneuver. Casey can now sanction the killing, but the CIA must still not be directly involved. Veteran journalist Bob Woodward claims that this is precisely what Casey does next.
It was totally an off-the-books operation. The CIA was not directly involved, though Casey himself personally was.
Covert action has always been available to presidents when they do not wish to use the United States military.
According to Woodward, Casey hunts for a third party to execute the assassination.
William Casey looked elsewhere to find a partner to launch a strike against the leadership of Hezbollah in Lebanon. And that partner was Saudi Arabia.
Although denied by Saudi Arabia and the American government, according to Woodward, in early 1985, the Saudi Arabian ambassador to the US, Prince Bandar, is ordered by his king to cooperate with Casey in every respect.
Casey and Bandar met in one of these classic CIA secret meetings at Bandar's house and walked out into the garden.
According to Woodward, the Saudis, like Casey, believe that Sheikh Fadlallah is the leader of Hezbollah, and so agree to fund the operation.
Casey gave Bandar a card with the bank account number and said, transfer the $3 million for this operation into this account.
Casey agrees to the Saudis taking operational control, and they agree to using a former British SAS officer to head the mission.
It was Saudi intelligence, a former SAS officer, and Casey, and they planned this operation.
And then she has...
The SAS officer arrives in Beirut. To keep the CIA out of the picture, he recruits Lebanese agents to carry out the mission.
The goal here was to get the Lebanese to do the work. Your boots on the ground, if you will, to try to find Hezbollah's leaders and deal with them.
The plan is simple. To strike at Fadlallah using the weapon of the terrorists.
You know, irony of ironies, made a car bomb.
One agent is ordered to procure a large quantity of explosives. Another is to choose the vehicle. Money is paid to informants to make sure that they know where Fadlallah will be at a certain time. The man chosen to drive the vehicle is Eli Habika, the leader of a Christian militia group. The bomb will be set off by a timed remote, which Habika will activate before leaving the scene. Everything is set. The team is given the green light, and the operation to kill Fadlallah is set in motion. A pickup truck is driven into the crowded Bir Al Abed neighborhood in South Beirut. Concealed beneath crates of vegetables, 750 pounds of explosives.
I don't have any priorities pending. 1725. She'll be waiting in a silver
The truck is parked across the road from Sheikh Fadlalah's house. Intelligence says that Fadlallah will soon be returning there from the mosque. Lookouts are positioned to alert the driver of the truck, Ali Habika, of Fadlalah's departure.
Address is going to be 3287 West 84th.
At approximately 2 p.m., Fadlallah leaves the mosque after Friday prayer.
And then be advised,
one of the lookouts identifies Fadlallah, and the signal is relayed to Habika to prepare the bomb for detonation.
We'll do as much as we can. There we go. Yeah, we were able to clear the first floor of the house. The stairs upstairs are.
But then a woman stops Fadlallah.
Not gonna be able to get up there. We can just put this on the
She asks a religious question. They need to delay the detonation. Fadlallah is too far from the bomb.
We'll be switching channel 7. I only got one radio, let you know.
Okay.
But it's too late.
All right, 7219 radio.
The blast kills 83 people. 283 lie wounded. The victims are mainly schoolgirls, women, and children. Buildings up to 600 feet away are destroyed. Despite the size of the explosion, the bombers have missed their target. Fadlallah is just outside the blast radius. Surrounded by his supporters, the cleric simply walks away.
They did not kill him. They killed 80 innocent people, and Fadlallah escaped.
Those at the scene are under no illusion as to who is behind the attack.
Good. Yeah, we're on lunch. We could take that.
Yes, please. I'm sorry. The ad was cut off my screen, so I only saw
At CIA headquarters, Casey receives word that the operation has gone horrifically wrong.
This bombing of Fadlallah was a turning point. I mean, anybody had any doubts about the West were immediately convinced that these guys are crazy. They're going to slaughter us and kill us all for no purpose at all.
And worse is to come. It later transpires that the CIA's intelligence on Fadlallah, from Israeli and Lebanese sources, is deeply flawed. The man the CIA had targeted for death is not the head of Hezbollah. Over the next few years, the agency learns that Fadlallah has never been involved in any terrorist attacks against America.
There was no evidence, none, zero at all, that he was directly involved in attacks on the West or Israel. He was not an active operational member of Hezbollah, never at any time.
The Spanish speaker tried to get on the phone and speak, and so far I don't have any other updates.
To this day, Prince Bandar and both the Saudi Arabian and American governments deny any involvement in the attempt on Fadlallah's life. They say that rogue Lebanese militias undertook the operation alone. And those who worked alongside Casey at the highest levels of the CIA also claim he was not involved.
I think a lot of people have ascribed it to something that Casey put together with whatever, and that's not true. Casey had nothing to do with it.
Despite these public denials, it appears that William Casey himself is prepared for the story of his personal involvement to go public.
Hey, Berto, do we know anything about ours being down here on our arrival
In the years before his death in 1987, Casey agrees to a series of interviews with award-winning reporter Bob Woodward.
I met with Casey and talked to him 48 times. I talked to him on the phone, traveled with him on his CIA plane, and I was the only one with him. Had dinner with him in his house, had breakfast with him in his house.
Thank you.
Woodward eventually reveals Casey's involvement in the botched assassination attempt in his book, Veil, The Secret Wars of the CIA.
Now, why Casey would tell Bob Woodward this story, I don't know.
I think Casey talked to Woodward quite openly to leave a legacy behind and let people know what he wanted them to
I'm
know.
going to talk to myself. You can stay out.
Over the years, there has been speculation as to why Casey would talk to Woodward. Many people believe it was because Casey wanted to ensure that the CIA would learn from its mistakes in Beirut.
We underestimated our enemy in that case, and it came back to bite us.
Prior to 9/11, the terrorist attack on the Marine compound in 1983 was the largest terrorist attack against Americans in the history of the United States.
Because of intelligence failures in 1983, hundreds of Americans, including 241 Marines, lost their lives. It is a loss that many refuse to forget.
His son's name is Charles Townsend.
Beirut lives in the hearts of Beirut veterans because there's not been a day that's gone by that I don't think about it and I don't
He feels
remember
like
it.
a hostage in his own home. His son is
Casey
outside
too
the
was
backyard
adamant
burning
that the deaths of the Marines, the CIA agents, and embassy staff who died in the previous bombing would not be in vain. The CIA desperately needed to employ more effective tactics against the extremists.
Casey figured out that we had to do something better about combating terrorism.
The critical lesson that Casey learned was that the CIA needed to find ways of getting better intelligence on its enemies
October
and finding
27th.
more accurate ways of killing them.
CRT to Barney's response to this location.
So a year after the Fadlallah attack, Casey sets up a new CIA department, the Counterterrorism Center.
It brought together the espionage people and the people from the Directorate of Intelligence to work together for virtually the first time in history.
Yeah, my WCS.
And this was a revolution.
This revolution at the agency ensures that, unlike in Beirut, the CIA will now always try to have its own agents on the ground, providing highly accurate intelligence direct to the CIA's best analysts. They will no longer need to repeat the mistakes of Beirut, where they were forced to rely on foreign intelligence and local Lebanese to carry out their missions.
The blue and color Chevy Cruise, directly across from 719 caller values.
In 1986, the Counterterrorism Center starts developing a new way to accurately target its enemies, an unmanned aerial vehicle.
That was the beginning of where we are today with the lethal drones. That was the genesis right there.
This idea, born out of a failure of such tactics as the car bomb, would result in the development of highly sophisticated, lethal drones. It would take a generation to be perfected, but drones are now an integral and highly effective weapon in the CIA's campaign against terrorism.
We'll take care of that alarm.
It is a new era, and if you think about what Casey was dabbling in with Sheikh Fadlallah, it's small change compared to what goes on now.
The CIA continues to evolve in the face of new terrorist threats and has achieved some startling successes. In many cases, the extent of those successes are only now becoming declassified.
T25, how about that color for him? 5047.
May 1st, 2011, 30 minutes after midnight. In military terms, 0 dark 30. Navy SEALs are on a top secret mission. Their target, America's most wanted, Osama bin Laden. This night brings to a close the biggest manhunt ever known.
I don't think the CIA or the military had any idea that how difficult it would be to apprehend this guy.
Yet what the movies tell us about the CIA's manhunt is not the full story.
Between May of 98 and May of 99, we had 2 opportunities to capture him and 8 different opportunities to kill him.
We hear from the covert team who tracked bin Laden down.
You know you're fighting against time, and you know that people are going to die.
To reveal the declassified truth behind the 15-year pursuit that brought America's most wanted to justice.
Thank you. Alright, West 160 Terminal. This is male and female. The vehicle about an old hotel. Visit this video access to 38.
241 101 7335. 241
A Friday morning in New York. Thousands of people are downtown. But this is a day unlike any other. Because the hunt for the world's most wanted man begins now. Terrorists attack the World Trade Center. But this is not 9/11. It's 8 years earlier. A 1,500-pound truck bomb rips a 100-foot hole through 4 levels of World Trade Center Tower 1. The blast is designed to topple one 110-story tower into the other, potentially killing tens of thousands of people. It has failed.
Yeah, we conferred with our...
But 6 are dead, and the injured number more than 1,000.
Police are there and they're handling, so everything's good. We're
At first, no one has any idea who could have executed such an attack.
RTCC has nothing.
Years of investigation reveal those responsible are from a terrorist organization called Al-Qaeda. Little is known about them. This is their very first strike outside a Muslim nation.
It helped to put Al-Qaeda on the map. What it helped to do most of all was to convince at least the intelligence community that a threat within the United States could involve more than just a shooting or a kidnapping.
At the CIA, an order comes in from President Clinton. Find out everything there is to know about this new terror group. Senior analyst Mike Scheuer is instructed to head up a small team dedicated to the task.
I was fortunate enough to be appointed chief in late 1995, and we set up and began operations in December of 1995.
Scheuer assigns his new unit a code name, Alex Station, named after his then 2-year-old son. Alex Station is a first, unlike any other unit in the CIA, because it's dedicated to just one single mission: tracking down a man they suspect is Al-Qaeda's leader, Osama bin Laden.
It was a very different organization. It was the first time we were set up with a significant amount of manpower and funding to look at one person.
The team sets up at the CIA headquarters. Scheuer's recruitment ad has unexpected results.
There was women who came forward to be interviewed who applied for the jobs. Even when we were very small, when we had 10 or 12 people, probably 7 or 8 of them were women.
Cindy Story, an expert on Afghanistan, works with Alex Station from the very beginning.
I was the communication with the policymakers, including the president, about what's going on in the world that relates to terrorism. The idea of the Counter-Terrorist Center was that your analysts and your operations officers being in the same place, having access to the same information, literally being able to talk over the cubicles to each other. So there was a lot of synergy.
Very quickly, Shoya's close-knit female team builds a special rapport.
We got very close. I mean, these are my sisters in arms.
On the inside, they earn the nickname, the Sisterhood, and a reputation for excellence.
Women were extraordinary. It's only half jokingly. Usually I say, you know, if I could have, I would have put a sign up that said no men need apply.
From the very beginning, the CIA's mission was clear. Understand bin Laden and decide if he's a real threat to the United States. They start by methodically trawling the CIA's existing database. Very quickly, a picture unfolds.
We found out we had a great deal of information, particularly about bin Laden's family and its influence within Saudi Arabia and its economic power and geographic reach.
The database reveals bin Laden is the son of a Saudi billionaire. But then at the age of 22, something happens that shapes his future.
Yeah, he kind of gestured towards HQ. So touring,
the Soviet Union invades Afghanistan. Like thousands of young Muslim men, Osama bin Laden travels across the globe to support the Afghan Mujahideen freedom fighters.
Police showed up as sort of the representative of his very, very wealthy family, visiting clinics, visiting wounded Mujahideen, writing checks for their families.
It's the height of the Cold War, and America and the Mujahideen share a common enemy.
We didn't pay an extraordinary amount of attention to him because he was on the side of the angels at that time. He was killing Soviets.
Yeah, you could send us CAD 1 to
But then Alex Station's sisterhood uncovers something alarming. Bin Laden is not like most Afghan freedom fighters. He's gaining his own followers and taking things a step further.
There's this group of Arabs out there, and they're not like the rest of the Afghan resistance. You know, if you go down this road and you're not welcome there, they shoot before they ask questions. They attack aid workers. And then you start to hear these stories about who's involved. Well, bin Laden's there.
Declassified documents reveal that from around 1985, bin Laden goes from freedom fighter to terrorist. He begins to fund terror cells in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan. By 1993, he funds New York's World Trade Center bomb and is thrown out of both Saudi Arabia and the Sudan. In 1996, the Sisterhood trace him to Afghanistan. Here, he pairs up with an extremist regime, the Taliban. They support his radical views and provide a safe haven for his terrorist funding operations.
But the question was he just the financier, or was he involved operationally?
In less than a year, the Alex Station team would find out. They have some extraordinarily good luck. What they call a walk-in, an insider from a training camp in Sudan, simply walks into the American embassy.
He turned out to be an extraordinarily important individual in telling us about how Al-Qaeda was organized, how it was financed, how it acquired weaponry, that it was looking for biological and nuclear types of weapons.
What the walk-in tells them moves Osama bin Laden beyond financier. He's instigating missions of his own, organizing training regimes and writing handbooks for bombings and assassinations. He's selecting teams to plant bombs on planes, even to crash small aircraft into the CIA's own headquarters. And it's bin Laden himself who comes up with the name Al-Qaeda, Arabic for the base.
Calling it Al-Qaeda, in a way, means indicative of his sort of ambition. He calls it, this is the base, this is an organization. It has a system wherein fighters can arrive through Pakistan or through Afghanistan and find their way to the fight. There's a pipeline, and he is largely responsible for putting that sort of structure in place.
Shoya's team have uncovered something truly alarming. Osama bin Laden has a master plan. From his refuge in Afghanistan, he's setting up Terrorism Incorporated to turn violent jihad into a global phenomenon.
We were very sure that Al-Qaeda was an organization the like of which we had never seen before, in terms of manpower, focus, discipline, and geographic reach.
Then, as if to leave no doubt, in August 1996, 5 years before 9/11, bin Laden officially declares war on America.
It was not rocket science to figure out that this man was deadly serious. He was telling us, we're coming after you.
We knew they were planning a big attack, but we didn't know where, what, or where.
Alex Station decides they have to make the first move. And in May 1998, an opportunity arrives. The Sisterhood team gains reliable intelligence on Osama bin Laden's whereabouts. They prepare a plan to capture him. The plan requires President Clinton's approval. Despite the CIA warning of a growing threat from Al-Qaeda, the president gets cold feet.
We had had an opportunity to kidnap Osama bin Laden in May of 1998, and the policymakers turned it down because they were afraid he would die and we would be blamed for assassination. At least that was their reason at the time.
The CIA see this as a missed opportunity, but the White House is simply not prepared to risk an international incident. The Sisterhood are reduced to warning President Clinton it's just a matter of time before bin Laden strikes. And strikes big. Suicide bombers drive a 2,000-pound truck bomb into the American embassy. 212 people are dead. Around 4,000 wounded are trapped within the rubble. Less than 10 minutes later, over 400 miles away, another explosion at an American embassy is timed to maximize the chaos. Here, 11 people die. A further 85 are injured. Al-Qaeda claims responsibility for both attacks. But the worst is yet to come. Bin Laden himself has declared this is just the beginning.
At the
CIA, there's frustration.
I remember the week before the bombings in '98, I had written something just internal talking about what I thought was Al-Qaeda's ability to do multiple simultaneous attacks, just as a way of giving some sense of what kind of threat we might be facing. And I got this, response back. You can't say that. There's no way you can say that. You don't have any evidence for that. Of course, I had tons of evidence for it. It's just that the people who were the establishment, so to speak, they didn't look at that evidence.
Requesting police assistance. They need to make entries.
We knew we were 10 years behind on following this issue. We could feel it. We can't catch up all the time.
The Sisterhood tried to pick up the trail, but bin Laden knows he is a hunted man. After the Africa bombings, everything goes quiet. Bin Laden simply disappears.
After the bombings of the embassies, they became much more security conscious. Not staying too long in any one place, sending out 2 or 3 convoys going in different directions. So it became increasingly hard over the years to really pin down his location.
Osama bin Laden, from the beginning, was going to be a difficult target to go after. He was a practiced clandestine operator.
He was quite good at hiding. He stops communicating by cell phone or by phone call. He relies on this network of couriers. He's basically communicating in a medieval way, almost, to protect himself.
In Kenya, the Sisterhood turned to their informants. Just 2 weeks after the Africa bombings, their efforts pay off. The informants reveal that bin Laden is heading towards a maze of al-Qaeda training camps at a town called Corpus.
We developed intelligence from several sources that bin Laden was going to travel from Kandahar city to Host. And he was going to meet with Pakistanis and various other kind of Islamist fighters there.
This time, President Clinton agrees to go after bin Laden. He gives the go-ahead for a massive missile strike. Codename Operation Infinite Reach.
Today I ordered our armed forces to strike at terrorist-related facilities in Afghanistan and Sudan. Our target was terror. Our mission was clear: to strike at the network of radical groups affiliated with and funded by Osama bin Laden, perhaps the preeminent organizer and financier of international terrorism in the world today.
Dozens of al-Qaeda terrorists are killed. But what about bin Laden?
As it turned out, the information we had was good, but bin Laden at the last moment decided to go to Kabul, and we, of course, missed him.
To the CIA, it's a huge blow. And it takes another 9 months before Shoya's Sisterhood team can pick up bin Laden's trail again. This time, the intelligence on his location is much more precise. The Sisterhood learn the exact dates bin Laden is staying at a home in Kandahar, in southern Afghanistan. They're confident this time he won't escape a hit. A mission request is put to the president.
Third week of May in 1999, for example, for 5 consecutive nights we knew what building he was staying in Kandahar, and yet they chose not to shoot.
President Clinton pulls the operation. The Kandahar home is next to a mosque. Innocent worshippers may be injured. Clinton is not prepared to risk international condemnation. An internal CIA email sent by Mike Schreier states he is sure they'll regret not acting.
The common sense part was a little bit offended, I think, in that we had a man who declared war on us in 1996, wasn't sure that we heard him, did it again in February of 1998, and we still had a government that was really paying no attention.
The CIA continues to place mission plans in front of the president.
Between May of 98 and May of 99, we had 10 opportunities. 2 opportunities to capture him and 8 different opportunities to use the U.S. military, either through missiles or fixed-wing aircraft to kill him. But we had 10 opportunities.
Each time, White House advisors assess them as simply too risky to act upon, but the Alex Station team will not give up. Using surveillance drones and voice recognition software, the Sisterhood tracked bin Laden down once more. He's at a notorious training camp near Kandahar in Afghanistan. The camp offers training in constructing bombs and in assassination techniques. Jihadis are being prepared to serve as suicide bombers. Some sent around the world to enroll in commercial flight training. Something big is being planned. This time the Sisterhood are determined to get the president to act. They assure him there will be no risk of collateral damage. Because now the CIA has a new weapon in their armory. A high-tech, remotely operated drone that's armed. They plan to guide a precision bomb into the heart of bin Laden's lair. The president gives the go-ahead. But it's winter. And the weather is now so hostile in Afghanistan that the operation must be put on hold until spring. But before then, matters are taken out of the CIA's hands.
6940 Carson Avenue, unit number 7.
A new president is sworn in.
Suspect is in unit number 11.
And George W. Bush has a different
Little
focus.
John security on scene. There is a...
Mr. Bush, and to some extent all of the presidents since Mr. Reagan
a 4-year-old
were brought up in the Cold War era.
And then
They always come into office with a worldview and they're going to accomplish certain things. And then you hit them with something that they had no idea about. And really, not many people had an idea about it. And they've somehow got to integrate that into their presidency. That is not easy. Not easy at all. It takes at least 10 years to get people to come around to understanding that you have a new problem.
They had a very hard time thinking that a 6'4" skinny Saudi who wore a turban and ate goat in the desert could be a threat to the United States. When they were lining up threats to consider, they thought about China and Russia and Iran and narcotics, not this goofy Saudi. And we were crippled to some extent by our view of terrorism at that time.
Despite multiple warnings from multiple security agencies requesting action, none are able to pinpoint an immediate or specific threat. Without this information, the Bush administration feels it can't justify taking bin Laden out. It refuses to reauthorize the CIA's proposed drone strike. In the spring of 2001, bin Laden, now in his 6th year of hiding, once again slips through Alex Station's grasp. As the tone of the intelligence chatter the team is monitoring takes a dramatic turn.
And then we started to see something that was clearly something else. And the chatter, we were hearing things like Armageddon, and you know you're fighting against time, and you know that people are going to die.
Every morning, 6 days a week, the CIA briefs the president on matters of national security.
And she's valid.
If you see this disaster coming, you want to try to stop it.
By the summer of 2001, Shoya's team are briefing that a significant attack is being planned on home soil. But they can't be more specific than that.
So at the time, they really just wanted to know who's going to blow me up when, and can we stop it in time, right? And unfortunately, that's the thing that you almost can never do.
16, are you still on
You had
carrier?
the Alex Station, this bin Laden unit, working away, at trying to find bin Laden. But it was also regarded by many inside the agency as this odd collection of fanatics who were so preoccupied with an individual who didn't deserve that much attention. I think there was a lot of skepticism at the time over whether that effort was really worth it, and whether their view of his significance was out of whack, was imbalanced.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the best in that you're working with an equally dedicated group of people who are doggedly determined, and you really have to have that bulldog mentality. You're going to shake it until you get the answers, right? But it was also the worst in that, you're trying to explain to people a new emerging issue that completely violates all of their mindsets.
Somehow, they have to convince the president to act. The CIA director requests a non-scheduled meeting with the president. Instead, he gets National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. He advises her to go on a war footing immediately. A month later, security analysts meet with the president at his vacation home in Texas. The now declassified president's daily brief reveals the CIA think bin Laden's supporters may already be in the US, plotting an attack. Without a precise who, where, or when, President Bush feels there's no target he can strike. Senior national security advisors meet for a briefing. They too see no precise information they can act upon. It's a Tuesday morning in New York. Thousands are working, visiting, shopping at the jewel in the crown of the business district, the World Trade Center. Hijacked American Airlines Flight 11 strikes between the 93rd and 99th floors of World Trade Center Tower 1. The damage destroys all means of escape above the impact zone. 1,344 people are trapped. All will die.
She hasn't seen him, but she's
It's 17 minutes after the first impact.
He flashed tires a couple days ago. They lived together the other day when she moved out. His name's Felipe Alonso.
The second plane strikes the south tower between the 77th and 85th floors.
Not sure clothing description. Walked their car. Had a small degree.
Two more planes are hijacked. One hits the Pentagon.
Thank you. And she did say that
The other crashes before it reaches its Washington target.
She's never seen him have one, so you know.
In under an hour, nearly 3,000 people are dead.
He is also doing stuff.
It's the worst terrorist atrocity in US history, and the kind of tragedy the CIA have been warning of since the manhunt began. Now the search for bin Laden will be kicked into a higher gear.
But you know, at that time, most of us really didn't know what Al-Qaeda was. If you had asked us, you know, who runs Al-Qaeda, what is Al-Qaeda, where is Al-Qaeda, we would have been hard-pressed to answer all of those questions on that day. It changed dramatically, so quickly for us.
At Alex Station, they feel the frustration of having seen it all coming.
When those planes hit on 9/11, we had known they were going to do that, not that specific day or that specific target, but that medium of operation. The plan they had for sending Arabs to the United States to be trained for driving 747s into U.S. facilities. They intended to do that since at least 1995.
The sisterhood feel a terrible sense of responsibility for not being able to prevent the tragedy.
I think looking back, it's easy to forget that in the fall of 2001, America had suffered the equivalent of a national nervous breakdown. That the eyes and ears of the American eagle, the first line of defense against terrorism, the first line of the war against Al-Qaeda, had failed to protect America.
Within days, President Bush makes his feelings known.
I want justice. And there's an old poster out west, as I recall, that said, "Wanted, dead or alive."
It marks a crucial turning point in the relationship between the Bush administration and the CIA's bin Laden team.
After 2001, Osama bin Laden became the most wanted man in human history. No one has been pursued by so many people as Osama bin Laden was.
The world turned upside down on 9/11. I mean, the next day it was anything you want from Congress, from everywhere, anything you want, request whatever you want. We took whole branches from other parts of the agency and expanded rapidly by a factor of 7.
And very quickly, the CIA develops a plan. The war on terror roars into life. Operation Enduring Freedom is the invasion of Afghanistan. The aim? To overthrow the Taliban regime and flush out Osama bin Laden. It's the first time in American history a war has been launched explicitly to take down a terrorist organization. At the vanguard of the fight, with the Special Forces, are highly trained covert CIA operatives. As bin Laden's supporters, the Taliban, fall, undercover CIA agents intercept communications. Bin Laden is traced to the remote hills of Tora Bora along Afghanistan's mountainous eastern border. US Special Forces and a crack team of CIA Special Operations paramilitaries have bin Laden cornered.
We were so close to bin Laden in the last days of 2001. We could hear him on his radio. We knew that he was a mile, 2 miles away.
But the US military takes a strategic decision. An act of diplomacy. They allow their Afghan allies to take the lead in capturing bin Laden and hand over responsibility to 2 local commanders. It's a move the CIA's Alex station warns against.
We did the traces on the names of the Afghan commanders for our people who were in the field, and we found out that both of them had fought alongside of Osama bin Laden against the Soviets. So what we did was say simply to the military, here's the guys you picked, here's their records, here's their associations, they're not going to do what you want.
The CIA is proved right. The Afghan commanders allow Osama bin Laden to disappear across the lawless border with Pakistan.
We didn't know whether this man was in Pakistan or Pennsylvania. He was gone, missing in action.
I don't think the CIA or the military had any idea that how difficult it would be to apprehend this guy.
Go ahead, Jan 13.
With bin Laden on the run, the White House begins to shift priorities.
I'll put you on that assignment, 1809.
Resources are diverted to the war looming in Iraq and away from the hunt for bin Laden.
President Bush started to talk about, well, wherever he is, he's on the run, he's hiding in a cave, he doesn't matter. Which wasn't true. Of course he mattered.
After 2001 was when we took our eye off the ball. We began chasing other bad guys in another desert in Iraq and didn't give the priority we needed to the hunt for Osama bin Laden.
For the CIA's sisterhood, the next few years are the lost years. Bin Laden is now so skilled in tradecraft that there are few good leads. He even taunts the CIA, releasing video recordings from mystery locations. With little new progress, in late 2005, the CIA closes down Alex Station altogether.
There were a lot of knives out for it organizationally. That it was a source of heartburn for a lot of traditional people. And frankly, it offended a lot of the old boys that so many women were involved. One of the chiefs of the Counterterrorism Center called them the Manson family because he thought they were too obsessed and too dedicated. There was a large degree of animosity directed at some of those women simply because they were women.
There is now only minor support for the pursuit of America's most wanted. But a change of administration will bring greater resources and a renewed focus in the hunt for Osama bin Laden. The CIA's director receives a memo from the new president, Barack Obama. Bring Osama bin Laden to justice.
From the day he came into office
in January 2009, he told his national security team, and especially his director of Central Intelligence, Leon Panetta, your most important responsibility is to find Osama bin Laden and either capture or kill him.
The CIA assembles a team of experts, many other women of the original sisterhood. They dust off the files and get to work. They start by reanalyzing why they'd been unsuccessful in tracking him down before. They realize they can't trace bin Laden's phone conversations or emails because he had abandoned all electronic communication. But then, the CIA team have a breakthrough. What if they can turn bin Laden's strength into his weakness?
We knew he didn't communicate electronically, therefore he had to have a courier. And if you started to figure out who that courier might be, and look around the people who'd been with bin Laden all his life and who were still alive, then you narrowed it down to a relatively small number of potential figures.
The team has a mission. To find bin Laden, they have to first identify his courier, then track him down.
And we're doing a follow-up. 8008, White Dorn.
In Afghanistan, CIA operatives interview every potential source of information in their custody. At top-secret black sites the world over, they interrogate every high-value prisoner. And in Camp Delta at the Guantanamo Bay Naval Base in Cuba, every inmate with a link to bin Laden is questioned. Nobody can or will reveal the courier's name. But then the analysts begin to notice a pattern. Many high-level prisoners are at pains to downplay the significance of one name in particular. A man they refer to as Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti. The CIA begins to think the prisoners are downplaying this man for a reason. Perhaps al-Kuwaiti is highly significant after all.
2502.
A CIA team on the ground in Pakistan intercepts al-Kuwaiti's calls. They track him to a small town of Abbottabad, home to an elite Pakistani military academy, and just 30 miles north of the capital, Islamabad.
It was a relatively simple matter of following him until sooner or later he began to detect a pattern of behavior.
Al-Kuwaiti's behavior patterns are strange. He's behaving like a man who doesn't want to be followed, retracing his steps, using his phone only in certain areas. To the CIA surveillance team, they're classic signs of tradecraft, and exactly how they'd expect bin Laden's courier to act. But they can't tell for sure. The surveillance team have to dig into al-Kuwaiti's past. Local sources confirm that in 2004, al-Kuwaiti buys land on the outskirts of Abbottabad.
What was the name?
He commissions an architect to build $1 million two-story compound for a family of 12.
I know the breed. Does the dog have a name?
It's the sprawling one-acre complex they see him visit.
All right, we'll go look around.
Very high walls, very difficult to see in.
But al-Kuwaiti is not wealthy and does not have a large family.
Try looking at the camera.
And there's more.
Guy and his dog, or no?
It had no electrical signature, there was no internet, there was no telephone system.
A third story of the building isn't even on the original plans. Its design makes the CIA analysts suspicious.
It was self-sufficient, it grew much of its own food, it destroyed its own garbage. It was a safe haven, a sanctuary.
To the CIA, The compound's residents were going to extraordinary lengths to hide something. They begin to wonder if the something the residents are hiding is the man the CIA have been tracking for over a decade and a half, Osama bin Laden. The team on the ground also knows the White House won't act without a positive identification of bin Laden.
You can disregard that column. He's worried.
They try every surveillance trick they know to catch a glimpse of the man in the compound,
Do me a favor and keep her out of the backyard.
but get nowhere.
No, I heard going to the backyard.
Even after the CIA followed the couriers to that compound, his security was still so sound that they never got a glimpse of him. And it was mainly because of his willingness, the discipline that he showed in not ever being on the internet and sending messages out, not ever making cell phone calls, not venturing outside this compound.
Go ahead.
After weeks of round-the-clock surveillance, the CIA's dedication pays
The
off.
dog's name is Rebel, R-E-B-E-L.
25 Ocean Drive.
A tall man is spotted walking in the walled kitchen garden.
Work off of EMS1 at
Bin Laden
1716.
is 6'4". The man doesn't stay outside for long and is careful to shelter under a tarpaulin. It's as if he knows not to expose himself to spy satellites or drones.
They called him the pacer at the CIA because they only saw this sort of tall, shadowy figure pacing behind this wall.
Okay.
Despite the mounting circumstantial evidence, the CIA cannot positively identify the mystery man. Even so, they decide to take their findings to President Obama.
There was significant uncertainty in the CIA and in the White House over whether they were going to find him there. And the degree of uncertainty depended on who you asked. They sort of went around the table in these national security meetings, and senior officials would put different numbers on it. It would range anywhere from 50% to 90%. Nobody thought that the odds were 100%.
The best the CIA could say to the president was it's 55-45. That Osama bin Laden was in this compound. This was the only real lead we'd had on Osama bin Laden. He could have been hiding on the moon as far as the American intelligence community knew.
President Obama weighs the odds and gives the CIA permission to plan a raid. Now, more than ever, the CIA needs a surefire plan.
Go ahead.
Crucially, they need a plan that takes into account the pacer may not be bin Laden after all. A bombing mission is ruled out. Forensic evidence to prove the mystery man's identity would be vaporized. They need eyes on to confirm the pacer's identity face to face.
Okay, you're welcome. Not sure.
There is only one real option. They propose a helicopter raid involving the best of the Special Forces, SEAL Team 6. It's a daring proposal. The CIA takes their plan to President Obama.
What he was presented with was an opportunity to do what Mr. Clinton should have done 10 times, what Mr. Bush had a chance to do once.
These CIA officials could argue, well, this may be the best chance we have. Do you remember these other chances that we had, that we passed on before the September 11 attacks? Do you want to be the president who passes on this chance? And that's a pretty compelling argument.
President Obama gives the go-ahead. 15 years after the manhunt began, a date for the raid to capture or kill Osama bin Laden is set. May the 1st, 2011. Codename, Operation Neptune Spear. 24 members of Navy SEAL Team 6 are temporarily transferred to the CIA's command. No one officially designated as military will cross into Pakistani airspace. The White House does not want to trigger a war with Pakistan. At 2300 hours, the SEALs' stealth Black Hawk helicopters take off. Destination, the Abbottabad compound in Pakistan. The target, Osama bin Laden, America's most wanted. A man who has eluded the CIA for over a decade and a half. There is no turning back. Navy SEAL Team 6 are about to touch down in the compound. It's 0 dark 30, a military term for 30 minutes past midnight. Just as they're preparing to fast rope down to the compound, one of the pilots hits serious trouble and loses lift.
They just realized that he was missing.
To save his crew and the mission, the pilot pulls off a daring emergency landing.
I copy. I have
Instantly, the SEALs adapt their mission plan.
7.
They storm the compound from the ground. The first SEAL team encounter bin Laden's courier. The second SEAL team find the courier's brother and his wife.
I think someone would have done by now. Around here.
Inside, a man identified as Osama bin Laden's son is also killed. On the third floor of the main building, the SEALs encounter the man the CIA call the Pacer.
Are they sure it was even in
5 seconds later, the team leader radios a message.
Or was it underneath the plane?
Geronimo, the code word for bin Laden. EKIA, enemy killed in action. Osama bin Laden is dead.
No, I was in the carry on the plane. Yeah, when they left, this is the last place I remember having him. So I think he might have got out of the carry on.
I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
From touchdown to mission completion, the 38 minutes in the Abbottabad compound draws to a close the most extensive and expensive manhunt in history. For the CIA's Mike Scheuer, it's been a long journey, but one ending in victory.
I was, of course, delighted that he was dead. He was a very serious enemy of the United States.
And it's a victory too for the Sisterhood team Scheuer first set up in 1995, 6 years before 9/11.
We achieved all of the things that we were assigned to do. Not to my credit, but to the credit of the officers who worked for me, because they were truly extraordinary at what they do.
The determination of the CIA analysts' painstaking scrutiny of 15 years of intelligence gathering finally pays off to bring Osama bin Laden to justice. A fortress in Afghanistan. 1 month after 9/11. 2 operatives from the CIA's Elite Special Activities Division are hot on the trail of Osama bin Laden.
Those first teams were going into the wildest Wild West.
This is the declassified story of how the CIA with elite special forces put down a Taliban uprising, outnumbered 100 to 1.
It's like a scene from Armageddon.
We hear from the people on the ground as it happened and reveal their footage from the heat of the battle. Caught in the crossfire, the CIA makes a discovery for which one operative pays the ultimate price.
No priority.
America is under attack. Acting on orders from Osama bin Laden, teams of hijackers fly aircraft into New York's World Trade Center. Two more planes are hijacked. One hits the Pentagon. The other crashes before it reaches its Washington target. In under an hour, nearly 3,000 people are dead. It's the worst terrorist atrocity in US history. The nation is in shock.
The United States had been caught so off guard by the September 11 attacks, it just seemed inconceivable that two gigantic towers in the nation's capital could come under attack by this ragtag group of terrorists from across the world. It was not hard to conceive that there were other attacks underway.
President Bush speaks to the nation and to the world.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
Go ahead.
The full operational force of the CIA now focuses on one man and his network of terrorists.
Finding bin Laden was a priority from the outset. The head of the Counterterrorism Center for the CIA talked about bringing home bin Laden's head on a pike.
is a holdover from day shift.
The world turned upside down on 9/11. I mean, the next day it was anything you want from Congress, from everywhere, anything you want, request whatever you want. We took whole branches from other parts of the agency and expanded rapidly by a factor of like 7.
3 are timed out, and 2
from the beginning was going to be a difficult target to go after. He was a practiced clandestine operator.
The CIA knows bin Laden is hiding in Afghanistan.
We'll be ready for assignments.
He's found refuge with the Taliban, the ruling extremist Islamic regime. But they don't know his precise location. Even so, very quickly, they develop a plan. Intelligence-driven warfare. For the very first time in American history, President Bush approves a plan using the CIA as a lead element in a war. Operation Enduring Freedom is the invasion of Afghanistan. The aim? To overthrow the Taliban regime and flush out Osama bin Laden. In a matter of just weeks, the Taliban are in a full-scale retreat. Thousands are captured by America's allies, the Afghan Northern Alliance.
Good evening. The alarm on the ring.
Good evening. 714300.
On the ground from the very beginning are highly trained covert CIA operatives. They've been sent in to interrogate captives and gain information on exactly where bin Laden is hiding. Just 10 weeks into the war, CIA analysts learn of an opportunity. A chance for their men to interrogate individuals who could potentially lead them to their number one target.
With Bravo 220 for that second progress, 341 highway.
85 miles outside the northern Afghan town of Kunduz, Taliban fighters have assembled on the road to Mazar-e-Sharif. Their leaders want to negotiate a truce.
Now, these guys were fully armed. They had with them AK-47s, PKM light machine guns, rocket-propelled grenades. They had all the normal armaments that the Taliban and Al-Qaeda had.
These men are not just Afghans. There are also hundreds of foreign fighters.
And most of the streets only from the house that's being renovated.
What kind of fighters are drawn to an international jihad from overseas? They are, by the very nature, the most extreme. Because to do that, you have to have some kind of extreme commitment to come and fight in a foreign land.
Yeah, put me out with Sam. 593.
At the CIA headquarters, analysts receive intelligence that many of these hardline foreigners are in fact members of Al-Qaeda. Some may be high-ranking commanders. Some may even know where bin Laden is hiding. The CIA decides to send in specialist interrogators. So they turn to an exceptional unit, the CIA's experts in operating in hostile zones, the Special Activities Division.
Radio to Adam 34. When you are equipped and ready,
Outside the city of Mazar-e-Sharif, a two-man Special Activities Division team prepares for their mission.
Thank you.
Dave Tyson is a Central Asian specialist.
James is calling in. There's a female refusing to leave. She's upset because she
He is a
doesn't have an
fluent
ID.
speaker of Dari, the language of America's ally, the Northern
She did
Alliance.
pull a small knife out of her pocket. She's wearing black
him,
jacket, black pants.
Johnny Michael Spann,
She is damaging
Mike,
property. No
a
further info.
32-year-old former
CAD
Marine
1268,
from Alabama.
1268.
He's been with the CIA for 3 years. This is his first field assignment.
So those first teams that were going in were going into the wildest Wild West that you can imagine. If they got into a firefight with the Taliban, there was no cavalry going to come in. They were on their own at the tippiest tip of the spear on our power.
The team's mission? To persuade the surrendering fighters to reveal precisely where bin Laden is hiding.
Radio. Hey, can you do me a favor, connection with our assignment? Can you rate 1 for the second for the address
At the same time, just a few miles away, the foreign fighters are taken to Kalajangi, a sprawling mud-walled 19th century fort in the desert a few hours west of the city of Mazar-e-Sharif. The fort is 600 meters across, with massive walls 20 meters thick and 30 meters high. Inside are two enclosed compounds, separated by a dividing wall. To the north is the Northern Alliance headquarters building. To the south, the so-called Pink House. And nearby lies the armory.
I think it's the nice unit. I don't know if you know the number. I couldn't call them and give them the same info. Maybe they can.
Despite its
do
size,
something about it for us.
there is still nowhere truly suitable to house such a huge influx of men.
System, side door motion. Conferred with the manager, Robert. You requested
You need a
dispatch.
large
He's
building,
en route,
large
white
enough
truck,
to hold and
company name on
process
it, ETA
and
appointment.
house and feed
Copy.
600 men, and you
Johnny
need
Heath.
somewhere which you can secure them in. They didn't have any prisons, obviously.
CAD 1267,
What alternatives
1257.
were there?
You can call 1234 to get the info or call figure to info.
Northern Alliance guards have little choice but to herd the Taliban into the basement of the Pink House, the building in the middle of the compound.
Radio to Adam 34 for info.
This will be their makeshift prison.
Alright, I'll do that once I get done with my report. Thank you. 3-4.
Got a cancel request for that call. You should start.
Sounds good.
But the foreign Taliban become
3-4,
restless.
you want to send us that vagrant on
After the
here it is.
truce, they had expected to be able to walk free. To these hardline jihadis, imprisonment comes as a shock.
On the 50% leverage.
Their frustrations wouldn't matter but for one thing. Their Northern Alliance guards have failed to confiscate all the prisoners' weapons and grenades.
In Afghan tradition and in Muslim culture as well, if somebody says they are surrendering, you are supposed to take that at face value. This is supposed to be an honourable thing. So in the old tradition, they weren't searched. They were processed into the fort very quickly, and a lot of these guys had weapons hidden under their clothing.
They're still armed and dangerous, as one Taliban fighter quickly shows.
I don't know the mentality of those Taliban fighters, but I guess it's an attitude of okay, I surrender, I make myself defenseless, but maybe not utterly defenseless. Shall I keep something just in case? And that's probably when one of them, or some of them, decided to use the grenades that they had hidden.
The explosion is the last action of one Taliban fighter's life. A warning of what the Taliban are capable. As a result, inside that underground prison, the fighters develop a plan. They outnumber their Northern Alliance guards by 5 to 1. They know that just across the compound, there is an armory. It is packed with rockets, RPGs, machine guns, and mortars. They decide if they are not released the following morning, they will take matters into their own hands. They'll execute a full-scale breakout. If they do, the CIA's 2 covert agents will be caught in the middle. The 2 undercover agents, Mike Spann and Dave Tyson, arrive at the Karajangi fort to begin the interrogations.
For them, the fighters were a source of intelligence. Let's get as much as possible intelligence from them and information. This was about 2.5 months after 9/11. And I think this of course put the military and especially the CIA under an enormous stress and pressure to deliver the information, the intelligence.
Spann and Tyson need information to lead them to bin Laden, or intelligence on the next planned Al-Qaeda attack.
It was, the jobs of these interrogators to a large extent to figure out, well, what were these plans? What was coming next? And there was intense pressure on them to get answers to these questions because there was not going to be another way to get those answers.
But the fort is far from an ideal setup for questioning. The CIA interrogation manual sets clear guidelines on how to cross-examine a detainee. Interrogators should have time to memorize a detainee's history, to present files, dossiers, and photographs. They should have time to repeat their questioning, or to lure the prisoner into making the first move. Most of all, they should be able to keep the prisoner separate from other captives. In the open-air compound of the Afghan fort, playing it by the book just isn't possible. The fort is filled with hundreds of Taliban, guarded only by a handful of America's Northern Alliance allies. If anything goes wrong, they are on their own. The question is, do they go ahead with the interrogations? Or do they abandon their mission and pull out? It's a huge risk, but one they feel they must take. They adapt to the situation and improvise a plan.
How do we look for 60 at this time?
First thing you need to do when you're trying to gather intelligence, and you've got 600 prisoners, is work out which ones know nothing, which ones might know something, and which guys are the real gems in terms of intelligence. So that first morning, they were processing the prisoners through this filter, if you like. Mike Spann was leading the questioning, so he was the guy doing the face-to-face with the prisoners. Dave Tyson was stood back with an AK-47, kind of watching over things. And then you had a few Northern Alliance soldiers on the battlements or at the entrance to the prison, bringing the prisoners out. But there was very few Northern Alliance guys around, so the security was very light.
After 2 hours,
Hi, Free.
they notice one particular captive. He is unusually pale-skinned
Hi, Free.
and is wearing
State
items
Road,
of Western clothing.
One vehicle is fired.
They suspect he speaks
No
English.
vehicles are flipped. The white minivan is on fire.
They realize this could be the one man they can communicate with directly.
Another caller called in and possibly is
The one man they can
three-car
break.
MCA. You have medic 42
But the prisoner refuses to talk.
1275-1275.
Span and Tyson have to move on, but not before the prisoner's image is sent back to the CIA's Langley headquarters and cross-referenced with known al-Qaeda operatives on the CIA database. But identifying him will take time. He may be what they term a clean skin, an extremist not yet known to the CIA. So for now, Span and Tyson are in the dark. In the basement prison, the hardline Taliban fighters realize what's going on. They will not succumb to interrogation.
I'm convinced the Taliban, they were not prepared to be questioned by Americans and not by the CIA.
Bear in mind, you've now got 600 of the hardest, most extreme prisoners in Afghanistan at that time, face to face with, as they see it, the enemy. And not just any old American enemy. These guys who are questioning them, they know they are special forces or CIA. These are the cream of America's warriors. These are the people of anyone that they most want to kill. And so you can imagine how explosive this confrontation is.
The Taliban decide the next group to be brought out to the compound will trigger a breakout. On the other side of the fort, a German journalist and his cameraman are in the northern compound headquarters building, waiting for permission to interview the prisoners.
Smoking a cigarette, waiting, birds singing, wonderful blue sky, cool, fresh air. A very peaceful setting. And then all of a sudden there were 1 or 2 explosions, grenades.
A Taliban prisoner detonates his grenade in a suicide attack.
Almost immediately after that, heavy small arms fire started. It was obvious this is not just a couple of shots being exchanged. This is a real heavy gunfight. And then I grabbed my cell phone and ran for cover in the main building, which was like 20 yards away from where I had been at the time.
CIA operatives Span and Tyson now realize they are facing a full-scale breakout.
Span then had a decision to make. Marines do not take a back step. They go forward. They go forward in the face of the enemy.
Within seconds, Mike Span is faced with a wave of attacking Taliban.
We get any calls for
ambushed and outnumbered.
Casing cars, third-party calls.
He could have run. He could have run and saved himself, but he didn't. He stepped forward and he decided to make a stand.
Just yards away, Span's colleague Dave Tyson is powerless to help his friend. He has no choice but to make a break for it, towards the headquarters building. Tyson's arrival is captured on camera by the German TV crew and relayed around the world. This is actual footage of the event.
If she goes out with something,
His undercover status is immediately blown.
Make sure to let me know. We're going to be working
Instinctively,
on that
Stout
Same thing
suspects
as last
Tyson
week.
is CIA.
I mean, to have an armed civilian American dressed like an Afghan on the ground meant something in the field of Secret Service. He is very contrary, but you see he's very upset and nervous at the same time. And from his appearance, I had the very clear impression that something that he had witnessed, something horrible. I asked him, what is going on? This was my very simple question. And he said, there's an uprising of the prisoners.
Tyson's mission is clearly compromised. He has to think of a way of keeping the operation alive. But he is on his own, and his weapons are empty.
Yeah, we're clear. Do you want me to go handle one of these?
By now, the Taliban prisoners in the basement of the Pink House have killed their Northern Alliance guards. They ransack the armory.
Now, that stage you had 600 guys armed with AK-47s, mortars, RPGs, PKM light machine guns.
I was just going to take the
Northern Alliance allies take up defensive positions and mount a counterattack, trying to keep the Taliban at bay.
You're on the Adam Resort.
It's a vicious firefight. From the shelter of the headquarters building, CIA agent Dave Tyson can hear the battle escalate. Unless he can control the situation, the mission to extract vital information from the prisoners will fail. And an opportunity to track down Osama bin Laden will be lost. Agent Tyson uses journalist Stout's phone to call for backup. But he has a problem. He has no contact number for the US Special Forces Quick Reaction Force stationed locally. He has to improvise.
At the time, I didn't know, but later I checked the numbers from our sat phone. It was the number of the American embassy at Tashkent, Uzbekistan. That's where he called.
From the fort just outside Mazar-e-Sharif, Tyson calls a number he believes is his only option. The embassy in Tashkent patches Tyson through to the U.S. Army Central Command at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida. MacDill route him to the Special Forces local command base at Mazar-e-Sharif. By the time his emergency call reaches a fellow CIA paramilitary officer at base, it has traveled 20,000 miles. Tyson gives a full situation report. This is the actual recording of what he said.
We control the north end of the fort, the south end of the fort is in their hands. There's hundreds of dead here, at least. And I don't know how many Americans are here. We just need help to free this place up.
Tyson warns that any intervention must be precise. There is hand-to-hand fighting. Enemy and allies in close proximity.
And he made it very clear, he repeated it like 3 times, saying, you can't come and bomb the place.
Can't hit it from the air.
Because friends and foes were so close to each other that they might have killed us by bombing.
2706 Deersdale.
On the other side of the fort, the heavily armed Taliban have identified the building in which Tyson and Stout are sheltering.
She's stating that she has a domestic dispute with a non-living
They pound it with mortar shells.
It must have been, I think, a mortar grenade exploding just above the ceiling, which made an enormous impact in terms of acoustics. It was so loud, and my ear went.
In response, America's allies, the Northern Alliance, drive an old Russian tank onto the northern ramparts and bombard the enemy. Caught in the middle of the battle, all Tyson and Stout can do is hunker down and wait for help.
We're going to have to start moving around the tunnels.
Just 2 hours after the first shot is fired, that help arrives. The quick reaction force of US and British special forces that Tyson had requested.
I think it's the Brits who turn up first. In a Land Rover, wearing barber jackets and jeans, and they're all called things like scruff and ginge. It's hilarious. And they're moaning. The driver's moaning. He's saying, oh, there's nowhere to park. You know, meanwhile, there's back. And I was taking all this out. It's just fantastic, sort of, you know, the elite of Britain's army, you know, moaning. While they sort of casually go about sort of organising this battle.
And then
the Americans turn up as well, and there's more of them. There's about 8 of them, and they're much more aggressive. Let's do this, let's do that. The first thing they do when they arrive is they send someone up to put eyes on, as in have a peek over and work out what the hell's going on. What are we facing here? How many people? How are they armed?
The team's commander assesses the situation. He has just 15 men. His Northern Alliance allies number around 50. The enemy has 600. Despite this, the quick reaction force goes in and takes on their enemy.
It's like a scene from Armageddon. You've got tracer rounds going into the sky, you've got RPGs firing off. This has kicked off into a major firefight. And at the moment, you've just got a few Northern Alliance soldiers there trying to put down the uprising. It is a hopeless situation.
Very quickly, the special forces realize they're not going to be able to crush the uprising on their own. They will need to adapt.
The special skill that the special forces have is that they are able to handle it, and that they're able to go in with the plan, and when that becomes impossible, they're able to make another one quite quickly. And that's the edge that they have.
00 SPID, activated dialysis, ESD 1101.
Despite the fact that friend and foe are fighting in extremely close quarters, the Special Forces team makes the decision to bomb the Taliban from the air.
The one advantage, apart from their training and their superlative abilities, the one advantage they can very often rely on is air power. Because air power evens up the odds somewhat. You can have a few guys behind enemy lines, but if they can call in airstrikes, they can have the effect of hundreds. Get the airstrikes in, get the enemy's head down. It's the shock factor as much as anything else that puts the enemy's heads down for a few seconds. There's always a danger when you call in airstrikes that the pilot will get it wrong and drop the ordnance on you. And in any case, in this situation, they were dropping danger close. They were dropping within a fraction of what the safe distances are. But there was nothing, what else could you do? So the risk of getting hit by their own munitions, the risk of friendly fire was significant. Yeah, but they had no option, they had no choice.
A Special Forces spotter team provides precise GPS coordinates for a bomber pilot circling overhead.
This is 10, we're in position, over.
They shine a range-finding laser, or SOFLAM, on the pink house, where the Taliban are taking shelter. Above them, an F-18 Hornet is armed with guided 500-pound JDAMs. Weapons designed to be accurate to within just 12 yards.
1714 Sherman. That address does have a caution at that location, and the individual involved is there. And Adam, please advise.
One bomb after another rips through the southern end of the fort.
You hear this sound like a car that's in high gear, sort of decelerated, going woo like that. And you can see this thing. It just pops out of the clouds like a javelin, looks like it's coming straight at you, and then sort of, it's obviously off to the side. And everything jumps. The building that we're on.
The coordinates, Pink House basement.
Mr. Rutt just left. If you want to confirm with him, he has some information, possibly in the next day. Copy.
Well, eventually somebody's going to say something out of these four. Eventually. Well, he's going to say nothing. Take them all to jail.
Yeah. Just a heads up. Family has been notified. It's going to be 104. He might be coming to the alley.
Return.
No, ma'am. You can just add to the call. Just tell me today. I'm not ignored right now.
Okay.
What's up, Simo?
Cruise radio.
Go ahead.
Have to replace for you. Paul Nora, 5189. Paul Nora, 5189.
Copy.
First plate, Henry, X-ray, Michael, 2279. Second plate, John, Zebra.
Pretty much.
3246.
I don't think there's an officer over
plate, Henry, Adam, Frank, 6752.
Sitting at the mailbox on this street, and then I kind of walked to see what he sped into the cul-de-sac and got out. Before he got out, I was like looking at the fence right because I heard like him outside.
Yeah.
Copy, Council from Ironwood Hills at 16. 20 return director.
36 for us, it'll be at 112-14 Lorraine.
2015 GMC Sierra, silver in color, registered to
All
James
those vehicles are going to check clear.
O'Neill and a Madeline O'Neill out of Portland. Expires June of 24.
You signed off on 9618, I think.
Yeah, they tore that whole back out last time. That fence. Start some tear gas in that house.
Copy.
Yeah, because we used to have a big ass tree back there.
You gotta make sure your mom's all right.
I told the kids.
Leave CMS at Station 2. Leave CMS, Station 2. 87 South Commons Way. Again, that's 87 South Commons Way for a 25-year-old male subject. Fallen, dislocated ankle. Again,
7215, roll check. 7215, go ahead.
Copy the party on 77. That's probably the same party we've been going out on, correct? Yes, we believe it is.
Center, clear from traffic.
Man, 659 098.
To be honest with you.
114.
Alright.
Was it drone?
Alright, stop. 123rd and Lorraine. North of Lorraine.
It's the drone. Yep. Yeah, they got the drone out, guys. So they open the door. The two officers open the door, so they're gonna go in,
098
fly the drone
084
inside,
AKC
guys.
investment
Pretty cool.
showing expired. Pick up.
Looked at the map wrong. Can you show me out at 9 40 X-ray. Can you copy logo?
Many of the 40 X-ray guns.
49540.
Medic 6 and 12 at Lucy.
0136. And I'll have IC over here.
Video to Adam 32.
Okay. 10-17-43. You have a good night.
613-4.
Baby's ready to fly. Baby's small.
Caller Ian said female Madison Beaumont, 24-year-old white female, black iron brush tattoo, hoodie, black pants. Very COVID-19 and attempted to jump out of her window because her baby's father took her child.
210 for an unknown trophy medic, the West Oso Elementary.
Possibly to harm herself.
1526 Cliff at West Oso Elementary School. EOD 1023, crash readable Glasgow and Rockford. Engine 10 for unknown nature. Work off fire dispatch at 1801.
924-520.
Copy.
Elementary School. It originally came in as a DWI in a park vehicle.
Yeah, guys, we're
They're advising
basically
that the
here,
subject
guys.
is awake but not responding and is intoxicated.
They located here over on Meadow Ridge and Dry Meadows. Apparently, they do have 4 detained. There is 2 more in the house that does not want to come out.
10-4, media 23 or West Side.
10-4, they can change drugs
Yes,
3104
all this for
FM
stolen
666 at Warp on it.
We don't know what's in the house or anything like that. They're going to get the drone. They did get that door open. So we got another accident over on Edison. Minor injuries. Keep going back and forth, Kate. It's on the charger, my phone. Here they go, guys. They're gonna.
Cover. Work for your part.
Okay, that Orlando is coming back to the Joshua Duckle, Bryant Avenue, Sean Valley.
Can I get my cat, please?
Cat is 1303, 1303. Radio to Adam 32
So I don't think his
So
drugs
we're
working.
we are looking for a silver Chevy Impala parked right outside the school.
Thank you. It's going to be at 1001 Ashbury.
But
Angela's
still not
calling.
responding. 1042.
634 Temple.
What's up, Robert Decker?
She said there's a male named Reggie that's refusing to leave her home. It's a friend of her daughter. They're arguing about money and finishing a
Yeah, they
job.
tracked it.
Caller wasn't really wanting to answer any questions. She just keeps arguing with people in the background. Code 2. Cat is 1289.
Caller is waiting outside.
Running around in the street. How are you gonna gold PT Cruiser? That female, look more black underwear. I bet that female is aggressive. Look like she's under the foot.
Good evening. You someone you have. Knowledge 00.
Good one, shoreline, starting 0.0. Do you want to go check out this car on 153? It's been parked here for a while.
Happy to send it.
And 11 received.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Beautiful. You start before you go here to pick up a cat.
36.
Having a computer problem. Can you log me on speaker? 100, 170.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Thank you. No, I'll be fine.
Okay, so you go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be in 511. Just for regular shit.
10-4.
Yeah, I'll move.
Hello.
Can I get in your backyard?
Backyard?
We're going to be back at 9955.
1992 transport F-150 was taken sometime overnight at PR info. 32915.
Yeah, I'll do radio.
There's all kinds of people. How you doing, Ashley?
Go ahead.
This time, no serious injuries. They convey 2 people to Metro. We'll eventually be heading up there after we clear out the highway with these cars.
1908.
Man, I think they're gone, dude. I think they're over the fence, gone.
I was out there the whole time. There's no one that jumped the fence.
They're probably like
Yeah,
down that way.
Jumped over that way.
Well, they could go to house.
That's only, they did that. That's the only way.
Yeah.
The cul-de-sac guy was out there fixing my truck the whole time.
They even said there was 2 people in there. Kind of weird.
Right over here. I got you.
36 with their cut. 1290, 1290. 3632.
Yeah, the girls. Yeah, this one. Well, yeah, that one over there. One of them.
To location after being gone for
I don't think. Yeah.
about 4
One of
days.
these vehicles.
He's put on the windows and trying to get his items. They do not have access to firearms, but they are up with a Hispanic male, another from China. Black shorts and a hoodie.
That's a 360 info.
Yes, that's 10-4.
Go to 250 area.
The 250 from 4.
Go to 210 more than 19.
Yeah.
Radio to Charlie 35. When you're ready, if you could take this one at 185th and Muskoka.
Charlie 215, warning sign, I'll be clear.
Right. 1909. Thank you. Was called in by Euclid Fire. They said that there's a Nissan SUV disabled and blocking here. Code 3, CAT is 1244.
Yep.
Thank you, 1910.
220, take one of the things.
Adam 37 radio.
37.
Can't have this in anything?
Somebody was trespassing inside his room and is visiting the police.
See if they can buzz us in.
30 to 40 years old, blue jeans, with a blue jean shirt and black shoes. The car's going to be in the living room, named Jesse.
Is that the K9 guy?
I might as well spend 10 minutes.
So it's code 4 now.
Adam 34 radio.
Channel radio.
Can you add about 5
ahead.
GOB?
Hey, ma'am, I got a unit at your guys' location. They need to be buzzed in.
That's a motorcycle. Hey, he's still out here.
Go
for it, guys.
Yeah, if you could get permission from a boss.
Nobody in the house. So they must have booked it that way.
Harvey's. Apparently,
but that's a big wall right there to jump over.
Maybe some information.
Go for it, guys. So I don't know where the other two went.
Right in the area
Sorry about that, everyone.
6'9" and
The other
Chester.
two?
One call, sizing of 3 shots.
One of the viewers
Pretty
was
sure
behind. He said he didn't see nobody there.
Adam 34 is requesting permission to cross the street into Brooklyn to go to Arby's or the female
If
suspect
they go
was
left,
that.
they could get out.
Copy.
But they had officers behind it.
B1 2001. 43.
11, Olive Drive, and Newton.
Adam 31, can you guys check out this hold-up alarm that just came down on Gaylord?
430. Work off for dispatch 1811. 603 7230.
Thanks, okay.
Good. 10-4. Being wrapped. Copy. Can you send 911, please?
Okay, we're on our way to the rollover, guys. On the way to the rollover. Let's go. I'm on my way. Let's go to the rollover, everyone. It's over here. Let's just got to figure out who's gonna towel, and if nobody towels.
Copy, 20.
So they'll probably all go to jail.
Call for 14, truck 4, 14, truck 4 for abdominal pain, 1302 Nile Drive, 1302 Nile Drive, ESD 1111, work off of EMS 1 at 1812.
Truck 4 received. You chose responding squad 4.
Copy that.
Truck 4 received.
I think I'm on the right one.
Made 14 received.
Shut up, Mike. We got some pictures and we'll send you. Probably send them later on.
1816, your case number 104-0104.
So we're on our way to a rollover. It went off the freeway, guys.
6990, boy, 1125 north on 99 just south of Sherwood. It's for a power pole that's down towards the traffic lane, mostly to the highway from the area. Fire is off the
We've been in and out. I got 6 G's. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. Is it?
Toby 2.
Excuse me, it's Madison herself, now 13 with us, and says that she's actively stabbing.
Might be your guys' service. Go back out and go back in because it would tell me if I'm losing signal.
What's your phone line?
Tom Henry William 92939.
Kim Apple?
The comment says report stabbing.
Oh, it's getting dark, guys. Woo! It's getting dark.
Front has an area hoof in Hartford. We had a call from
Visual receive.
2016 Hyundai Sonata with Halloween stickers on them, plate of King Lincoln King 9418 last in the area.
1814. PD's run.
Adam 33 to Sam 33.
So straight DCD. Process is 1950.
So for this vehicle on fire, this Honda Odyssey, the owner has a Honda Odyssey listed to her, plays attached to it and everything. However, we can't verify the fit because it's all burned out. Do you want us to process to it?
I just have you two ready.
Yeah, return on LP.
Yeah, we have things going on over here. We can have a patrol avoid that area. We'll take care of it.
Okay.
The vehicle's no longer in the area. The caller.
So we're en route, everyone, to a rollover off the freeway.
Everyone's on Gaylord. 3 for Sickle, 1804 Beaver, 1804 Beaver, at the Center of Hope, 82330. Work off our dispatch at 1850.
Pay attention.
Vehicle's still moving.
Where's Carla at? There he is. I see you, Carla. You thought I was forget about you, huh? Almost broke my neck right now.
Roger 375, I'm going to reroute you for your project at 1814 Cincinnati.
Were you trying to clear that one on Lorraine? You put it back in the pending queue? Oh no, just back into now. I was trying to check out the
Yeah, man, I don't want to turn the windshield wipers on. I hope you don't guys see the
to get
little
physical. The caller left the area.
That's 250 is going to have adult custody case number.
Here's the code for the house. Additionally, is getting circulate northbound. Subject be wearing.
Letter 50 has adult custody at 1820. Their case number 105. 9005.
There you go, guys. They got out, guys. They did get out. Jesus.
And they're currently attempting to reach item 9440.
24 of 96, 96.
10-4, also again, I'll go 3.
10-4.
I know you're the guy we're looking for because you have a Jesus t-shirt.
It checks okay. It's registered to the homeowner, Sharon Watts.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
10-35 radio.
35.
8 minutes out, everyone. 8 minutes.
Sorry about the delay. You can tell me whatever.
What's up, hen dog?
That's all right. Good evening,
you
guys.
send me a video? Let me go check. Oh, boy.
Another there's walking from the door. Suspect is a Gillespie running Georgina.
Her while they were driving. Now they're stopped here in the middle of Buckeye. It was hard to get info from her. She was just connecting email in the background.
What?
Yeah, 1304.
Nothing good for it.
What is that? Hen dog, what is that? Smoke or the clouds?
You want to get them started?
What is that?
One just north of the residence.
Thank you, guys. What is that? Hen dog?
I'm 1097. I'll check the sign.
Good. Thank you. Hen dog, what is that? Rain? Clouds? What is it? Smoke?
So heavy camouflage basement.
What?
Anyone is inquiring.
That's a freaking dust storm in Toledo? Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, it's not a dust storm. That's crazy. We gotta show you this, guys. That's bad.
1400 block of runway.
That is really bad.
Negative out there.
That is crazy.
2324, I'm carrying.
Yeah, man, if you guys live in Delano, you guys need to stay inside that house.
Go ahead.
That's horrible. That looks like way out there in the desert.
313.
10-910 frontage. Lincoln 531097, Lincoln 30.
The mark in the base, there's a name attached to this bag. Lolita or...
So for the police are in your call.
Okay. 3 minutes out, everyone. 3 minutes out.
214 interrupt the 214.
Let's see if we can get in here. There's a tow truck. They're going to try to get it out right now. Yep, there it is, guys.
7320, this is Bergen out of progress. 42 in Elma, 42 in Elma.
2004 Dodge pickup, blue in color, to Arnolfo Moreno out of San Benito, expires December of 24. 27 returns to Julio Cesar Encina, Hispanic male of San Benito. He is eligible, class Charles, expires in 31, has one restriction, is an Adam with corrective lenses. He's clear.
Yeah, get it, girl.
Sorry, can you mark the time for the service search warrant, please?
10-4, call time Frank 9177.
That was a great shot right there.
Delta 394, near area 9.
Gonna be high.
Oh, man. Callers, 65-year-old brother, had a call, found for a couple of hours.
Let me get out real quick, guys. Get out, give you a shot. What's going on? Yeah.
I'm arriving. Just for info, I had my unit radio and portable radio both. I'm not sure why it didn't come through.
Zone 102. Medical Bravo response. Fault. At 1318 North 66th Street. Respond on TAC 5. Truck 5 and Medic 8. Respond to Zone 102. Medical Bravo response. Fault.
Mackenzie Method, make contact with Orlando.
6th Street.
Missing juvenile, 271 furnace. Mom.
230 double.
Called in 2 hours ago. She had a disturbance.
Not really 60.
I guess the person's over there with that officer. Right over there.
7219 radio.
Go ahead.
Yeah, for my staff safety issues.
Okay, guys. Let's go. So everybody's safe. Everybody's out of the vehicle. Check this out, guys. Check this out.
1724.
Truck 5 showing any positive. 14.2. Truck 5 Medicaid.
That's in Delano, guys. That's dust.
On shoreline, to make contact in room 520.
That is dust,
her
guys.
husband is missing.
Oh, man. That is dust.
Give me a call.
Hen dog, if I was you, Hen dog, you better get under your sheets, homeboy. You better get under your sheets. Yeah, Helen. Yes, that is a dust storm in Delano, guys. In Delano. That's crazy. Yeah, these clouds look scary, everyone. I'm not gonna lie.
Go ahead. Father. The sister who's requesting the
the check. We're requesting an officer is at that location at this time in a white F-150 parked out front.
Hey, owner of that bag is returning about 7 minutes out. I told him to meet you baggage claim welcome center.
Negative.
Okay, Wilson will be here later. Thank you.
Assuming the brother is underage and the mother was out of the country and had the son in the custody of the father, and the sister is not supposed to be watching him. The father is using far westbound transfer the child.
Around 210, 456.
1726.
4450 domestic, 4420.
Him dog, he can say he can make it in 25 minutes from Delano to Bakersfield.
So you related to a prior call with that resident?
Over in Porterville too, Crystal? Wow. That is nuts.
Blackie, you're at 10-1 static.
Yeah, look at these clouds, guys. Look at this. Let me back up, guys. That's coming from Delano, all that dust. Oh, man. Here, dog, you gotta keep your dust over there, homeboy.
116.03 miles.
You gotta keep your dust over there.
Stated there was juveniles throwing bricks at her. There's about 7 to 8 juveniles total, to be around the ages
Keep
of
your
9.
dust over there, homie. We don't want it over here. We got too much dust.
Call taker still speaking with her. Cat 1323.
I can see it, Ashley. I can see it. I can see it. It's coming, guys. That dust storm is coming.
Thank you. Shots fired 69-inch Chester. 1 call, 3 shots.
Oh, man. I might still...
05.
Here, dog, you need to keep your dust over there, man.
Radio, can you send us 1262?
Okay, guys. Let me get in a good spot, guys, because if it's coming my way, guys, I definitely want to be parked. I don't want to be driving. If it's that bad, yeah, guys.
I got it. Thank you.
Oh, look at that, guys. Look at that, everyone. Wow.
I did not do anything to this unit. I don't know what's going on.
10-4. What unit are you in?
Yeah, if it starts raining right now and that's dust, that's going to be bad.
630. Disturbance 4821 Colfax, contacting David via 13. He's on location. Second information.
Radio to San
Well, here it comes, guys.
Copy on updated description for Christopher.
Caller's Persian property.
Go ahead.
4821 Colfax.
Hispanic male, 5'4", 135 pounds, with a full beard, black hair,
Radio to San
about 135 pounds. He is wearing dark gray jeans, mono shirt, has anxiety
Let me go check out my working units. I want to tell them there's a dust storm coming. You guys better get inside.
Conference 299,
those working
for noise reaction. 2240 NPID, 2240 NPID, the Costa Terragon Apartments, unit 13102, 13102, 9000 grade, work off of EMS 1 at 1828.
Guys.
Yes.
I understand, man. Is there something I can help you with?
So, Kate said it over there in Rosedale.
Yeah, just this robbery.
Oh, guys, look at, no, guys. Oh, no, guys. This thing is moving in with a whole bunch of dust, guys. Oh, no.
Okay, thank you.
I'm in a park that you guys can see. Oh, really good, guys. It's coming in like that picture. That in-dog sickness. Oh, yeah, guys. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Yeah, first time I've ever seen anything like this, guys. Rolling in like this. You only see this in the movies.
Blue Navy shirt and
in the movies.
Change to patrol 1 circle.
I'm trying to find a shot. that you guys can see
I'm happy, thank you.
the dust coming in, guys.
Copy, Jackson.
I will call back, see if they're still there, and if so, that you're on your way. Thank you. It's going to be at 18009.
Especially for me, guys. I really cannot be in this stuff.
There's the building manager called. She was advised by a resident that a male that CPD is looking for is on the scene here. His name is Daniel Belcher Jr.
Charlie 36 radio, you came over really well.
I copy, thank you. I want to do a call back to see if they're still there, and if they are, the advisor is on the way.
Argument with her daughter, her daughter for cursing at her.
Okay,
She invites her daughter inside the residence of her friend's house. Rookie league there as well. The daughter has been straight, but she said daughter's going to be in a teacher currently in the lobby on the omnibus.
Caller wasn't sure why police were looking for him. I ran his info. He's got caution for armed and dangerous, violent tendencies, and known to abuse drugs. He's showing a felony PC7 with Cleveland for burglary and forced entry. I found the cat it's associated with, and it looks like on Halloween he broke into an ex-girlfriend's apartment at this address. Code 2, cat is 1321.
Oh, no.
Copy, and route.
295 Central. Adam 36 radio, can I give you a call real quick?
Thank you.
Where are you going?
I don't think I'm going to get there in time. It's moving quick. See it, guys? It's moving quick. Look at this.
Shoreline, starting 0.0.
Yeah, that thing is moving quick.
The 18B or 3500 library.
I'm going to try to make it home, guys.
They're advising right now is 40s. It's intoxicated and staggering in past noon.
Yeah, stuff like this, guys, I don't like to be in.
Brown boxers only.
Especially, I didn't know it was going to come towards Bakersville. But it's coming.
7-3.
Have a close little arm in your head.
74491.
Ashley don't live with me.
The address is going to be 1150 East Irvington Road. There's a regular people that are taking the blood border.
Oh, look at this, guys. Here it comes.
You can send it
It's a done deal,
highlight on
guys.
the wheel. It's in a brand of change stop
Here it
sign.
goes, guys.
It's a left on the towards Staples. On Southern Senegal, about 20 years old, told 3. It's red, 1837.
Okay, I've got 2 runs on the board. One's
This is all bad, guys.
hold up alarm and one's for an MVA. Turns out they're for the same thing. Am I okay to do these together and then downgrade it back down
Just
to
ring,
MVA?
not this stuff.
Copy.
Yeah, guys.
Copy, thank you. I just wanted to make sure before I did it.
I copy, thank you.
And we check if T2 has an
So,
available
this
unit.
is activity 5455 North Marshall. Got a call from Anonymous / Villa. Check for 2 people looking suspicious.
Downtree on trucks and blocking all lanes.
1263 is the CAD. Just be advised, there is no callback in here. And there is a code that you can press in there, and it will buzz her. She can speak with you or buzz you in.
We're in the middle of that storm, guys, and that dust storm.
Copy.
Go ahead.
Check the base.
Charlie, radio. 310-4.
Alright, we can have this caller. She doesn't want to make any type of report, but she requested a call out she's riding her bike in the area 130 miles.
Can you go for Unit 1? Insurance expired on October the 30th.
Neil strongly advised.
Unit can block off eastbound traffic with the distracted.
Copy, thank you. 0 and unable to walk after 1 week without a bowel movement. 329.
38, you guys want to check out this 167 in Dine's Court?
176. I'll be right
Look, the light just went.
The
light just went out, guys.
Out here.
Well, you don't want to go all
And then they had large guns. Just the one call for this. CAD 1281.
Look at the officers, guys. The lights are back on now. Lights are back on, guys.
Stand by, just one.
She ready to haul.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Via Ramos Messad Robstown expires September 25. Vehicle is clear.
You can't even see like 100 feet, guys.
Expires 8/26.
Down, I can't even see down the street going north. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Need another unit to block westbound traffic also.
14. No, like I said, I saw him coming out of the garage.
No warning of this.
And I was wondering if you guys saw him. Just to advise him.
Not even a broadcast or anything. Emergency?
1937. Okay. Just check.
Charlie 36, I'm arriving.
Copy, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I copy.
Come on, man. What are you going to do, man?
Give me 1 second.
Freaking idiot.
1737. Channel 3 the case.
Vehicle 4 shows code 6X, Fairview Park, possible.
Dispatch to 11 or 6.
Connection over 4101 North Western, 1086. Charlie 36, still no response on the callback. 184-101 Northwest Moreland.
Charlie,
Shirley, 30, clear my part, civil issue. Be rough, small shoreline for North.
Yeah, that's very smart. Have your freaking hazards on.
When you pick second horse unit, you want to come up here to the scene. I'm going to have you block both licenses from
Now, we're not going to have no power over here either, guys. When I know Selena.
1937.
Go ahead.
We have this email on board. Can you go us around 2935 Van Aiken Boulevard, Apartment 5?
Yeah, we're making sure it's going to be out of power, guys.
Thank you. Do we have
Whoa, that just scared the crap out of me.
Superior Bridge? There is a big living room chair in the right-hand lane.
I'm gonna be responsible, guys. I'm gonna shut down, guys. I'm gonna go home and be safe myself. One less car to be on the street for the first responders. I don't want to be involved in any accident. I don't want any part of the storm. I want to get inside doors. I hope you guys can understand. I hope you guys don't get mad. But I'm gonna take care of myself, especially my lungs. So, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I want to get home and be safe for myself. I hope you guys can understand that. The other streamers, they might come out and enjoy this, but I'm not. I'm not gonna. I don't want no part of this storm. But thank you, Mox. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you guys for the super stickers. All the good stuff, guys. I hope you guys are not mad, but I just want to be safe, guys.
I'm not sure.
I especially don't want to breathe this stuff in.
There's lots of info, and this helps too on Memphis Avenue regarding an Amber Alert.
39.
Yeah, this is a good thing to film a lot of scenes. But for me, it's dusty.
Okay, stand by.
There's no way that I'm going to get out.
Be Bravo 1.
Metro 5.
Yeah. Look at this poor girl. coming towards you right now, Tina.
They didn't have a closing description. The caller's not on top 10. They were advised by a minute.
Where am I near?
Well, I was gonna. Thank God, I was
we need to work on traffic.
I was gonna blow my driveway off, but I don't need to now.
Right, 1940.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow, guys.
No one around the
I do apologize
someone's going to
for shutting down early. I know there's going to be a lot of stuff to film, but it's not worth it for me, guys. I don't want to hurt my lungs, and I have a hard time breathing. I hope you guys can understand. You guys have a good one. Have a blessed evening, guys. Be safe. If you guys are out here driving, please be careful. Be responsible.
Can you put me out on the rain
It
and
looks like it's getting more terrible.
1410 for passport, ESG's 1016.
See you on the next one, everyone.
1841.
I don't think to the radio.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're back in the district. You can make us available.
Let's up to the mental EMS call at 1410 Papaya Court.
Did we already get the plates to you?
Step into Wick Studio, where agencies and enterprises design, develop, and scale.
Shaken and is also scared. He has PTSD. He's on the porch with the black strip. I can't tell you right now. 1742.
28 out of Idaho.
1033 radio. Call 2744.
I think this cargo Lux jet is just about, I think he's fired up and ready to go. Is he on radar, Jimmy? Okay.
I think people should be scared. There might be a PTSD after MHMR.
From 15 engine 14, 17 and engine 14, coming for an accident with injuries. Vehicle consumer gate, ESG's 1404, up to the phone at 1843.
So really lucky last night, and hopefully we'll see it again today, was the DC-6 with Everts Air Cargo. Where's that MD-80 gone? Oh no. Elizabeth Lee, New Jersey, checking in. Excellent. Sam Beck, Stephen Oxborough. Here we go. Anthony Roberts, Ian Goldsworthy, Haywood Steve. This is Haywood Steve. Trainer platform 4. It's for Withersfield, Essex, Preston Park, and Brighton. Ian Goldsworthy. Good afternoon to you, Jody Booch, John Singleton, HGC, Liam Wilson. We've got a couple of pilots, well, at least one pilot, UPS 747 pilot, going out around about 2:30 this afternoon. I think we might have some snow. I'm intrigued to see what these guys are doing over the other side of the airfield here. Oh, that's just snow removal, isn't it? That's not something you see every day, is it? I thought he was carrying a load of hardcore. Talk about hardcore. This is hardcore aviation, in it, right there, in that shot there. Look at that. And let me just show you. Well, it's some brave
Extra Credit Union. Vehicle call. He is at 1410 Cambridge for contact.
I just got to show you this, folks. Oh, blimey. Hold on a minute. Oh, no, there it is. I thought it was a bloke. The sign was a bloke. Yeah, the moose is loose, a bit the hooves. And of course, it's shy now. Look at that. It's straight out of the shot, man.
That's a ccpd, we're no longer patched.
Apparently, she's got her calf there. Causing a little bit of. It's one of my sort of like things I wanted to see in terms of the. So it seems that Atlas Air is parked up there at that far end. Got a great shot of the Atlas Air jet coming out of gate or remote stand last night for that little promo that we put together. But as you can see here, seems that UPS and FedEx are using this hub as for commerce, maybe. I think it may be being transferred from one jet to another, maybe onto feeder flights. So we will see a lot of activity up there, as you can see. Some aircraft with their
Show myself at 6-8 in service across their 101, 101, radio VP 17 and 7.
Okay, that's right, that's right.
VP 15, VP 7.
Stand by. Those big engines, man, look at that. 4 Dreamliner Gen X engines right there. We've got an approaching 747. Pretty sure we're going to get some snow. Oh, look at this. Is this Air China? Isn't she beautiful? Look at that. And from Nagoya.
Yukon, Ontario, keep us out with Henry Nick Robert, 6870.
That's right, you said that you're at Ontario, Lister Cross Street, and that plate was Henry Nick Roberts, 870.
Yes, I did say that. I did say that. And it was Chapman 5 as well, a long time ago. Lots of rudder input now. Pure freighter, this one. She looks heavy. She looks heavy. She is now. Probably 100 plus tons of fuel. Need to get the figures ready. All depends on where she's flying to. This one could very well be going over the top at London Heathrow on her way to Frankfurt or something like that later on. Or Schiphol. Do we know where this one's going, GP? She's going to Mexico City, right? Okay, so not a great deal of fuel then. Interesting. So that's literally a splash and dash, isn't it? That's crazy. It's like art in action.
2023 Toyota Taco pickup white truck to Kenneth and Sims out of Mississippi. It expires August of 25. It's clear. 27 returns to Kenneth Sims
from Anchorage, I think.
Mississippi. He is valid.
We're wrapping up here, old 21, you know.
Correction. Yes, he is licensed and he is clear.
Do you know what's the license class he has?
Yes, it's very windy, bro. Very windy, very dusty, and it's sprinkling.
Imagine that's over a Hyundai that swerved in front of the RP and almost crashed. Because and always travel license plate Norway and Lincoln 1576 or 1766. The vehicle's RP. We were last exiting on Morgan. Patrol 2 at 1854.
Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Yeah, right.
Can you confirm insurance for the King 07 plate?
Investigation on Northchester.
Charlie 36 Radio.
Yeah, bring one back.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to give you this run on 112 for this lady that's having issues with her landlord. Landlord's not there.
Copy.
If you should have clear back to
1953.
POV, just one top.
10-4. Dispatch to engine 10, medic 10 on taxi.
Name is Casey, and it's King Adam Young, and there's a space, and then C. 426 of 81, 426 of 81.
On tax 4.
Indiana.
Just imagine that the vehicle was hit. A breeze on Centra and the blue Volkswagen. On our left-hand side of ATV, and they're making it happen in the parking lot.
10, medic 10 on tax 4.
1942, set up for an upgrader level 2 DOC at 477 West Paz Street, unit number 3.
Mary.
Yeah, 34 radio.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Unit 84.
216, I made contact with AEP. They advise they will let us know when they send someone.
Yeah, show us head method 2 for fuel and a report. Info receipt, all parties involved.
I didn't go live right now to expect donations coming in. Because I don't know how long I'm going to be live.
There are many of our children that have gone in and out of the Color's backyard and going in and out of the streets as well, throwing rocks and various items.
Weather. I was expecting rain, but I wasn't expecting for it to be so dusty. And
1754.
That's what caught my attention. I looked out the window. I said, "What the hell?" It was just cloudy, and now it's dusty.
1820.
So yeah. I'm planning. Oh my God, we're starting to drop.
Westbound on mid-delay.
Charlie 36 3.
There it is. We're starting to buffer.
Black Pants is riding a bike while pushing another.
3-2 ready. You can send us that property cross.
There goes the buffer.
Alright, that one, last one was GOA kill. Cab 1336. Send me that.
What's my videos in the rain?
It starts buffering like crazy and turn back.
And if I'm reading these notes right, they've already had a report done through Cleveland State.
Yeah, but in order for her to get camera footage, she needs a report from Cleveland. I don't know how accurate that is.
You send me your headband.
Caller works at the McDonald's. He's currently going back and forth from McDonald's rallies. There's a female that he was trying to help out sell his house to me, and is refusing to give him back. She's gonna be a black female, light complexion, wearing a red rally jacket, and has black long hair. Caller states the manager of the rally threatened to assault him if he didn't leave the drive-thru. No weapons. Cat is 1345.
Cat is 1337.
Okay. Well, if you're not swamped up there, is there any way you can contact CSU and see if that was a report made for them? And if they have camera footage, ask them. Oh, right, no.
1956.
Jackson, the base.
No buffering on
Really 355 Customer advised to reboot at a later time. He thanks all those assistants.
Copy that. Name or not?
Negative, refused.
Copy.
My bad. Oops.
350, I think it's that correct testimony.
Respond to assist motorists at West.
360.
Stuck on the roadway behind the down tree.
Oh my god.
Radio to a robot for a quick update on the board.
10 minutes out.
Johnny 36. The issue is that they don't have a report for her, and I just realized the location. She might have made this be. So let's do a call back with them.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
Be advised, I'm currently holding a code 1 for a missing juvenile that just came down.
You're already aware.
Thanks, guys. 10809 Sandusky. Jade is calling third party, saying that she got a phone call from somebody who lives here, that there's a male who is homicidal and suicidal out in the driveway. She has no information at all on who this person is, and she's refusing to say who called her with this info. Cat 1314.
It's lucky.
I have 5 code 2s that are timed out, 9 code 3s, 7 are timed out, and 4 code 4s that are timed out.
Okay, Callie. You'll wait, we'll call here shortly. Okay, do you have any history at the address?
Copy, thank you.
102.
No.
Yeah, everything radio 8.
Go ahead.
Charlie just called radio.
Okay, we're on Sandusky.
Radio to Avenue 3 status.
6.9. So ODOT came out and they checked the fluid on the highway. They said it'll be safe for cars to drive over. So once this tow here for this another car, will be cleared off. We'll have to head to the hospital and drop off passengers for these cars.
Copy 1958.
Do you know if these down wires supposed to be in front of the school?
0160.
Somewhere on the side.
We're just working on our report over there.
Copy 0163.
They didn't say anything, but it was over the sidewalk.
Okay, because I'm here and I don't see anything at the moment, so I'm going to keep you updated.
Go ahead, 3-4. Okay, copy. I think cars going by over there. I'll give them a call real quick.
At the Sequara corner to the west,
Maria.
Because I can feel the gust of wind
35
in the
radio.
car, so.
Go ahead.
Caller thinks someone is back inside the vacant home. Only description is a white male. Safe officers were out for this earlier. The code 2, he got his 1350.
Damn, 33, I'm 34, that's the Inland dispatching there for that address. Radio, send them a car, I'm available. Okay, any miles is going to be 595. Then we also have this female on board with her dog. We're going to be en route to B Harvard Plaza, so her mom can pick her up.
So, under nature, 4717 plane, Sergeant advising that caller 6 keeps calling for welfare chickens. They were checking on this shit. They're fine.
Can we get the males control from earlier?
Copy.
Wait, Adam 37. Bring it, Adam 37.
So do you have an update on Andrew?
I talked to fire. I guess they went over there. They weren't able to find anything.
West we go.
I've tried one, my friend, one critical.
Dustier, man. Damn, look at my car. It looks so cool looking. I'm looking at the hood of my car and it just looks. It looks nice. I like it.
Copy, you can send it. And if you want to send us that animal run on Megan on Broadway, we're around the corner. We'll check that on the way to the assault.
Come on, let's go. We don't got time's not on our side because once it's dark, I don't think we're really gonna notice. What the?
Yeah, once
it's dark, we're not gonna notice.
2001.
It's just gonna look like it's just dark, you know. So,
walking the right lane to get it off the road, but I need somebody else with me.
What's up with the
4110, I'll be fine.
Go that way, not this way.
Whenever one's available.
37, thank you. Let me get close to a spot for 1802 East 13.
Apologize.
1470, an area of 77 and 1470 is going to be a reference to the house, brown colored by the railroad track.
Got a call from a security, stays with a medical postum, and advised of an impact female on scene of this assaulted them. Unknown names of Vic or the suspect. Suspect's going to be a black female, heavy built, wearing a blue jean jacket, no descriptor as the victim. Both parties are in the lobby though. 1265, and I expect that everyone will see. You're welcome. Radio to Charlie 36. UCPD doesn't have any record of her calling in, so let's do a call back to announce who actually made this alleged report for her.
Can now project that Republicans will keep control of the House of Representatives. That means they will have at least 218 seats, Democrats at 209. So still another 10 or 11 seats to call. This is enormous. That means Republicans will control the House, the Senate, and the White House. It will have a major impact on how Donald Trump will be able to govern. Has a major pick in terms of who he is able to pick for his cabinet, from how the Senate will confirm those cabinet picks. Also a major influence on what kind of legislation you can get through, with Republicans now controlling the House of Representatives. That means a Republican majority leader in the Senate and now a Republican Speaker of the House when Donald Trump takes office on January 20th. Thanks for watching.
He's gonna, so that homeowner is going to be billed that invoice on the amount that he owes. Henry, for the city having to go and do that job. That's how that's going to work out, huh?
If you know on the call there, so you give me clear.
You think that's how it's going to work out? They're going to bill the owner? Nothing's free.
Charlie 34 radio.
34.
Nothing's free in life, man. So I'm pretty sure that's.
Want to send me that property crime on East 9? Adam 34 to Adam 36.
1903.
So you got.
Are you guys close?
Yeah, we're out here now.
You got to pay up, boy.
What was that?
You got to pay up.
Yeah, we're out here.
All right, we're 130th line. We'll be there in a second.
Radio Charlie 36.
36.
Ida North 7916 out of Florida. And for PD advised the vehicle is hit spot by the land off all days and was last seen in the Bakersfield area. Today's date approximately 1450 hours.
Jeff.
Alright,
Jeff,
so it was Chase Westridge, not Cleveland State or UCPD. They're on scene with her right now. When she called in, she was talking to them and they told her that they're not going to assist her until Cleveland gets here, basically. Radio to Adam 31. So her and the Case Western officer is on scene in the lobby waiting for you.
Go on.
Just checking on you guys.
I'm telling you.
Alright.
Alright.
You cut the line. Cut the line.
Go ahead.
Drink cars.
Alright guys, count the cones, count the cones.
We're getting a suspect description.
1, 2, 3,
5 times 1.
4, 5.
Kathy, I don't have a lineup. What's your badge?
1350.
11.
Alright, can I have another car thing over to Kentucky?
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
31. Do we have a name on this guy at all?
You can continue at your pleasure.
Not yet. My partner's confirming with the victim as we speak.
Charlie 37 radio.
What?
Yeah, you want to send me that
there's so much
store in
construction.
Lakeside?
Thank you.
Number 31. Try Sean McLeod, 40 years old. Right now.
Radio, can you call 385-0738, please?
Got it.
Adam 37 radio.
Homeowners insurance will cover the
hotel. I checked there for the dog. It wasn't there. Right in the 13th town.
The area of Nick Hustler, mechanic shop.
I got it, thank you. I gotta go back to you. You just care about where it does.
Artisan 254. The area of Nick's Mechanic Shop, 280 Market Street, Blythe Township, and a no type flyer, 2006.
Send Mary. Happy to find. With location line and white shirt.
Oh, thank you.
Well, check on the line.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Exactly. This is Diary of the Bird special for sure. I feel like I'm low on power steering.
3 radio.
I felt kind of heavy right now. Turning it.
305.
I remember my Honda. It didn't have power steering. I like that though.
2007 to the rear of
Start finding your strongest child around that age.
Bravo 2
Radio 101.
Big ass boat with no power steering.
We're back from Fairview. We can hold your report. Handle that shot.
Man, no way. No.
1.
Well, just going down. I got you. Thank you, ma'am. This was the shot fighter for 4325 Woodland. 1 round, cat is 1354.
Damn, look how dusty it is right to the left.
I got a fire 82 alarm at 2190 Ambleside Apartment 207.
I don't know if you guys can see.
The lead partner did go to the hospital earlier, but not her medical alarm. It's going off again.
I'm on copy.
So the further south.
4120. Can you get that information from that vehicle?
It's getting.
Two 16.
Charlie 36 to radio.
Nick's Mechanic Shop. Bravo 2 operation.
31. I think I found him. Sir, you had a lot of wind. I just heard you say call back. Stand by.
Yeah, I'm by the front door here in 1999. Nobody's here.
I got you. I just let her know. 5-7 of 84.
16 on location. 1988.
Can you guys see the dust or no?
Yeah.
This camera, bro, picks up everything. Oh my god, I thought that car lost control for a second. Threw me off.
Alright, he does have a Maserati that's registered to him. The temp tax expired, but it's Sam 563-625.
To our left.
Seals are clamped securely and driven by motors, which apply just for precise lapping of ball valves with diameters ranging from 100 millimeters to 250 millimeters. The system is floor-mounted, making it ideal for workshops and laboratories, and comes ready to use with a full range of features. The ball valve is secured horizontally using a headstock drive system, powered by a variable speed motor. This setup ensures smooth rotation of the ball during the lapping process.
Yeah, let me know when we start buffering,
Seals are
guys.
clamped securely and driven by motors, which apply adjustable pressure through pneumatic cylinders. To maintain the spherical shape of the ball and avoid tram lines, the seal assemblies gently rock back and forth while the ball rotates.
Everything's looking good on my side.
The machine also features an adjustable lapping arm that sweeps over the ball's surface for an even lap. A syringe pump dispenses precise amounts of lapping compound, ensuring a consistent finish. Operators can control the lapping process via a simple control system, including timers and variable speed drives, to optimize efficiency and precision.
Driver's going to be Richard Lee, 11/24/2009, has an aggravated robbery warrant. We just confirmed him as a driver. I'll get your plate here shortly.
Yeah, I just want to hear that song by R. Kelly.
We cleared the air east from Ansel and Superior.
It looks that nice.
Go ahead.
Traffic is light going south on East Boulevard from Superior.
That song as loud as it can play, man.
Yeah, Cat 1297.
With all the dust, just smacking
Stand for a track copy. Given the circumstances, you're going to be good. What's your speed?
I will be more than happy to call them.
Speeds are 50 miles an hour right now, going south on East Boulevard from Superior.
Thank you. Sam 33 copy. Only 2 units are able to participate in that pursuit. Marked units. Is chopper available radio?
Hey, could you imagine the remix?
Believe it went south on East 105.
That would be a viral video right there, man.
Was reporting a male and a female were
That would be a viral video that I could see going viral on Instagram or something.
We lost it.
Somebody needs to do it, bro. Somebody needs to make that video. Everything that I just said, they need to make that video come true. And I'm pretty sure that video would go viral.
East 105. We'll do East Boulevard and
you know, you can just see the dust just hitting you in the face. You know,
I used to that with Rashad Lee, Wilson University.
And yeah, I can definitely see that video going somewhere. If you want to go viral, man, create that video.
11/24/2006. That is the driver of the vehicle.
Welfare check on 7 and 15-year-old. RP is the dad. He said the ex-wife never let him speak to the children. You can show me some police.
Oh, wow, yeah, I feel that.
One of those.
We're getting blowed right
King
now.
Lincoln King 9418.
10-4. Make sure you're clear. 360, I can show you clear.
Blowing in a south direction.
Parked at Kenmore and Crawford right now. Radio, he's on Barney 14 off his own car 42118.
South direction, bro. It's pretty strong, but I definitely have to have two hands on the steering wheel.
Yeah, I got you. You said it's parked at Kenmore and where?
Yeah, otherwise it's gonna. You can feel it. You can feel the pull.
Kenmore and Crawford.
You can feel the pull.
That's a 250, 360. I'm start off for the service system and 360 and I'm up at the Starbucks.
Let me give him a call back. Caller's the owner of the vacant home.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like I said, it looked pretty dusty. It was dustier at my house, and I looked in the backyard, and I was like, whoa, this looks so cool.
You're gonna have Barney 32 and Barney 34 on a late roll call. 32 is gonna be delayed.
So yeah,
you also have a David 33 and a David 35.
I was like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, and then he marked you to ping back on that area. I want you to see
something on it. This looks fun to go play in. So,
3 out of 6. Get a radio when
but as you can see, it's dying
3 5's arriving. Heading miles is 599.
It's dying down.
Next one. And Rob
Bakersfield, we get something like this.
20179. Richard is currently wearing all black. He's a white skinned male, and he is the driver of that vehicle.
Flight 37's radio handle.
Happy, yes, someone called out that he was the driver with the DOB of 11-2406.
And then it calms down. And then it calms down, and we have like the best air quality.
Sam 33, Sam 80.
Possibly get.
And no, we haven't gotten called on yet, but I'm going to be delayed for a few minutes at the district.
Victor George, 780.
Okay, no problem. Just let me know whenever you guys are ready.
Radio to Sam 34 for info.
We're going to go left. I'm going to show you guys something right now.
Okay, the owner of that location, he's en route. He's going to be riding in a black mail tow truck.
Set up cap at the location on the McCardle side. Seats covered with a blanket. Has a park next to him.
We have the vehicle on occupied. 9110, 10 more.
I don't know if you guys can see it too much.
Sam 33, Sam 80.
Radio to was that Barney 37?
Yes, ma'am. Would you be able to find out David 13 out of zone car 102?
Union William 706.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
9622, Somerset, 1366.
Robert Henry X-ray 6343. 1817.
Howard, you want me to go up to Crossers?
Look at that, guys. That is a perfect example of how dusty it is.
They're all right.
If you stop right there and put the dog out, we want to grab the unit.
Sam 33, I'm going to attack for morning.
I'm going to need y'all to clear. We're getting a crash major. It's going to be 4 and commercial.
11:25 at this time, and all occupants are out of the vehicle. Fires interrupt.
Yeah, figure it out. Oh, we're finally getting clear the highway here.
2018.
Oh my gosh.
Sam 33 for your late cars.
Look at these folios, bro.
Go ahead.
Barney 22 radio. Well, radio, it's going to be related to this. You can send a light in the driver on 350, 360. I can show you all clear.
Barney 33, Barney 34, Barney 36, Barney 37, and David 31.
We're going to head down the river road also.
You're welcome.
Copy 2018.
Sam 33 to Barney 34.
Just to advise, I called real time seeing that the caller said this was around 7 p.m.
But
they're going to call back.
Hey guys, let's go play soccer, dude.
Alright, I copy. We're holding 12 on the board.
And breathing
2
on
code
that
2s that just came down. The rest 3s and 4s.
Come on, really?
And while I have you, I've got this
What are
code
you
2
guys thinking, bro?
on Woodland for threat. Caller was threatened by her friend. Her friend's no longer there. Can I knock this down?
Okay, copy. We'll just check the area.
Yep.
When you guys are equipped and ready to go, switch over to TAC 3 and then call out for Sam 80 to get instructions, please.
2018.
Charlie E3574.
Copy, thank you.
Okay, copy.
1053 radio for your late lineup.
Go ahead.
279, that's 3 Sam 33.
One right here. Show us on ramble sign.
It's going to be a multi-vehicle crash.
Good evening. You have Barney 33, Barney 37, David 36, and David 37. David 36 is a holdover. He'll be here till tonight.
Copy 2019.
Yes, sir. We were secondary until I gave up the advantage to Dana on the pursuit, so you're aware.
Copy 2019.
Okay, I need all involved parties to meet up with me at some point. I know you guys are working to debrief, and then I get the information so we can just do a quick pursuit.
Natalie, I don't understand your comment.
8276, I'll go for that.
Give me a second, I got a page fire.
1834 radio.
Adam,
But this is
go
a
ahead.
pretty cool,
Hey, what's my cat?
Great, thank you.
that's a pretty cool shot.
1345
I'm
1345.
digging that shot, bro. I like that shot.
3633.
Yes, affirmative.
Barney 34 radio. 36.
Yes, we're good.
David 37 radio.
At level 2 and 1, it sounds like a mid-skull.
Good evening, go ahead.
Good evening, can you create me a cab for a missing juvenile in danger? Follow up.
Copy 2020.
Hey guys, let's go play in the dirt.
Sure, K9 to Camp Creek.
I'm
trying to
I'll be out with these units in the UC car with my partner.
David 37, your cat is 1373, 1373.
For electric alarm, 5421 Brayford, 5421 Brayford, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One radio.
Go ahead.
We pulled it for 207.
Just wanted to call back on this individual that saw this possible.
Yeah, it's in the cat. If you can do a call back. It's the 585.
I have one going to the
almost looks like the light.
and one coming to y'all. If we can get a better understanding, I'm going to have to call for a mutual aid on that.
Look how cool that looks.
Get Richard ready.
I got one female.
Radio, you want me to do a call back?
Go ahead.
Don't go to the
Please,
light.
though, I have officers looking for a suspect, yeah, in connection with the chase, if you don't mind. Thanks.
Yeah, you can show us en route to 14587 Banner Ave. Connection with getting property from party.
2022.
Michael Heights is zone.
Cardiac arrest at 5050.
Is that, is that smoke?
Respond to.
No, it's not. It's dust.
Medical echo response.
Bakersfield's currently got a large dust storm. A large dust storm going on right now.
We have Raymond
And
9628 radio.
it's not just Bakersfield.
Ian has a copy.
It's not just Bakersfield.
We cleared that traffic stop to MPI. Can you send us a phone number if you have that?
It's Delano, it's McFarland.
The actual address of the.
I seen videos on Delano, McFarland.
I got
Received, and they have two medic units en route, and ACO is en route to you, 32.
It's made its way to Bakersfield, and I think it's traveling south.
More. We had a lot of traffic back up over here.
It'll probably die down in the Grapevine.
Adam 33, show us around the
It'll
metro.
probably die down in the Grapevine for sure.
2023.
I don't think it's gonna make it over the mountain.
South City.
All right, let's make our way back into the city.
543 radio.
Let's go back into town, guys.
Good. Good. Coming from above. See
Where
the
are we at right now?
seconds. Nothing.
What road is this?
Out of 5.
Black male wearing a blue shirt, black pants, and 40 balls. He'll be by the dumpster. RP advice you have a CCW. RP is not in contact.
All right, let's go check out some down trees and some down power lines.
Case number, and we were requesting
power lines. Let's make our way. Let's go.
Case number 110.
Bring us to the Ida car.
Yeah, go ahead.
40, King Legion Charles 0640.
You advised the Ag Rock tab was 320179.
Yeah.
Was this today? Does it look fresh?
David Luna radio.
G5 radio for info. Negative, we've been actively tracking him for about a week now.
You guys, we're 18.
Go ahead.
We're 18
CRG5 for info.
away. We're 18 subscribers away from hitting.
Yeah, we have a problem with my computer. Can you log me out of my computer? I'm going to be logging back in as David 31. Do you have a missing on the board?
21. 900.
My last call, I had a follow-up at 10519 Helena Avenue. Can you tell me that cat, please?
Subscribed. It's free.
Radio to Barney 37.
It's free to
Affirmative, I do on West 54th for a 17-year-old female.
Alright, let me log in. If you can log me out of just assign that to me, I'll take that. What's the address?
Are you calling Barney 37?
3544 West 54th.
Yes, good evening. Finish for code 1 and 2 phone.
Good evening, go ahead.
It's scary dusty right now.
One radio.
John Robert Young, 8710.
Joe 2 Blade. Gonna be checking up at the time so that we sold her. She's aware that the medical alarm is going off.
David, you're on radio.
Go ahead.
22 to 21. Hey, we're over by the port, off our house, check it to this box truck.
It's going to be 4412 West 189. Male and female arguing over the line.
Bro, I couldn't.
21, go ahead.
Just realize this be the way the district and be killing that two person return the Cayman to the district.
Okay, you changed the location of this call.
I got it. Get like an idea.
Just advising, we're over here by the ports from the stadium looking for this box truck.
Call up for
I'm actually going to set that as my thumbnail.
Female states male is being verbally abusive and irate over a check, and states he's blackmailing her and refusing to leave. There's also children in the home, and male is making threats. Code 11371. Advise any updates. Call taker is still on the line.
Patient's conscious and alert.
Adam 31, are you guys going to be set up on the
Return to service.
Yeah, we're on West 10 now. We're going to head over towards Merwin and check over there. Nothing in these lots. No U-Haul.
That was a really cool photo right
we can break.
man. I wish I would have got to take a picture of
CAD
it.
was 1274.
Come on, that's the 30. Copy.
2026.
Alright, can I get you for this code 1 on Broadway?
What was
Radio for info, call back once voicemail.
Radio to Adam 31 for a code 2 in your zone.
31?
Yeah, we'll keep
Thank you. 3040 West 47th.
Radio to Barney 37.
Everybody asked if I got like a press release. Yeah, we got
You're
a
gonna
press
be
release.
Carmen. She was chased by 2 pit bulls who were home.
That occurred last night.
Copy line number 2
I'll read you guys the press release right now.
Just to advise, real time put the updates in the tab for you.
Copy.
Her neighbor did call the dogs inside, but she still wants to report because this is habitual. They're always loose and chasing her. 1372.
Craycroft vehicle versus a
pedestrian
with pedestrian still down.
6654 Broadway.
We got a press
Getting a
release
couple
right
calls
here.
for an approximate 8-year-old female juvenile that's sitting on the ground here by herself. One of the callers asked where her mom was. She said she didn't know.
61.
Thank you.
Copy.
It was a
Short
turned out
backpack.
that the kid passed away at 13 years old.
She's a white female, pink hat, blue jacket.
And,
She's
I'll read
sitting
you
on
guys
top
the
of a book
details
bag.
there in the press
It looks like
release.
they're starting in front of you and have a seat.
Good evening. We're equipped. You send that code to Memphis.
Wow, bro, look at this stuff.
Me, Adam 33 and David 33. Thank you guys.
That looks so cool, dude.
2028.
36 copy.
Thank you. 2028.
Broadcasting code 1 shot spotter 2092 West 85th for 5 rounds. Broadcast at 2028.
1829.
Yeah, 33. Can I get a 2-week court date?
Barney 33. You can clear us with checks okay. You can send us to the shop.
36. I'm getting ready to clear. You can send us. Yeah, that's our zone.
Hold on, guys. You ready?
Barney 340.
Right, record.
So pretty much this is it.
Radio to a robot.
I'm gonna read it to you guys. You guys ready? This is the incident. This is the incident that occurred last night. On a fatal shooting at the marketplace.
You said
Approximately 8:30 p.m. The Bakersfield Police Department began to receive reports of shots fired at the marketplace. Officers arrived. They located a 15-year-old male.
Picture on a Caddis 137 1377.
The victim was transported to Kern Medical.
Alright, for as long as we can afford it, let's
where he was later pronounced deceased.
Help out.
This is still an active investigation.
Copy.
Anybody with information is urged to contact the Bakersfield Police Department.
Radio to Bonnie 33.
At 661-327-7111.
Yeah, when you're clear, can you head to this code 107 zone?
As far as the suspect, the suspect's still outstanding, guys.
Seeing that they're already in route.
Yeah, last I read on the news article, the suspect was still outstanding.
36.
15 years old.
I'm sorry, could you go with that address again, please?
7500 Way Park, apartment 609.
Hey, you can place this all available.
The car?
Damn. Look at this, guys.
3545
So,
East 15.
look at
Ray Sean is calling.
This
He
is
just got
Bakersfield's
home.
air quality.
His upstairs neighbors are threatening him, throwing
Look
things
at
out of their
the
window.
highest
trying to
level.
Loud and clear.
He's going to be waiting on the street in a gray Nissan sedan.
Look
I
at
think we did a burglary named suspect report here this morning.
Everybody,
Ray Sean is the named suspect.
everyone should avoid
It's gonna be an
outdoor
ongoing
activity.
neighbor issue.
And those fools are
I
over there
put his
playing
info and all the
soccer.
info from this morning in there. Okay,
Look at-
1370.
It's above the
The guard
5,
says that
bro.
there are people banned from the
Like,
building in this apartment. He
it's
said
like
he also caught someone trying to do
hazardous.
a drug
That's like considered
transaction.
hazardous.
And a couple of evidence told him
And,
the person ran into the
These
apartment as
are
well.
all right here.
Like sure ducks and
And
just
that's
learning yourself,
Bakersfield's current air quality.
holding on to himself, that's what I'm gonna for prices.
Go ahead.
Business cards ready with the case number.
Let me see, what else do I got?
2032. Can you do me a huge favor and just ride past this 114 in Regalia, check for this deer?
831 Airline Road,
And,
Dollar General, 831 Airline Road, Ortiz, Ernestina.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I just got another, that is so random.
Henry 7280.
That's so random, guys. I just got a, that's so random that I just got an email of an update on the press release.
Barney 37's on 189.
Regarding last night's shooting. And this is the
529, your radio is 10.
this is the information. It says as a result of this investigation, an arrest warrant for murder has been issued for Albert.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
For Albert? I thought it was Alberto.
Good evening, you tell us whatever you need.
For Albert.
Go ahead and start my division.
And this is a photo of him, guys.
That's
the email right there. Screenshot
We're
that,
not doing good
guys.
out here. We're out here with the U-Haul field manager. He's going to see if that vehicle has a better tracker on it. He's calling his customer right now to see if we'll tell him and figure out more.
That's the suspect.
Radio to Barney 37. Callers coming to the door.
Good evening.
17 of
You guys want
2010,
to check out this alarm and
17 of 10.
So he was 15. The victim was 15 years old.
Barney 33 is going to be 3216 West 95th.
He just
Caller has a
took
no
the
contact
lighter
order
and
against
threw
her
his
son,
life
and he's
away.
refusing to leave. It's going to be Juan Colbert, black male wearing a red hoodie and black joggers. He's also making threats.
His life away, man.
Sounds like
Radio to any nice units on the air?
Damn, they already got that fool's information.
Just received another call from this email. She's crying, facing Mel just punched her in the face, and she has it recorded.
Who his
The
mama,
code 1
who his
cat is
daddy
1376.
Somebody was gonna talk.
Yeah, you got it.
Somebody
Radio to
was
Barney
gonna
32
talk.
for code 1, shots fired in one
They
zone,
always
please.
do. Anytime it involves youngsters, somebody
Or
talks.
Barney 36 to Sam 34, can I give a call? Okay, copy.
So
Is
that's
this
the
a
suspect, guys, right there.
TPO she has against him? And are you able to confirm that?
He'll be caught anytime.
It looks like we're probably
Go ahead. And
I need a hard
I'm checking
I
now.
hate
Be
to
advised,
say it,
female's
but
also pregnant.
He'll probably
Thank you. West 77th and Franklin.
Considering he's only 15.
This just occurred 3 minutes ago. We had 1384, 1384.
Try to try him as an adult.
1835.
But
2035.
He'll probably get like.
He'll
probably get like 25 years and then have the eligibility to be paroled and at this year or whatever. He'll probably only get like 25 years for this murder, man.
What was you saying? Go ahead.
Considering he's a youngster.
Show me going to Bay Area. You give 35. Can I reroute you guys to the
But
shop
still,
honor?
25 years, that's a long time. But it's not fair, though, you know? It's not fair.
Still has the vehicle involved on
I wouldn't feel that. If I was the family, I wouldn't feel that was fair justice.
122.16 Park Hill for one round.
Him to spend the rest of his life taking my family member's life. You know?
Delta 320.
I would want him to spend the rest of his life. If not dead, you know?
You're good to go for that thing.
If the motherfucker took my family member's life.
Charles, John, 57816.
Yeah, if he ain't gonna be dead, then I want him to spend the rest of his life in prison. So a life for a life, right?
He took the cup. He started cupping.
So
This is let me 1367 1367. Also, I read that initial report. He was just by himself, correct? He wasn't with that other male.
How that plays out.
No, it's not my time too.
Were you able to ID the other party?
Negative. What did you say his cat was? Sorry.
Welcome to
1367
4 Jeep Liberty Silver and Color registered to Orlando Santana out of Ingleside. Expires September of 25. Vehicle is clear. Aerial Castillo out of Ingleside. Eligible class 12. Expires 6. Correction. Expires 6 of 26. No entries. Clear.
I even got the radios going and it's quiet.
Yeah, it's really inside there. I can handle the call if speed part of everything available.
Copy.
Oh, man.
33 to 36. We'll grab him at the station.
Next up is on 898. Perimeter starting to set up.
We got something kicking out, guys. Alright, we got a crash. Let's go.
Radio Barney 335.
South Chester and East Casaloma. Let's go. Alright, we're en route to a car crash, guys.
That 920 is circle site. 920 is 22 is circle site.
Even 31 radio.
Go ahead.
Is there a run down the street for me? I'm on 24 right now.
Affirmative. We have a civil dispute, trouble with neighbors.
Radio Barney
John, Ocean, Charles, King, Edward, first name Scott, Howard Jones, 54 or 64.
Alright, we're headed to a crash, guys.
Copy.
I didn't know it was gonna rain, bro.
Last name.
Well, I did, but I didn't.
You ready?
I didn't think it was gonna rain this much.
You ready? Anything, we're supposed to ready to roll. You just want our go-to. One radio.
Radio check.
Good check.
Prove the unit again.
1839.
334 radio calling.
Together.
33, go
Guys,
ahead.
we're 5 minutes out, guys.
Alright, good evening, guys. 9605 Orleans. Amira's calling. She's in the process of moving out of here, and her stepdad is intact. Now refuses to let her back in.
Negative. I got
Yeah, I touched that mail photo on his info in there. I'm not seeing anything for a CPL. You'll have to check on channel 9.
And 1374.
Check 32, 35, Barney 36. They're going to be past the district. Onto Lupine, Barney 37, David 31 till midnight. David 37.
Parking. Actually, sorry for a level 2 hang up. I send a 36 number 1 South Park Avenue.
It's getting hot in here, dude. I'm gonna have to get some fresh air.
Unit 84.
Thank you. I'm not just talking with the victim right now. Barney 36 radio.
Copy 2010. There wasn't much information. Referred to the hangup.
Hey, do you know if these people are still in the lobby or are they waiting for someone in the area?
It tastes too good.
Hi, copy. And currently I'm holding one turned out code 1 on Jennings Steel Yard exit, state route 176 for a male jumping in front of vehicles. I only received one call.
Like beef jerky or something.
No, he should be on 116. He's in a gray Nissan. I can do a callback, figure out where he's at. Hold on.
Simple, correct, thank you.
8 code 2s. 5 have timed out. Multiple code 3s and 4s.
Okay, they'll be ready for assignment.
Hi, copy, thank you.
Alright, 37. Good evening.
50 for 2 males arguing in front of the Family Dollar. 2 static males with tattoos, one wearing a white shirt, black shorts, the other was wearing a gray shirt, light gray pants. I know that I complicated no weapon.
Wondering who's police order for that unit? Sharp 30.
3-2, can you sign David on 14 out of 346?
3-4, I see it. We're about to clear.
Can you grab the
Customers, blue jacket, short, possibly intoxicated or UID.
Okay, so the area manager, he told us that it doesn't have a tracker on that vehicle. So we're just going to tour the area for a bit. If we can locate it.
2040. 209, good.
Victor Frank Williams, 06604.
Hurry, why are you there? Really, pressure from that. Question. I'm Anthony Bearden.
Damn, what do we got now?
3-4, you can send it. We're en route.
Go ahead.
Oh, bro, I think this is a vehicle pedestrian call, guys.
2041.
Alright, we made contact with this juvenile. She's with her mom. They're requesting to be taken to 123 in Benwood.
Area 250,
9621 to 9622.
Usually they do that when it's an involved pedestrian, and they just
when you talk to them, were they
that's all they need to handle that type of situation.
Vehicle at all?
Versus it being a car crash.
Starting to be 334.
The Kennedy administration from 60 to 61.
I never got a hold of anyone.
So
and you actually have a unit for sale in here, don't you?
Downtown right now.
3, yes.
You had a 144 unit and 2
36, you guys see him out there?
And I dropped the price down quite a bit to get it moved, and that's...
Alright, I just tried multiple times to call the number that he gave, the number that he was actually calling
I've
from.
got a couple clients coming out to look at them, and...
Copy. Yeah, we also drove by that.
Alright, I copy.
And he had an order to front upgraded.
34's on 93rd.
Site drawing at 54 Avenue.
This was actually built during the Kennedy administration from 60 to 61.
And he's harassing the caller.
Power Rick.
24 copy.
3556.
This is the electrical subsystem in this facility. We're just
State route 126. Yard exit. I only received one call for a white male that was over in front of the vehicle wearing a gray jacket. Had one
So you're going to swap these batteries out.
Look how blacked out it is, guys. No lights.
I stacked that Parkville alarm too. You guys have
Yeah, that's one I was talking about. We're about to check on it now. You're going to welfare check at 5902 Airs, cutter number 453, 453.
It was just at that bus stop at 98th and Lorraine.
We've got generator 1, generator 2, our wind turbine, and then this battery bank behind. This is the facility. This is
We're trying to recall that on it.
3 days, 800 amp service. So, there's massive capacity down there. But this all liquid cool. This is a liquid cooling system up there. This thing gets so hot.
Are you mentioned to me that you put like $25 million into this bunker?
Back on scene. She's not supposed to be here. She and her daughter vandalized his property before. Code 3, cat is 1380.
Are you coming for this
Copy.
guy?
No, we're recording that guy.
Boy King 2828.
Thank you. If you could swing by 10600 St. Clair, Unit 316. Angela's calling. States that she's got a case against another female that lives in the building, and the female's been harassing her and her boyfriend.
From 23.
Suspect is Michelle Carrington.
1846.
Code 4, cat is 174.
She thought we were coming from.
She moved after that. 1189.
209, returns ready.
Hold on, guys. Let me fix it.
Who's in the area?
2046.
So it looks like he might have been on the dirt bike.
36. Do you guys see that update?
2024 Dodge Ram pickup, white in color, to Damie Donahue out of Arranger's Pass, expires June of 26.
Is now
27 returns to Damie Donahue, white male out of Arranger's Pass. Is eligible, class Charles Mary, expires in 25.
He might have been on the dirt bike.
Okay.
1946.
Cat is 1376 1376.
96.0 per radio.
11.
Are we on 33?
This is right here on South H.
Negative. They do not have an apartment number. And
yeah, if you put me at a traffic stop
And
near West 9th, West 10th Superior with Sam 907 961.
South H and Wilson, guys.
1 radio.
2047.
Still knows that this female
I can't get out right
Superior by
now
West
with my
9th.
equipment because of the rain.
The West 9th area.
And
Go ahead.
He's in the state center.
I don't want to risk getting my stuff damaged.
Adam 38. Can you guys check out this code?
Can you cancel my case number and can you copy get down case number?
Thank you. 2045 Spring Road. Victoria is calling in. She arrived at home. The rear door was open. She's sitting outside in her vehicle, a Lincoln MKC in the driveway. Thank you. I doubt this person's still there, but the caller won't answer, and I can't get a response at the store phone there. She did believe that she heard footsteps upstairs when she grabbed her dog.
322. On radio. Verbal control. 286, 358.
For the caller, there are guns inside of the home in the bedroom upstairs.
58?
Yeah, I haven't heard the status of the injuries right now. Let me see.
Go ahead. So we got me low.
2048.
28880 4118. 4118. Good evening.
Angelina Watson, Tracy, female, grandma for
Thank you. It's City at Metro. Misty called in for a 15-year-old daughter, Star Marie Mercado.
She has a wife for Peter to appear on this early contact procedure.
Yeah, this is right on South H, guys. This came out for
1156. Hispanic female, last seen wearing unknown clothing. She ran out of the hospital.
I couldn't copy all that. Just stay young, please.
Actually, no, we're on 33. That's 331156.
Yes, ma'am. Can you create me a cat for property damage? Can you see the district address, please?
Caller is going to be waiting. She's a white female wearing green sweatpants and a pink hoodie.
She has a wife for each for a Peter to appear. Copy 2048.
A juvenile possibly went to West 14th and Clark. Juvenile told the grandmother she was there. We had 1391 1391.
Copy. I'll head to West 14th and Clark first. Can you just do a call there so we get a better clothing description?
Copy, your pet's going to be 1394.
Come on, I'll see the green Swiss in the hoodie.
Yeah, you can close it out with report held. Thank you.
I'm ready for one of them. No problem.
Okay, will you tell me out what Fort Valley Police at Stone River? 34, we'll clear on Carrot.
2050. Radio to David 37. The juvenile that you're looking for is a Hispanic female wearing flowered pants and a red and black sweater with burgundy hair in a bun. She's possibly by the bridge on West 14th.
Copy.
2051.
French quarters.
Single vehicle rollover. Chapter 2 about Council.
Dash 10's available, 2050.
Sub 330 residents.
Request the light needs to ring and there's no history with anything similar to 14 copy.
35 radio.
Go ahead.
You can send that alarm in my zone.
Just off South 1565 South Latoya.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how.
That is 14.
Everybody's responding from Baker and Sumner.
64 copy responding. Available in quarters.
I don't know how bad it is, guys, but they're working on it.
Yes, ma'am, I agree. Just advise, I gotta move you now.
Is that female medically have any medical issues or something?
You're fine, 16 years old.
No, apparently.
2052.
Adam 31 radio.
He went missing 2 hours ago, but mother just called in to advise. They'll make a report.
I have the victim's phone here at the North South State.
Go ahead.
Okay, can we give it to it? Ending is 338.
2052. Free of Barney Breakthrough.
Alright, cool. Looks like they're about to load them
She's going to
up.
reach out to her sergeant regarding the warrant.
Do you know if I copy just to hold on to it?
Charlie 360 radio.
Barney 32.
Go ahead.
Western CAD 0779. I'll have to contact him over the phone.
Detroit missing juvenile 5909 cable. Got a call from Latasha advice for a 16-year-old son who went missing 2 hours ago, and she just now called in. Cat is going to be.
So it looks like he's about to get transported out right now.
Black t-shirt and blue jeans on a bike. RP advised that the was going through the trash can.
Hold off on that for a second. Hold on.
461 305.
Happy, would you like that air to stay clear?
Yeah, it looks like he got injured on his leg. It looks like he was injured on his leg. So
3846 County Road 81. 3846 County Road 81. Cross Street is County Road 38. The caller's advising the brother is threatening suicide, has a knife on him. We're also requesting medics for him, got him staged for PD.
yeah, so. All right. I don't see BPD.
Control 67.
What time did
32 radio?
Come on.
Go ahead. 1827, 1827.
Shout out to JOA UTL. You could send that alarm on West 25th.
1854.
Yeah, Unit 1 had a...
2700 West 25th for Evo Wireless. Interior Zone 1. They received a wrong pass code from someone on site. It's going to be that 1355 1355.
We're going to hang out in this area and see if we get something kicking off.
1855.
Those lights, man, once the lights come in, our stream gets pixelated.
114.
They'll be back in to the unlock.
237 radio when able.
Guys. Not
Yeah,
that,
for a level 2 fight that's holding at 541 South Pink Avenue.
In that car.
Can you do a call back to confirm where the mom is? She's at the hospital, or I think she said there's an address on Aaron. She probably not.
I copy. It's going to be
somebody's going to come just blow
the landlord that's standing out there, the caller's apartment standing on the door.
Metro. They were speaking with the Metro police.
Turn off her water. She's got minors inside. One is requesting medical.
5440 is available.
I'll be able to lock up the Metro. 3 miles, 408.
Should be open, man.
2056.
Cash only. Transactions.
Everybody, 1714 Sherman, 1714 Sherman. Something Jennifer.
Go ahead.
360 search has holding out by the dad, possibly has a gun on him. Adam 2.
That knows GOA-UTL. You can put up CAT 1339. Can you do a progress?
Just advise. Stuff at 320, 331 of burglary, 198 Morris Street. They already advised the residence is clear. They're still working the call. We have another burglary, 1714 Sherman, possibly the weapon.
This is a busy intersection right here, guys.
1663. The court date is 25th.
Did we just have a caller?
Copy.
4 is going to be related to my call. It's a big civil issue.
Wait for Adam's house on the phone. Look at traffic.
Proof checking, court date 25th. 35, not far.
call me, please, William.
2057.
3100 block of 3361.
Did you find out and send anybody over to the patient yet? All the way to Granite. This will be UTL.
Where's 63?
So the other time, circling if UTL complete 1757.
Yes, go ahead. Can you start as my location? It's going to be a 20-something-year-old male. So, for a vital check.
Can you come with us? Air Park.
EC Shark 41, if you could advise PG&E,
Continue with that. They're safe. They're not here. There's no court order stating that they cannot be there.
I'm the advisor on Kingsley's Tunnel. I'm still over mid.
Also, that isn't staying here in Robstown. He's staying here.
Dozers, copy complete.
10-4.
What's my cat?
1387, 1387.
So then you're coming in all in.
What's the cat?
Charlie 35. She saw you pull up. She said that she just needs to turn her wheelchair. 1370 1370. Copy, I see you now. Please see your report. Copy.
237 is Metro.
Yeah, this is a busy, blocked out intersection.
33. Code 3.
Yeah.
Patient's going to have
2058. Just get me your ending mileage when you can.
Especially around this time of the hour.
Quick party at 9:20. Rockhurst
25,
Drive.
negative, repeat.
Phone contact 5.
Cancel the 4th
Engine
engine
9.
on the response.
Responses. Zone 152. Medical Charlie response.
Or would you like us
at 9:20.
to cover a station?
Rockhurst Drive. Respond on tag 5.
Mm-hmm.
Network plate subject.
The Baker 803 and 19.
Charles Sports 9, I can be on turn 25. Copy, break. ECP engine 66, 366.
Morning,
Respond to the rescue. 366 and RAS to rescue.
24. Can you copy event 1224? It's possibly a male that was involved in a
It's far out. It's out.
Copy 2059.
Radio to David 33. If you could take this one on Arlington, please.
Confirm on the cat. 42 is going to be further than 66.
33, go ahead.
28,
I just having 2 though, that's same 33.
Radio to 101.
1.
It's going to be at 13009 Arlington.
Yeah, 33 what? You sure you wanted to meet up somewhere?
That one is the officer for the route to fix the female that got $75.
One copy.
Discovered on the floor.
District preferably right to come out to you. You guys got a debrief next with pursuit for policy. You want to meet at like Thoroughbred Marshall, 8.5, 8.7.
Ms. Vidal has called a few times, states that her daughters and a few other family members have been making threats over the phone and text. She's been told by several people that they're driving around asking where they live at so that they can come attack her. Code 3, CAT is 1316.
Yeah, give me about 15 minutes, okay?
Complete 1800.
Go ahead. 742, can we get a call back?
Can you tell all that?
216. Did I advise I was out with 209?
Copy. Call back goes to a busy signal. Negative 16, I'll put you out with him.
Adam 31 ready. 2-05.
Go ahead.
3-05. Be clear for special attention for 3639 654.
Alright, 2100.
CAT 1400. Madam 322, you need to call back to the district building.
7250. Can I get a rolling check, please?
Go ahead. Oh, okay, I copy.
John Walter Lincoln 5767. John Walter Lincoln 5767. Please back to radio.
Go ahead. Black 2003 Lincoln to a Cynthia Parker of Euclid. Vehicle is running clear.
You can send Van agent.
Driving status?
Valid. Girl, 2101. Okay, I just did a call back to her. She wasn't sure if he was still there or not. She just wanted you guys to check for him and advise him to leave if he is.
Copy that.
2101. 2101.
Go ahead. David 27 radio. David 35 radio.
Go ahead.
Yeah, also two guys.
He was on the victim service. Just want to confirm, there's no missing history with the juvenile, correct?
The homicide, the suspect.
Stand by.
That they're looking for, not only is he 15 years old, but he's a runaway. Yeah, he's a runaway.
Just based off what I heard from the juvenile, from the grandma, this is just more of a misunderstanding. She was taking a walk because the news she got from her test and everything. She wasn't actually running away.
A power line or something, bro.
I'm not confirmed that.
He's riding.
Something popped. Like it was
What do you
like a
want to
bluish
do?
green color.
Thank you. I got code 2 back to back. I'm about to fix the CAT, put them together. But showed up at 1000 East 125. Initially picked up 7, immediately followed by 3 more. CAT's going to be 140.
Any response?
Radio to 37.
The aliens have arrived.
Negative.
Go ahead.
Charlie 3 Florida radio.
Yeah.
Looks like we entered her in as a missing endangered juvenile. God. My computer just froze up, so bear with me for just a second. I can get you a date, but she's not showing missing in leads.
So there are no live wires at the moment, but at the address of 1728, there are some down wires. They might be some cable wires, I'm not sure, but... also, I think maybe a tree, one of the tree branches had failed and snapped one of the wires as well, but they're not live.
151, you can find
I just want to confirm, because I guess she's having problems with her mom. She's supposed to be in custody of grandma right now, so I just want to
No
make
money
sure
tonight, man. All the power's out.
I copy. The power companies have been advised, so they should be heading out there at some point to check it out.
So there's no electricity on Union Avenue. Man, this is
another cat for the address.
This is going to be an interesting night, guys.
110.
I copy. The only thing that I'm showing is missing juvenile endangered, but like I said, she's not showing missing in leads.
So no power on Union
Avenue. Not showing any prior.
And that was on November 5th. Copy 2104.
Copy. I'm going to make this a no call on missing juvenile.
Copy 2104.
started a fire.
I don't keep you on the phone.
Status 1406, 1406.
You guys think you can meet them for
I can understand. Did you say no?
Seriously, said I didn't say it. 80 miles is 409.
Hey, as long as my power's on, I don't care.
650 radio. What location do they have?
2105.
I'm still gonna be sleeping good.
You generate a cab for VSDL, use the district address, and then close it out.
Copy, stand by.
41 commercial fire alarm, 1700 Mount Vernon Avenue, turn medical.
Go ahead.
Mr. 5. Instead respond to the address on Blanche.
And even if my power, goes out, I got a generator.
Yeah,
I got a generator. I'll just power
The
up.
number is going to be 190-47136. Repeating 190-47136.
Yeah, I'll just start the generator, man. So yeah, we still gonna be chilling with the TV on.
Are you at the front or the back?
Look how dark it is right here.
Do you guys want to do
Insurance is confirmed on the 2024 Ford Explorer white in color, registered to a Jeremy Garcia out of Corpus. As far as March 26th, vehicle is clear. Laura Michelle Garcia out of Corpus, eligible class 12, expires 4/33, showing multiple injuries. Clear.
1906.
650 over there.
Random 674 Adam 82.
Yo, what the fuck? My car just died out, dude.
Yeah, Adam 34 to Sam 33.
Did we just get hit with like
security
a
company wrote back and said that
pulse
they
or
spoke with Kimberly and
just
she
get hit or
advised
something?
everything is
'Cause,
performed with
the
cancel.
car died out, bro.
Action with burglar. I copy. We'll still be stopping by.
What the hell's going on? It's not going.
It's my cab.
Cover. 1907.
It's not wanting to go. What the hell?
Can you go in your box in background?
Oh, let me.
1364. 1364.
What the fuck just happened, bro?
It's Cleveland City already.
Hold on, Dad.
We're good for SIU in connection with the burglary. There's cigarettes on the window that came
We're not. It's not wanting to focus. We just lost focus in there. Oh, bro.
11 Charlie.
Hello?
Yeah, that's confirmed.
Mayday.
It should be by 25-7 circle. Still good for that.
Oh, shit, bro.
Huh?
Mayday, Mayday. Can you guys hear me?
Radio copy, 2108.
Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead, Adam 34.
Mayday, Mayday. Testing.
It's just 299-6850.
Testing. Can you guys hear me? I think I got this motherfucker. Hold on. Let me turn the battery on. Hold on. Bro, come on. The windows is fogging up. What's going on right here, man?
Copy.
Oh my God.
Thank you. It's 3410 West 50th.
What's going on? Hold up.
1370. 1370.
Yeah, there's a power
Miss
outage.
Santos is calling in. States that her daughter's father is making threats to via text and having people text the daughter also. Caller sees there's a TPO in place. He's not currently on scene. Civic Cab 1386 1386.
Copy. 34, you got a CAD for me?
2109.
Sorry, CAD is 1407 1407.
Are you in position to handle control hazardous conditions?
Go ahead.
Thank you,
33 Road. It's in that code 240 East and State Road, shows up.
You're welcome, 2109.
2109.
65024.
2109.
You guys have the meet location, correct?
Favor, I heard Cleveland Heights Station.
Reboot. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm gonna get this ship started.
Radio to Barney 32 for code 2 in your zone.
Right now. Hold on. Get these windows unclogged. Why is it doing that? What the hell?
2751 West 32nd, Officer Tooley. Is requesting you to go out. He spoke with a female at Harry Buffalo. There's a male with a domestic warrant on scene. Felipe Alonso. He's been harassing his ex-girlfriend, texting and threatening to kill himself via text message. I did go out for the nice unit. Per Officer Tooley, he requested them to go, but I had no response. It is a good warrant for the flirt condition. We had 1287, 1287.
I thought it was a horse.
2110.
It's this guy.
You are probably my brother.
Oh my gosh, dude, you scared the shit out of me, bro.
Adam 3-1, the radio. You just send us 23-2 numbers.
Alright, I think we're good.
Thank you, 2111.
Alright.
Medic 41, show us staging County Road 821 near the area.
Alright, let's go.
Any updates?
I don't know, that was weird. It just like stalled out.
It does sound like whatever time you're at.
It just stalled out, bro. But we're good. We're going now.
Radio to Adam 34. SIU advised.
Man, how do you turn down
I'm
this?
having an issue because
Go ahead.
people keep mistakenly getting their emergency on. Is they going in and out field? Go ahead.
37.
Did it look like a horse?
That's the copy. So the address is 47 Circle. Negative, they're on the T1 call. They came up on this channel at 1905.
That shit did look like a
Whoever
horse.
set off the emergency needs to be
I was thinking, where the hell did this... I was like, where did this horse come from? Just casually strolling along the side of the road.
Maybe I'll find him at 52. Where's that at?
I was like, what the hell? That was
all the way in
I was tripping out.
C60, can you repeat the first time? Unit Cafe, level 2, 1031 Central, 9855 East Irvington, Unit 78, Unit Cafe.
About 5 minutes until they're removed from the roadway.
44 copy.
Can you change the...
I changed the actual call pipe to just a regular call. 3 children, a 9-year-old and an 8-year-old.
These are not arson suspects.
Radio 2 of Road Boss, could you call it to Chief Dispatcher, please?
1033, repeat that.
Can you please call it to our Chief Dispatcher?
Yeah. There's no electricity right here, guys. There's no power at all.
Check the welfare in the central 4701. Number currently will be for medic 15-year-old.
36 radio, I mean, far left.
47, you should rather.
Yeah, for sure. 2113. Alright, 138-18 Bartlett. Denzel called his...
So, like, this used to be the Chevron right here to the right. It's still the Chevron, but,
Sorry, non-living girlfriend. Assaulted him on the way out the door and is refusing to give him his coat back. Black female, having read.
guys.
She's
That
getting
means
out
like an injury crash.
CAD 14.
Hold on, bro.
8462, party 37.
White male 47 wearing a black shirt, dark jeans.
9624 AM radio.
But...
Negative.
Alright, I'm complete through MCAD and UTT issued if you can put me back at Public Square 1.
The other car came by.
Yeah, that was Greenwich and Union. It was all blacked out, guys.
The complainant doesn't see the explain.
Where's that at, bro?
Okay, I'm at Karma, and they're saying that this male foreign is good with GIU. They spoke with somebody down at the strike force, I believe Texas Kerrigan, and they said that they wanted this male conveyed down there.
Sam 33 to find call me in the office, 2744.
What happened?
Radio House in let me pull up the previous event.
24, that's the 0101.
Right there.
They just pulled his car over here, guys.
Nathan thinking.
813 Chevrolet out of Lake Tahoe. Confirm you have a Toyota 7 Tom Mary Tom 905.
330 out, still noticing.
330, I don't know, be saying it's 2014.
Linda, thank you for that.
2116. Psychologically.
Linda, thank you for the $10 on Cash App.
Sure.
I appreciate that, Linda. Thank you.
We got it. Now it's missing. Store manager requires an officer in order to view the video. Coles 41184.
3743.
We got another call kicking off. Right here on Blanche.
Contact Jackson.
We're gonna go check that out right now.
Non-speaker available.
And
Unit available to respond to murder by locations along Mirage on this 1010 525 Union Avenue.
District 16 and 2.
they're requesting for a.
Murder 5, I copy your code line.
They're requesting for a person with a launcher. They're requesting for an officer with a launcher to launch his ass.
All vehicles.
To launch the suspect, bro.
Copy, please.
Go ahead.
Stay with this radio. This is
Hey, can you imagine? You know how like we got the death penalty, right? And like there's like a couple different options.
1033 William.
Like there's a couple different options of choosing. There's a couple different options of choosing which one you want to give the inmate, right? Like on how they're gonna die.
In regards
Can
to
you
our
imagine they created like
pursuit
something like
that occurred earlier,
that launched them?
what time did they call out with it? From what time did they call out that they had lost visual of the car?
Called out at 2012.
You know?
Paul George
Visual
Adam.
at
50 Victor.
Crazy. I'm like, yeah, can I get that, can I get launched?
And that returns ready.
They like launch his ass in space, bro.
Phone radio.
That'd be cool, huh? Like, yeah. Your Honor.
En route to 27 Circle, starting mileage from prepare.
4064. Repeating 095440.
Hey, at least you get to enjoy that one last ride, you know, before like
108-978. 108-978.
Yeah, you get like that last adrenaline rush, you know, just getting launched to space. See? Yeah, exactly, bro. Oh shit, that's hilarious. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like one of those carnival rides, but without a seatbelt. Yeah, something like that. See, come on, you see where I'm going with this. Oh, man.
Entrance is unconfirmed on a 2013 Ford, white in color, to Zolfi car. Got 2 out of Houston, expires May of 25. 27 returns to Zolfi car. Got 2 Asian male out of Houston. He is eligible. Class Charles, expires in 28. One restriction is an Adam with corrective lenses. He's clear.
Alright, we're right here on Blanche. Alright, where's Blanche? We're pulling up to Blanche right now, man. Yeah, I didn't even... Bro, I haven't even read the comments, bro. I don't know how many,
Yeah.
I don't even know how many viewers we got watching, man. I don't know how many likes we got. I'm not able to pay attention to none of that. And this box doesn't show me none of that.
Right.
So, oh, it's right here, guys. We got it, bro. It's fucking right here in this apartment complex.
5603 hedge in the front downstairs unit.
Look at the cops.
I kind of. Parker's at 1250. I believe he's a neighbor here. These are these juveniles that were left alone and have been screaming for hours. This man is approximately 2 years old and 1 year old. CAD 1414. 2121.
324 traffic.
Right on 67, you said 1 detained. You at a base?
Henry John Frank 7338. Henry John Frank 7338.
So right now these officers are
Can you get another couple units? 1018, please.
making contact right now. They're getting
Radio.
Yeah, down the wall.
Just want to know if you can make an announcement for one of the wheelchair people that's missing a radio to respond to the central checkpoint to retrieve their radio that was found in baggage things. Go ahead.
Okay, we have this mailing board showing the route to the JU.
East, Horace, Sierra.
Did you try making a page with the radio?
21,
So right now the officers, as you guys can see, they got
over the radio, but the radio seems to be a little bit damaged, and nobody was responding.
Fine, 36 radio.
Go ahead.
Medical, your ID?
Hard to be right. You got that radio? I found the owner, I believe.
Match money, 10-4.
You can put it in service.
20 and 22, and radio to 35 for code 2 in your zone. Yeah, I'm at Central. Can you come up, or should I go down?
We have half is on the phone, 901. Have that call.
Thank you. It's going to be at Little Caesars, 3228 Clark Avenue. We had an open line. People were arguing over a pizza. Busy signal on callback. It's going to be CAD 1409. Over.
Yeah,
you just want to put it on the
near South
escalator
Street,
steps, and I'll grab it. That's when it comes down.
Copy. Okay, I'll be sure at the bottom of the escalator.
Areas. Our the total was over $100 for a variety of products.
near Blanche and South H, bro.
2022. We're going to meet 7. You can send the next. You're on 5-1s with me.
Radio to Bonnie 33 for status. 10-4.
Sorry, 230. This wasn't related, but I'm going to go check for the airline.
Bonnie, you're just working on this report.
Yeah, exactly. Happy Veterans Day, and to all the veterans out there, man. Thank you guys for your service.
Center in your patch.
Okay, just give me a second and send it.
Copy.
3-2.
That's 2022.
And 3-2 to radio. We're available. You can send it to that. Send that to us as well.
400 Euclid Ave. Female gave this address stating that she needed an escort. Gave multiple callbacks. Not responding.
GOA. Second half is GOA. Gone.
3463. West Hazard 36 in the down unit.
1412.
So second half is...
Parties are separated now. Pepper spray
Caller advised the up-tenant.
Okay, so this is for the Blanche.
In the down unit. This shouldn't
This is for the Blanche
be
call.
anyone
The
there since the
suspect's
most
not
recent
here.
incident
I don't
is
know
out.
what this call was for.
No further info in here.
I just heard them requesting for a unit with the launcher.
The tree will be on via Riata just south of Stockdale. The lanes on Stockdale are open in code 4.
And, hey, you have it going, bro. It's over. He's not there. Nah, he's not in there. You have.
Tom 15, you can 1020.
Hey, thank you, man. You have a good one. Yeah. So he's not in the house, guys. Code 4.
Can you check for the 902T off of 17th and Nora Street?
02 Toyota to Campbell out of Aransas Pass, fire May of 24. May of 24, insurance is confirmed. 27 to female Campbell out of Aransas Pass, clear, eligible.
Hey, where did they say that crash was at? Where did they say that crash was at, guys? Where did they say that crash was at, guys?
Yeah, just let me know when you guys get here. I'll come up front and I'll let you in the back.
Okay, we're pulling in now. And what else, guys? Does anybody know the cross streets?
482, you can send that code 1 stack it to us.
Oh, he's cool, dude.
2125, 2125.
Burn about a gallon of gas by doing that.
835 hour route.
Did you guys hear the cross street? We got a crash. We got a crash right in front of us, guys.
Yes, I'm walking at
not too far from us.
Yeah, we're on the edge.
17th and N Street. Alright, thank you.
142, you can disregard. The vehicles are moving out of the roadway and they're just exchanging.
And yeah, we're about to pull up on it right now. We're about a minute out.
I'll take off.
17th and N Street. Yeah, we're... We're a minute out.
2126. Not been able to reach him. There's a red.
What is he on? I'm not on anything. Rita, I don't do drugs. I'm not on nothing.
Thank you. It's going to be an estimated location of 11857 Iowa.
I've been clean since
An iPhone
2006.
notification for a crash, but we're not getting any response on the line. Code 2, CAT is 1415.
1504.
David 01 radio.
Don't mean the medics to move up.
Copy 2127.
Good evening. When you get a minute, could you call Maple Lake PD, have them check an address at 20501 Hill Road to check for juvenile endangered that resides at this address?
Radio to Adam 36.
1927.
Yeah, what's the name on the kid?
242 to the RP while driving and attempted to...
See Amir Harris. Mom's name is going to be Raylina Carter.
Ready for a wellness check on West 111.
Damn. It is.
Is that supposed to be Mom's truck?
Yeah. It's just been way too active these last 3 days.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm listening a lot more, or...
You're welcome.
1298 West 111, third party caller. Wants to wellness check on his girlfriend, Christian Adams, 38-year-old white female with black
right
hair.
now would be the perfect time to
lives
become
at this
a police
location with her
officer,
sister, who's a drug.
because there's so much things cracking off, man.
A heavy drug user.
It's never a boring day.
She's in a dangerous living arrangement.
Yeah.
CAT is 1417.
2128.
Or a
2128.
first responder. Yeah, right now in life is the perfect time to become a first responder, man, because especially in Bakersfield, because it is active, guys. You guys are gonna
Barney 3 is right.
You guys are gonna see it.
2129.
Yeah. Don't just watch the action. Get in the action. Have you guys seen that Hall ambulance commercial? I really think that the Hall ambulance commercial got that saying out there from because they know everybody's watching the live streams. Don't just watch the action. Get in the action. Yeah, it's like something like that in the commercial, man. You guys got to go watch it. It's a Hall ambulance commercial. Go watch it, go watch it, go watch it. Yeah, if you haven't
phone
seen
number
it,
now.
go see it.
I'll go tell what they do. Metro 2, 1010, 21st and Oak on an unlicensed Christi Honda. 10-4, 10-10.
So it looks like it's just a little fender bender, guys.
Unit to clear and respond for check the welfare of a suicidal subject in the Metro Rescue Mission 816 21st Street.
Yeah, we got this vehicle.
90 to 70.
And then we got a vehicle behind the cop car.
Check citywide for a drone, please. And if there's one, if they can give me a call.
Possibly downgrade to priority 2, no means mentioned.
Any drone unit monitoring.
Hold on, let's see.
First, your case number 118. They're monitoring 118. Thank you. Charlie 315 location.
Hey,
Any drone operator looking
they're
for
both newer model cars, man.
Robert William. Robert 9226. 1931.
Control 657. WTL over better 1020. Top Channel 6, RP advised she's standing at the Wiener Central parking lot.
Go ahead.
Alright.
Metro 2, copy. 8 Yellow John, X-ray 832.
90 to 70.
Alright,
Little
99 in Panama.
You can send us cash 1260.
Apparently we got a
That's going to be a
semi
negative
that's
21.
jacked.
That plate returns no stop. This expires on a
2131.
Hyundai local.
We got a semi that's
Charlie
jackknifed.
1 to 90 to 70. Do you want me to get
99
pull
in
out for me?
Panama. Let's go.
Well, please.
Let's go see the mess in that.
What's what kind of drone do you need?
Mess in that, man. 99 in Panama.
Yeah, I need one that can
about 8
film and
minutes out, guys.
upload it to Axon. I'm going to record a scene here.
Okay, yeah, you'll have to call in one of the other.
There it goes, there it goes, there it goes.
Camera for lower light.
Yep, the call just came out right here, guys. Oh my god, never mind, that's a new call, guys.
Fire dispatch 2031.
Northbound 99 into the tunnel. Two trees en route for a solo vehicle, white pickup that struck the wall and is now facing the wrong way. Assignment on fire 2.
Hold on, guys, we got another crash.
Radio to David 31.
Company 1, ECC, did you report?
We got another crash on the 99 and 58. We're gonna try to get that.
Hey, if he's there,
And then
is he
we'll
allowed
go
to be
look at
there?
the semi that's jackknifed next.
2133.
7215, 05.
Go ahead.
Barney 36
Yeah,
radio.
we'll go look at the semi next.
Yeah, Mom,
we're
he went
closer to
missing
this
from
crash
school.
that's
Mom
on
did
the
a
freeway.
report, so we just
trying
to make contact with him to get him out of the system.
We could get out with the equipment and walk on foot to
Go
try
ahead.
to get access to that scene.
Guys, had a vehicle take off from me 90 East by 152. Did not pursue. It was a red SUV crossing by 98. For advise you go ahead and roll it. I do not need a cat.
Yeah, we got a separate incident. We'll probably, if I find
Mr. Bellagio. You gonna do with that, please? Party, you could send cat 1327.
If I find this crash, I'll be there before the first responders.
Waiting for her. Charlie 360. Charlie 365.
Would we be next in 1012 Roberts Lane?
Information where we're seeing a rescue is going to be testified to as well.
Yeah, let's go.
Tom Charles 4, Tom Charles 6 is on channel 3, she's DTL. 10-4.
Arm was disarmed and then it was rearmed and still answering the phone.
Oh my god, what happened now, bro? Bro, this is another crash.
You want ECC, that's affirmative. You would be closest. Do you want to continue for assistance?
151, that's where the phone was pinging from.
Now for a semi versus a vehicle set by Fire 2, there is a separate rescue response also at Fire 2.
Robert Young, call 963-924, emergency weather. As you know, that homeless female is
Okay, look, I'm right here by the argument. I can take care of it. You can get some free.
35 north. Who doesn't have any food? Gang 11.
Requested by 61 to respond to 64's area for cardiac arrest. 1012 Robert Blaine.
Yo, backyard.
I'm just doing 2 second half of that phone number with the test and see if we have anything.
Super chat, man. I appreciate that.
6164, what's your location?
3355,
thank you for that super chat, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
23 radio. We are available. Got our zone car situation squared away. Send us that alarm.
Go ahead.
Rated Ida 78. 203. Rated Ida car.
You can show us out on service. Last 3 are standby.
Copy. It's going to be at 1493 East 115.
Where we at?
The front door motion. Hook you. That is 1424.
It's showing the crack is somewhere.
984. 984. Are you effing at me, radio?
Copy. 2136.
A little bit, I am.
Fair enough, en route.
Minute received.
Copy. Thank you.
Copy, you're en route, and the rest was cut off.
Radio, you on Friday.
35, you can send us 10-1103. Yeah.
7215, can I get a rolling
I
check?
see nothing right here.
That's fine.
Go ahead. Just a confirm. Make connection with that chase. It was only one vehicle, correct? 2136.
I don't see nothing right there.
That's correct.
Alright, do you have a car that has a impact in it?
Sorry, I don't have a computer in my car, so I'm not equipped. King Lincoln Tom, 6916.
Yes, we were just now logged into it.
Okay, I've got that coming back on a gray 25 Honda station wagon. Listen to the Honda Lease Trust.
Which is right.
On a Faith Williams. It's tracking okay? Alright, well, if you can log in for me, please. It looks like CAD 1401. 1401. I'm not understanding what the call picker was doing, especially since the chase cat is still open in his space. There was only one vehicle involved. You guys had the vehicle in order to on scene to retrieve that vehicle.
Alright, valid?
We're going to do the freeway from the semi, and then
Can you just take a look at that
we'll
cab?
look for that solo vehicle, that TC.
33, send that alarm.
Because I don't want to lose one.
Alright, copy, no stopping.
Yeah, which cat again?
No problem.
Paul Robert, 8425.
140 Drive.
Okay, I'll get right back to you.
Thank you.
3, truck 1 to complete. 1838. Exit 6, switch traffic back to Fire 1. Copy complete.
This window is nasty.
Also, white lane.
Yeah, I'm on radio.
Come on, go green, let's go.
If you look at this address, in the month of May, there was an arrest here, I believe it was May 19th. Can you try to find a contact phone number for Sean and Jasmine who were involved with that incident?
50-year-old male.
2130.
He is conscious, having difficulty.
Read Adam 36, thank you. Someone's domestic 1309 E65.
Has a fever ring.
Alright, I'm looking.
You'll be on.
Got a call from Sabrina Jackson. States that she's scared of her ex-girlfriend. The suspect is on scene, talking mean to the caller in the background. There are several priors for DVs at this location. 1427.
Copy.
Very loud.
I just 72. I read that cat. That vehicle is not involved with us.
That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure before I said something to that call taker and my boss. All right, I found the phone number for Jasmine. I don't see one for Sean in this.
Can you put in the notes that there's a key still in a lock?
36 arriving. We're all with the caller right now. You mind giving that number a call, seeing where she is?
Yeah. I copy. I do a call back later. Know you're outside.
What copy? And is this a single family or a two family?
Robert, X-ray John 3600.
No, I don't, but I'll figure that out when I do that call back. Give me 1 second.
837.
Can I get you for a missing person return report on Clemens Shaw?
See, what's her event number?
Yeah, you can send it. 28 radio.
28.
Yes, ma'am, you can send us 1390.
101. 14431. Clemens Shaw for Isabella.
41.
101. 751. Copy, thank you.
Good radio.
Copying AT for GTA out of Team 3, 4317 East Mary Street. Yeah.
We confirm with security email UTL. You can send us CAD 1306.
I'm on the Lincoln Mary Charles
Thank you. It's
Lincoln
an estimated location of 2191 West 6. It was just a transfer from CCOM. It's going to be CAD 1306-1306.
Copy. 36.
2141.
Sir, I'm sorry, you had a lot of way. You said you out with the caller.
Copy, we out with the caller.
Copy, disconnecting you.
No, that was a moment.
2141.
Well, we're going to be out at 753, and we do have a forced door at the rear. We'll be clearing it. Negative tone.
42.
Dispatch for minute.
483, that plate runs. Sam 646119.
Copy.
1882. Good.
And 1960.
33 on the enough car.
Complaint just called back, advised that the PR left in an unknown direction on foot.
We're good.
Dispatch medic 2. We're
Medic 2.
far away. We'll just check the area, make sure there's no arriving any miles 1.5.
One radio.
What's your police station?
Class.
2017.
Rush 72 in service and returning.
Actually, 3334.
Hey, your show is complete. That female was turned over to Beechwood, car 39, badges 89 and 63. Additionally, both the leaseholder and that female are going to be made named suspects for the SDL.
Are you on something? Can you call the calling party?
Just kidding, yes.
We're in the base.
28 radio.
Can you let us in?
Yes.
Okay. Roll over here when you get a chance. I think this is that silver Buick. 33 is arriving.
Dispatch from Medic 72.
2143.
What was it, please?
72.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted you to send us 1390. I think you sent us the wrong CAD.
And I did. There you go. Sam 646119.
43.
Thank you.
36 to radio was the caller name, Jackson.
Radio to Barney 344 code 1.
Yeah, our caller was Sabrina Jackson. We are now getting a different.
Go on.
Copy. Your I number is 24669, 24669. I got a few calls already.
Yeah, that's the one.
Call from a female with the last word her callback of 8644 saying the CPD is no longer leaded because the female left.
Do you have a case number?
Send it.
He's a suspect in the full.
Copy, just making sure I was talking to the right person.
3 days ago.
So, Cruiser 935, no voice.
7720 Woodland, apartment G8. Jamira's calling. She's irate, screaming that 3 black males just climbed through her window.
4-3.
The call taker's trying to get info from her, but she's screaming at people in the background.
CAD 1432.
35 go.
28 drive.
Copy. Copy.
240 goes 1 to south.
360 from that off too.
Before we copy.
Thanks, everyone.
I have a priority 2 resident check at 2610 Loop Drive. The call came in from CPS person. She's reporting that her grandmother came to the home to drop off something and took the 9-year-old back home. Approximately around 5 o'clock. She's calling due to the conditions in the home. She says the mother appears to be off a substance. She was nodding off and she fell asleep. She tried to wake her up. She tried calling her phone that was near her ear, and the mother didn't wake up. She says there's a 1-year-old still in the house that's walking around, but she picked her granddaughter, her 9-year-old granddaughter back with her.
Church of Hope. Correction. Copy. Adam 130, copy direct.
2610 Loop Drive.
I'm going to put her on investigation until she tells me otherwise.
CPS.
Adam 1 copy.
Everyone, did you have any luck with that phone number?
The call came in from CPS. The mother of the 9-year-old granddaughter called CPS and CPS called us.
Henry Tom, John 4944.
Correction, the grandmother of the 9-year-old.
10-4. Let me check.
Same report, put me on.
It's a 2013 Kia, white in color. Henry Tom, John 4944 is what I copied.
It rings for a second,
Adam
and then
140,
it
any
sounds
injuries
like
and the
someone
extent
like
of damage?
up, but then it goes to like this weird beeping noise, and it disconnects. Sean actually called last month,
10-4.
But his callback doesn't take incoming.
Clear and back on the call.
I'm trying to find a different phone number for Jasmine.
Impound at 901 North Navigation.
Grandmother left 1-year-old in the apartment?
Adam 140. Did they copy there's no damage to the vehicle?
Can you contact fire?
I'll go ahead and update it. No damage to the vehicle.
For this building, for this house.
Paradise is en route. Star 25.
So the grandmother that has the 9-year-old must be the grandmother on the father's side. They must have 2 different grandmothers due to the father.
Right now, Eric's not going to be up. It's going to be for
Boy, Sean 3,
It's 7 years old, 6 foot, between 140
She said there's supposed to be a 1-year-old inside this apartment, or there was a 1-year-old inside it?
There was a 1-year-old walking around, so she just took her granddaughter, which is her son's that's where she stays at, and that's the 1-year-old. And this is the fact that I'm talking about.
34's on Woodland.
Greater.
You said 5 p.m. afternoon?
Delta 150, Delta 170 for man down, Morgan at 7th. Morgan at 7th.
I had a lot of questions too, but yeah, fine. Around 5 p.m.
Okay. 1 cap 37 North on extended navigation.
So just be around this real quick.
5770. 37 North down exit navigation. Delta 150, Delta 170. Yeah, male subject laying down the sidewalk. It is arms were twitching. Fire department's around. Delta 1. Delta 1.
Thank you. It's going to be 690 East 99.
Delta 110, Delta 140 for an open door. 2621 Le Pan.
39-year-old male.
621 Le Pan. American Tire Distributors.
Suspect is So 1 cat is 140.
Yeah, some point. So you let the man down at Morgan and 7th at Delta 150, 170 around. No subject was laying down the sidewalk.
Not on scene.
140, do you copy the call?
Yesterday, 772769.
Parties working across the street by the front door to that location.
And
there's no vehicle at the
location.
Delta 150, look in there. I've been showing so far.
Heading towards the mountain
The code 3.
Delta 150 so far. Delta 140 area.
All of our cars tied up.
So,
Give me 1 second.
That's 110 so far.
Thank you. It's going to be
160 Delta 170 Brown, cool to 3100 Santa Fe, 3100 Santa Fe.
34 do call back, I got no response to the door.
Not 550.
Space is calling
I think
on behalf
that's
of her
building
sister.
first floor, apartment number.
Yeah, hold on.
By the male was seen grabbing the dog by scruff and
dragging the dog. It could be a white, large, brown dog.
At the house right now.
It could be a white male, dark colored clothing, black curly hair, ponytail.
To watch her back about 10 to 15 minutes. What was the last character? It was 445 West.
37 Roseland up river. Ball 7 boys 6557.
However, 93. Suspect 2.
We will have an open door here.
Code 1, Chad is
That's one right there, open door. Start 50 up to 437.
Heading towards the mountain area from San Juan
But if you share out the 1317 taxes for a 25-year-old male,
white hair, short white
For
beard,
those who have filled E118 to use late. Case witness requesting assistance.
Copy, thank you.
For a vehicle that ran into a side and is stuck in the middle lane.
3-2, we're at this, Marty 3-2, we're at this alarm.
1357.
Morgan Cheyenne.
2145.
Robert X-ray.
Let me confirm this. I have
Yeah, that's the 4 there. Declined contact. Wasn't unsure. Didn't know the apartment number.
28.
15 to 4.
4-1 male.
3160 driver.
3160.
57 southbound at Meadowbrook. Lloyd George Charles 543.
37 southbound at Meadowbrook. At 120 back up at 120 on traffic. 37 southbound at Carbon Plant.
David G. 3 to 8. I'm going to go over to
Copy your dad.
Delta 117.
Alright. I'm speaking with her. I got thank you. And I don't know if you guys heard my traffic. I had to check that just to make sure that that was not the connection with her today. Who's telling me now that she's not even there? She got a call from her neighbor. 32 and 335, different tab.
West of Valencia.
Alright, 44 copy. The front door looks intact.
Item 120. I'm going to go mail. Stay to my unit.
So far, 1033.
1-2.
Alright, I got
1-4-5.
I don't want to
21.
River, Robert John.
Caller want to come.
Okay, I didn't copy the numbers. Robert John, and then?
Robert John 484.
34, that's a no.
Okay.
This
Okay.
is
Copy that.
and it's 2.8.
Sure thing.
There's a truck stop next
It's going to check okay. The house is all secure. There's a radio alarm going off, but it doesn't look like anything in this.
7072.
Frank Lincoln 7072.
Barney 36, you know August and Sunday back to the my zone.
I don't want to take copies.
Yeah, you got it.
That's going to be on that sewer side over
So for double custody at 37, your case is going to be 51-0051. 1620
35 radio.
1620 Southside Island, signal 4104.
Go ahead. We're clear. You can send us cat 1399. Thank you. It's going to be at I-90 West and West 117. Checking for debris on the highway on the right lane.
Fairly 3.
Copy, thank you. 2152.
Copy the return.
Looks like it was just items from the vehicle. Hold on has been advised. Code 2, CAT 1435, 1435.
Copy.
Thank you, 2153.
150.
Where you at, 624?
Sorry, that was accidental, but we're on the 7th floor sheet checking our we're going to be out of this well.
Okay, copy. And are you guys okay?
Yeah. We'll let you know in a few minutes if we need the EMS.
Thank you.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, we're going to stop back at 2 and then send whatever you need.
I got you, 2153.
We're here.
Go ahead.
Barney 37, we're arriving. It looks like it's going to be on the entrance ramp, I-90 East. We're going to move it.
Copy, 2154.
We're around. Could you see if, Medic 22, necklaces mail or are they still on scene?
Looks like on my map right now they're still on scene.
Service at 1773, NS 1773, NS Jocelyn. The RP is advising that a friend's boyfriend broke into the location and advised that he's beating her up. It's going to be a black male wearing a black shirt. It's Terrence Carter.
Unknown what apartment number she's in, but the victim's going to be Yesenia. Should be outside now.
Delta 435.
36 radio.
Rolling in 6. Go ahead.
Good.
Can you start a
we made contact with Jasmine.
At 5510 East Broadway on the southeast quad?
She's there.
Okay, we cleared from the that alarm, and we just drove by that trouble unknown in Still Yard. We advise that Millie needs to stay on the sidewalk and not park on the cars. Yeah, heavy sleeper.
Copy, thank you. Barney 35, do you copy?
6-5, you can send it to me.
Alright.
My part real quick. This vehicle moves reversing.
Charles,
John 0561. Location. We'll be stopping at, looks like Home Depot.
Radio for info.
Church of Hope. Correction. Copy. Adam 130, copy direct.
Okay, on the I-90 East entrance ramp, we moved to the
I'm going to put her on investigation.
size
Tells
mattresses.
me otherwise.
We moved them into the grass area for
Adam 1 copy.
We're going to check the other side just to make sure as well.
Copy.
Star 15 clear.
Myself and 6-1 will
Delta 115, copy, please.
Go ahead.
Henry Tom, John 4944, can you tell me what make and model of her picture?
2156.
It's a 2013 Kia, white in color. Henry Tom John 4944 is what I copied. Adam 140, any injuries and the extent of damage? Adam 140, no injuries. It's a young driver trying to drive. 10-4. Show me clear traffic back on the phone. Clear and back on the call. 10-4. Impound at 901 North Navigation. 10-4. Adam 140. Adam 140. Did they copy there was no damage to the vehicle?
Thank you. 2156.
10-4. I'll go ahead and update it. No damage to the vehicle. Copy.
802.
Paradise is en route. Star 25.
Okay, I got it.
Good work.
That's Jasmine's number.
10-4.
Delta 140, clear off our. That's 1.24.
Adam 140, copy, please.
I don't know what
Boy, Tom 3, Charles 058.
So far. Delta 170, clear with Delta 170, too far. Delta 150, clear. Delta 150, too far. Delta 160 traffic. Delta 150. Delta 150. Correction, 3150. 3160. Copy traffic, 77 north, Sam Boy Tom, 0322. 37X camera. You like top down? North down. Delta 150, Delta 170 for man down, Morgan at 7. Morgan at 7. Delta 150. 15 traffic. 15. 37 northbound extended navigation. Tom David, X-ray 5770. 37 northbound exit navigation, took one. And Delta 150, Delta 170. It's going to be a male subject laying down on the sidewalk. It is armed with twitching. Fire department's around. Delta 1. Delta 1. Delta 110, Delta 140 for an open door. 261 Lipan. 261 Lipan, American Tire Distributors. Delta 1.0. Because you got the man down, that's Morgan at 7, that's Delta 150, 170 around, male subject laying down on the sidewalk. Delta 110, Delta 140, the reporting party is working across the street, advise the front door to that location, looks like it's been kicked in. And there's
Okay, I'm trying to do 9620, 9621, and 9622.
So far. That's 2057. And you said it's in reference to a 1050 clear?
Delta 150 so far.
What's my case number? 140. Adam, show me in right over there.
Delta 140 so far. 33 level, 110 area. That's 110 so far. Delta 150, Delta 170 for animal cruelty, 3100 Santa Fe, 3100 Santa Fe, Chatsworth Santa Fe apartment. That's 170. Citing the suspects in building P, first floor, unknown apartment number. Right, Mel was seen grabbing the dog by his scruff and dragging the dog. It's going to be a white, large, brown dog.
Copy that one.
Be a white male, dark colored clothing, black curly hair and a ponytail.
Anyone for 805.
Star 15 traffic. 17 Star 15.
On that,
37 North Sunday Upriver. Ball 7 boys.
it's already down on the car.
We will have an open door here.
4 info.
That's what the tip or open door.
We are on the for 155.
Who's the caller?
You're saying he was wearing a face mask as well.
There's no one in there.
Delta 1 second.
If I'm close to that one, I'm gonna
That's 130,
hear back from the business.
He is 504. 3 is 10-4. They're saying the mask was black.
Adam 120.
37 South, Carbon Plant, Henry, Zebra Henry, 0674.
For a return to 1029 to 1992.
Delta 170. There's a 3 or 4 buildings encompassing over 12 different apartments. We got nothing on the apartment. Yeah, that's the 4. They have reporting party. Declined contact. Wasn't unsure. She wasn't didn't know the apartment number. Star 15, Star 15, step 4. 3160 driver. 3160. 61 southbound at Meadowbrook. George Charles 5438. 37 southbound at Meadowbrook, step 4. At 110, being back up at 120 on traffic. 37 southbound at Corpus Plant.
Code 2. There's just became an assault on Saratoga.
Delta 170.
Delta 170.
Delta 150. We're bad.
You should confirm the details.
They're now giving Thank you. It's 2610 Saratoga Avenue. It originally came down. Neighbors callers tired and everything from vehicle windows. Then we just received another call. No update on that. Neighbor from across the street called the caller.
Suspect 1033.
Suspect lives across the street in a green, blue, gray house.
Copy. I don't want callers code 4 for now.
It's going to be tab 142
John 44.
Okay,
I didn't copy the numbers. Robert, John, and then?
Robert, John, 484.
931.
Okay, copy that.
28, run the 7-4.
Adam 110.
Tab is 1433.
Negative.
10-4, go ahead.
10-4, go ahead.
Sam Frank Lincoln, 7070.
Sam Frank Lincoln, 7074.
What room?
Device is going to be the brother.
Thanks, it's just an estimated 148
I don't want to
Ohio. Sounds like it's playing on the phone. Yeah, it's 1439.
10-4, double known custody, 1037. Your case number is going to be 510051. 1620.
I'm going to stop at the
1620 South Ladder Island, signal 410-4.
Star 1510.
Star 1510-4.
311 Delta traffic.
10-4. They were not
311
in contact with anyone.
It's going to be Highway 44 eastbound and County Road 69. It's going to be on the Young David 9500. 44 eastbound, County Road 69, tip mark. 319 Charlie, signal 465. 319 Charlie. Show me signal 4 at the Rosstown Fairgrounds. Rosstown Fairgrounds, tip mark.
Following Greenwood, Delta 170, Delta 130, attempt to contact welfare, Chippewa, Cheyenne. And Delta 1, be advised, his family didn't want to call the medics for him. They did call the medics. So medics are en route as well.
130 around. 5819 at the park near Nebraska and Memphis.
Delta 130, I'll show you clear. Delta 140 will take your part.
Adam 122 part.
Nothing more than the initial description. Blue bike, Hispanic or Native American male with a black mask on his face.
It could be reference to Adam 130's call from earlier.
24, I'm on contact as well.
Tip 4. The complaint is going to be Whitney. Star 25, what's your job?
Star 25, clear.
Black gloves.
311, don't tell my subject.
Blue jeans and brown boots.
Star 15, traffic.
Star 15, location.
Under the brim.
37 North Palm Mixing, South River. Sam John King, 0043.
10-4, Edge 37 North Upriver.
140 area.
Disregarded. 10-4, they just keep saying that they're attacking one attacking the other one's attacking the other.
Might have turned off for
157. Delta 140, you said cancel back up. Delta 170 on street clear.
28 radio.
Happy, thank you. I was just about to go out. It does look like we just got another call.
Go for one burger.
This caller sees there's adults and kids outside. He did see a baseball bat. Unknown if anyone's threatening with it.
9-5 status.
23-7 radio profile.
Location over here at 18th Prospect.
Star 25, can you show me traffic?
2205, thank you.
Unit going traffic?
On 37 South, on navigation, on San Paul, Sam, 5101.
It's only going to be at the I-90 East entrance ramp, those three mattresses that we moved to the grass for ODOT's pickup.
Star 15, 10-8, 4, and Star 25, I-37 South on navigation.
Copy from 205.
92 code 1 northwest.
Is he combative?
Down, 9519. Going back to equip all the needs unequipped.
Is this Renfro? You're on knock at 1596, apartment 2. The owner is open the door. She's going to give us consent. We need to either hold the air. We need to dispatch on tech 2. Make sure we're sharply.
Okay, push the tech 2.
We can, yes.
Okay, yes, let him push over. Because I have a unit that's out when it combative and fuck me up.
3428.
4834, I've got one.
Can you let the district know? 3-4, go ahead. I'm going to circulate up by Park 22.
Brenda subject. Marissa, Dan, or Thies?
71-8.
Star 25, let me clear traffic.
Justice calling. States that his mom pushed him into a dresser.
37
And he did push her back. He's now in the bathroom. She's somewhere else in the house.
37 North Upriver, 10-4.
Supposedly got
Both subjects are showing negative.
high on
Both
drugs.
27s are showing clear.
Go ahead.
The Marissa
So there's a possibility she's going to
5-4, 120
herself
bound,
to make it
bound.
look like he did it.
Send you the picture.
Okay, we're going to be here. Children of the county.
I've been updated.
Copy. Do you know how old the caller is?
2207.
Good.
Not sure. I'll see if there's
26.
We're working on the details of one of our here. There was some type of a
Three faces on there, so guy.
2207.
Radio, you got EMS on the way?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Pam, step it up, please.
Additional 3.
No, the transport's going to get call. I'm going to follow those over the wheelchair.
11.
Yeah, okay, Tim. Appreciate it. Delta 19. Show me on the vehicle.
31 for Cat 1279. You can clear that out. There's no van out here.
Thank you. 2207. Can I verify one for Charlie 335?
Radio to Barney 34 for a call.
Okay, what is PID? 10-4. East on side, you said 10-4? 5513 or 5520? So we have a call for ID related to burglary. Going to Woodridge, 6313 Woodridge. Delta 130, Delta 170, domestic disturbance at 901 on Alameda.
52 and 37.
Delta 130, Delta 170, female and male arguing, female kicking the door. Would be a black female, green black dress, name Edna, and apartment 17. They're saying she's about 80, and caller is calling from 4, I believe declining. Or no, she wants contact. Ms. Stackhouse
Her name
wants
is Ebony
contact.
Coleman. He advised that she's known to have a razor on her and just that she was yelling at her in the background. He said to the call taker that he was going to leave and go to D4, and then he disconnected. He's not picking up on the call back, so I don't know if he's still there.
Try 25.
But I put Ebony's info in there for you.
On 37 South, navigation, on Robert King Zebra, 700.
You dropped that on the last attack. 700.
7004.
Copy, 37 South navigation.
2208.
038
West
95.
Delta 130 in the area.
Power's neighbors have been banging on the walls in Berlin.
Copy, direct on back up.
Copy.
2209.
Delta 180, 58.
I'm 72 radio. I don't know. We only caught 355. We're going to be out.
I ran Signal 4. I'm seeing multiple 427. Yes,
apartment 17.
Yeah, I got you both put up until your dispatcher got there, but I guess she's no longer needed. I got them on the custody at 209.
Copy that.
Delta 190, clear.
Copy that, Delta 140. Delta 140, Delta 180, Tormental, 2929 Sunrise. He's calling in for himself. Delta 130, cancel backup 10-4, Delta 170 on street clear. 704667 Delta 190, 10-4, Molina Veteran.
Unit 6200 for Park Road at Sheets. Chief Security requests dispatch. Individual shoplifter on scene. Hispanic male wearing yellow and black plaid jacket, gray hood, and black pants. He typically walks out of the store after doing this. It's going to be 1429, CAT 1429.
Open the old one.
Copy. Did you do a callback? Is Bill still there?
I will there.
Of course.
Burglary to a vehicle or to a residence? Okay, I'm ready. What's the apartment number?
It's going to be a Hispanic male, 40 years of age, with tattoos on his chest and
Yes, sir. We're 2610 Loop Drive. Call came in from CPS. Unit. Concerned principal being information sir.
You're going to be on list now?
Yeah, 33 live. Delta 3, I'm 10-4.
Alright. 23T, you sent us that. C4 numbers, we'll go help them out.
Delta 3,
Yeah, are you listening to TAC and receive these updates?
Adam 110. Go ahead, Adam 110.
Concerned about well-being, gray hoodie, red shirt underneath, blue jeans. 34, then I'm okay. Alright, copy this one.
10-4. Post office off Mackenzie and Leopard. 10-4. Location.
37 South, Upriver, on George Young, Robert, 1116.
37 South Upriver, 10-4.
We're able to confirm from residents. Suspect male returned to the custody. We also have a second male.
Still, Wall, and Mackenzie, 10-4. Stonewall direction, is that correct?
I have an open door.
9622, we need an ETA with TMS.
Unit that can assist Adam 110 for an open door, acknowledge on Patrol 1, Stonewall, Mackenzie, Post Office.
Adam 1, I'll hit her.
Adam 110-4.
Sam 33 to 8276, can you meet head out your way?
10-4. Delta 170, Delta 132 for emergency run for hazard on the bridge, Harbor Bridge North, Metal Ladder in Broadway, Delta 1.
78 Charles 013 Adam.
78 Charles 013 Adam.
8276, is there a boss out there with you guys?
I'm clear up here.
Yeah, we got
Focus on the call, so they're going to the way.
22 birthday.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I need to take some sunrise on the roof.
Item C20, item C10 for shots heard, 9122.
He says he can see you, but you can't find nothing. Okay, he's at the corner of Sunrise and Ruth, last update. Sunrise and Ruth. If he's not there, I'll try. Okay, copy. And Adam 1, it's going to be 10515 Stonewall. I'm going to update the address on the call.
220 yeah, that 37 and
Copy, Drag, Adam 110.
Yeah, that's fine.
9622, you copy that last one?
Alright. Delta 110. I think this guy calls in every call.
83.
Halfway down the bridge.
Left and middle lane, 10-4, halfway down the bridge.
Delta 170 arriving.
Yeah, I got that.
Copy, 10-4.
Alright.
Copy.
Delta 30,
Charge 25 clear. Didn't hear any other shots.
10-4.
If you're still back here, rest you.
Copy for hazardous driver, Lemming and
Delta 19, signal 4 at 4261.
Low level on radio
Adam 33, you can disregard.
Well, they're going to be white out. Next up, better, the short.
Step on the female's almost done. Delta 130.
Yeah, is there another hazard further down, or
I'm not sure. It's 181. I think it's the same one. Ladder in the middle lane. They gave 181 north to Breakwater.
Delta 170? Bridge is going to be clear.
Radio to Adam.
Copy. Delta 170 clear, and I'll close the other one as a duplicate. Copy.
Do you want to do a call back at 12:50? We're still needed.
Delta 110 clear.
She actually just called back right now asking for a
verbally not in progress. Contact Mr. Charles. 522 Hancock reference earlier. I'll cross-reference it as soon as I can.
34 radio.
Delta 170, Delta 110, TI subject 638 Bladesbrook, apartment 3. Complaint declined.
Delta 170,
Apparently, Delta 110, Delta 170, 2 miles coming out of apartment 2. In and out, one no shirt short. The other one's pacing back and forth, yelling at passing vehicles under the influence. Unknown of any weapon.
Delta 110,
The Doctors Regional, 10-4, transporting voluntary at 11:23. Item 140 clear. Item 130 clear. Item 130 for hazard, northwest at I-69, reference light.
Adam 220 there. 130, 10-4, is this supposed to be the only call?
As far as I know, that's 10-4.
One radio.
Item 140, 10-4. Last unit. Adam 1. Delta 180 clear.
Delta 335 clear.
Did CPS give a call back for this? Grandma was supposed to have
The grandma's in our work, so I'm going to call.
Start 25, location.
37 south, navigation, on Nora, John Nora, 9456.
37 south, the navigation.
34. You just pulled up at the district.
Delta 140, I'm
Okay, we're going to go back to the district and throw them.
5520.
Delta 335.
3 Mike 38.
One radio, who's this one?
Stay around to 1104 Canal.
Radio, if you let EMS know they're going the wrong way on Prospect, we're at 18th and Prospect.
30-year-old male that has a Foley and the nurse putting it in correctly, and there's blood coming out now.
I put it on and it happened in the roadway.
Delta 190, you back here? We're going to go from Delta 170.
I'm Mr. Prospect 77.
Oh, is it covered? Did it have a tarp on it?
Fine, for radio. So, driving that county.
Mr. Charlie 230 copy. 2218. Radio to 9628.
No, that's not.
For contact Delta 230.
I'm on the phone with the EMS sergeant. That wagon that you said passed through isn't for your call. That's a different medic.
Star 25, clear traffic.
Okay,
2411017673.
Radio to Adam. Adam, can you handle this for the CM4 zone?
Everything clear on Adam 40?
3-1, go ahead.
3 Mike 38. Thanks for waiting. You need your cat.
Delta 230.
Thank you, 3518 West 54th, the front unit.
Honolulu Victor,
Today you had trouble with the neighbors in the rear house. You're welcome. 1451, 1451. Blocking the driveway.
Good for 1451, thank you.
He also received a call from Heather. They were trespassing. No weapons were seen. There were threats to slash female's tires. It's going to cab 1379-1379.
Case number 57.
Got it.
2219, thank you. Go ahead.
Delta 170, nothing showing clear. 10-4. Adam 1.
Okay, we're going to write it out there, and sister's going to come, we're going to play with him, and then
Supervising a pending call to Patrol 3. They have 4 priority 3, 1 priority 4, 3 priority 5. And then our pending call, Patrol 1, there was an animal control call. Animal control by PD was not needed.
Okay, you go ahead and close that one out.
140. 140. You can ID that. Adam 130, copy.
1207 traffic.
Okay, now we're being at traffic.
319.
It's going to be Upshaw and Richardson, Robstown. Lincoln, Wilson, Victor, 659.
William 3299. Tom William 3299. I'll be on 4th and 5th.
Unit, copy information for a stolen vehicle. Lincoln King Sam 6267. Lincoln King Sam 6267. The black 2011 Cadillac CTS. Taken to today's date 7122 Lakeview, Patrol 3, 1147. Delta 260 for burglary not in progress, 538 Ohio. Contact Robert.
Star 25, showing traffic.
Star 25 location.
Star 7 South, navigation on San Williams, Mary, 3442.
37 South navigation.
They heard shots. Show me clear, show me traffic.
Location.
City traffic. Helly's doing his own business, Tower 44, Robstown. Lincoln X-ray
8014 Zachary is downstairs. She is calling, stating that her 17-year-old son stole her gun.
We're going to be at 3792 FM 1889. Robert Sam David, 8842.
His name is Terrence Shelton. She's not sure if he plans on
Shots
coming
from the area,
back.
424 pilot, 424 pilot. Other one shot coming from Roll Home Park.
His info is for you. At 1450.
Just checking, 10-4.
2221.
Case number 108-0108.
In reference to this call,
one caller, right? 10-4, just the one call.
319, Charlie, show me quick.
Female had been drinking. They got into an argument. She pulled a gun out of her vehicle.
10-4.
They would 35 radio.
Okay, you have anybody else? Yeah, 7 Leopard in navigation.
Juvenile was located and returned.
10-4.
Safely taken.
I copy, thank you.
3160 traffic.
3160.
Big bullying here.
Copy, stand by on that. Radio battery says key back them up on that.
This is copy.
Go ahead.
Can you clear this 4 a.m. and then back out?
Delta 150, Delta 140 out with you at 1218 Espinosa on investigation. 10-4.
Star 25, clear traffic.
Star 25, clear traffic.
Radio says CSU cars. Looks like Medic 7 is on scene. Can you confirm that?
Traffic 2, William King, 9547.
44. 3160.
Can you get a official case number? And can you ship or Rivera Towing is available for anything? That's what they are.
Your kids were 640. 640. Adam 1.
Holder arrived. Copy plate. Sam, Paul, Sam, 7379. 736. Can you tell me the person you were taking?
Jaime Diaz. Well, no, correction. Juan Pablo Nerio, Adidana, Texas. Lincoln Henry George, 973. Go ahead.
Be at EC change at 7909 Superior. You let your dispatcher know.
Yes, ma'am.
Pretty patrol alarm. They're going to door motion.
Delta 250, Delta 280 from and down Fort Mary. Delta 250 route. And Delta 2 to let you know, Mel slumped over 2 units en route.
Delta 2, I copy.
I copy.
And Adam 1, I'll be clear.
Adam 1 clear.
Delta 250. Start a third unit when you can.
Okay, 10-4.
Yeah, I just saw that. 10-4, copy that. Delta 190, if you can back up those units, Fort Mary.
Delta 140,
Delta 140, 10-4. They're saying he's waving a gun around at the location.
Delta 2, I don't deploy a rifle. Let's see if we can get it to the
Units copy?
running in
10-4.
I'm going to send them quick comments. You put me that call in Delta. I have the drone. Be around.
10-4.
Delta 150, clear.
10-4.
Star 25, can you show me traffic?
Location.
37 south of navigation on Nora Young George, 0861.
37 south navigation, 10-4.
41, 51, 87, 94.
10-4.
Delta, can get the caller, see if we can get that caller back on the line. Get it just accurate.
10-4.
Star 25 will be in the Holiday Inn.
Call.
Holiday Inn parking lot, Star 25, 10-4.
Suspect appears to be matching, appear to be safe.
Medics are already there, they're staging.
2025.
Delta 150, Hamilton, call on area.
Copy in the area. Copy in the area.
250 area.
Delta 250, 10-4.
Delta 2, that's all radio traffic for these units that are outside the call.
10-4, holding all radio traffic, 1205, authority, Delta 2.
Delta 250, we have a train.
Okay, 10-4.
Copy plate, Robert X-ray George, 094.
I didn't copy the last part, but I copied the plate.
Pulling into a residence.
Going into a residence, copy.
We got a male on the passenger side. Driver still in the vehicle.
Male out of the passenger, driver still in the vehicle.
Delta 140, it's the wrong vehicle.
Wrong vehicle, 10-4. They're saying that the male's near the stop sign behind Staples on Port and Mary.
Behind Staples?
Correction, behind Stripes on Port and Mary. It was a typo.
Go ahead.
Harmon?
Give me that white Ram that's parked by the airport.
Go ahead.
Delta 250, the vehicle's on extra pin.
10-4.
Adam 31, Kilo Air caller, no, we're outside.
Tag 3985, call 140.
10-4.
Delta 220, this Ram that's at the Stripes at Port Mary, it's unoccupied.
Stripes, Port and Mary unoccupied.
I don't know if we're occupied, but EMS 7 is here. We're going to have 2 members in the back with
I want a Ram parked around the
one
corner.
member of 22 and one member of 28.
Go ahead.
Adam 31,
Mary George, 9796.
Copy. You know what hospital they're going
Delta
to.
220, we have a 1 male detained right now. 10-4 now.
Delta 220, 1 male detained at 1211.
We're actually leaving now.
We're going to be the guy?
Delta 140, that's
28 in Rockland Metro.
Who's RP on this?
Someone named Hector declining.
Someone sent up there.
Delta 2, yeah, just keep a...
Did anybody give you this guy's name?
10-4, Adam 110, I'll shoot clear.
No, but the employees did a walker.
Radio traffic resuming normal, 1230, Delta 2. Delta 150, Delta 190, if you haven't
I
arrived,
think
you
you
can
need to run the socials 299 8181.
Delta 230, 10-4.
Go for it. Delta 1, I'm out here on farm.
Follow 710-4.
Adam 1 radio.
Go ahead.
Copy that, Delta 1.
It's 25.
10-4.
185.
Delta 130. Delta 130 being out with Delta 230 for a fight, and Delta 210. 813 North Shepherd, Keesham Park.
Delta 140, the original RP did not want contact, correct?
That's what they indicated on the call, that's correct.
Delta 140, up in info. You busy?
10-4.
Delta 1, I don't know if you have the location.
No, what you
We're at 2800.
You said 2800 Mary? Copy.
Delta 150, clear my part.
10-4.
Want to ever look at the RP?
They said no contact.
1207,
5-8, case number 58. Star 25 clear. Star 25 clear. Delta 170, Delta 180, suspicious subject 654, Miss Linden. Contact Joanna at location.
Thank you, buddy.
CPS 1. You got it.
Delta 220, clear.
Copy, 2429.
10-4. Go ahead. 10-4, Delta 180, copy your call, Delta 170. 10-4.
Radio to Adam 31, caller Heather stepping out.
Delta 210 in the area, Delta 180 clear, Delta 150 back up, Delta 170, 654 McClendon. Advising the resident saw mail coming out of the garage, unknown how long ago, wanted to talk to officers.
244,
Copy, direct on back up.
177.
309 Sam, location.
FM 665 and 22A, County Road 22A with David Henry David, 6765.
Radio to Adam 364.
FM 665, County Road 22A, Adam 34. Goodbye.
You can go to the next one.
Goodbye.
4 Adam 6744.
10-4, Delta 280, 220 with the missile call. San Rican and Messina. San Rican, Messina.
It is 2030.
2030. Goodbye.
Okay.
Delta 180,
Delta 1, goodbye.
Delta 190, signal 4 at 4414 Prescott.
Goodbye.
180 back.
40 bookings in the air.
21, Chris 70.
Yeah, I'll be over there. Conservative.
10-4, you Kita.
No, I disregard.
22, driver and taxi, vehicle clear, you can have the air back.
325. I-37 southbound and Navigation Boulevard, Constantly, John Young, 6043. Goodbye.
149 clear and comments.
Goodbye.
Delta 190 clear.
Goodbye.
Okay.
95 status.
75, are you calling?
Negative, just checking 95 status.
What's the line? Someone else make?
Delta 230, there's no active fight.
Goodbye.
Delta there.
Goodbye.
Delta 280, I'm a stable packet.
Over there.
Delta 10 clear.
Goodbye.
Delta 150 area.
Goodbye.
Delta 250, I'm going to trade call to the advice.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Item 140.
140.
Homeowner set the alarm off. She doesn't know how to disable it except for her husband to get home just in case it keeps going off.
Goodbye.
Delta 160 record rush.
Goodbye.
Delta 220 available for a callback or good info.
She called from the ghost phone.
Delta 260, show me clear 58 and Adley TV call with 150.
Goodbye.
3923 Ramsey, 3923 Ramsey.
Item 140, I'm sorry.
Goodbye. Location.
Bird 37 in water.
Goodbye.
Adam 130, I'm clear. You may call my beat.
10-4, Adam, operation on 130.
No problem, around.
Who's busy on callback?
230 back here. 230.
Hey, there's a bus that just left down the street. She probably stopped them.
Good boy. Delta 220, what meeting time did that email? Delta 170, show me out on the 600 block of Robinson Road. Call.
Delta 150, show me out with them.
Goodbye. 525, clear. Goodbye.
Adam 130, Wilson area.
26 though. 1565.
Signal 4949.
1565.
Goodbye.
Adam 130, clear.
Goodbye.
Our guy came and went from the Whataburger.
It was actually a motorist.
Through that area over by the road now. We're over on, I think it was 38 or 39.
37 northbound at the...
One of the gets is good acquaintance with a guy that's over there.
Quality control,
Help us with the areas too.
Goodbye.
That's 170, we're going to be out of 619 Robinson number 3.
We'll go down to
690 Robinson, number 3, 10-4.
330 radio.
140, 180. This is suspicious activity at the Circle K in Greenwood, 411 Greenwood, 417 Greenwood.
No, number demo.
If it's a window that was shot at the location, whether it's suspicious.
What's that address I gave you? Is there any prior from here maybe with a...
Delta 190. That call on Greenwood, is that the one, the Circle K at Greenwood and Horn? Yeah, that was a burglary report taken on that, case number 37.
That one. Silver in color, registration is current.
This is specifically called Scarlet. The circle can go in horn. That's when I realized that there's already a burger report taken. RP thought it was suspicious. That was the window that was shattered.
And of course they have business hours. I see back in, June. A unit went out there and requested a board up on the door. The house is vacant.
285, we're on Metro.
25. I-37 southbound and River on Mary Paul Henry 9170. Silver.
Delta 2, 20 on clear.
Silver.
Yeah, it's not vacant.
Location.
Owned by LLC. The number on the window, but we're not having any luck with that either. The door is unable to be secured.
Can you make a call for McClendon and other license plate?
Go ahead.
George 0630. Just black down that someone
we have 2 miles on board.
intersection
We're
took
going to be
off
around
another
the 3rd
vehicle.
district. 20 miles on 128.
No problem.
36 forever.
There's only one more over.
2235.
I got you. Are you guys coming back to main chat, or are you guys going to stay on back? For you guys.
We're coming back to the main channel, but I think that the test is
we're backing up Delta 110. Delta 210 clear.
Truck. We were headed on Staples, Timber Gateway North, and he was leaving that discount tire. Get some tires in the back. Yeah, probably just doing the throwaways over at discount. Yeah, I guess the windows were down.
You guys okay over there?
It's going to be
Same 34 radio.
and Canada 36 with Robert and Tom.
34, we're fine. Just there now.
Can you give me a CAD, please, for a special attention on the west side of the
Probably going to
class?
be the same one that Burns was in. That's that stripe. Step 4.
Step 4?
Yeah, we last saw it going northbound on Staples, passing that CID.
You think him and Burns are working?
Show me on the 7 in my residence.
Correct.
Number 1,
Here, show me over on Jeffers.
2236.
Alright, well, hey, nice job letting go of it. I know it wasn't fun.
Yeah, it's
RP is advising she needs to pick up her son's debit card from his
Delta 150,
ex-girlfriend.
Delta 140, and
His son was
HEB,
arrested after a false accusation from an ex-girlfriend, and she kept his debit card. Going to be waiting at the location in a black 2016 Ford Fusion.
Charlie 360, I'm clear. Delta 150, Delta 140 clear, Delta 220, Delta 250, I'll handle.
Adam 36 radio. The original hauler callback, please, and have her step out.
Peter, you back here? Delta 250, you can merge that nuisance call with ours. Yeah, I'm cross-referencing it.
Let me do that, go ahead.
Hey, come fix this unit, you're blocking traffic for the day.
Veronica, drive on Tommy.
Delta 280,
Right here. Thank you.
Copy, direct.
You're welcome.
Delta 190, 1402 Madrid. Copy plate, Boy David 64078.
Numbers on Madrid one more time.
Traffic.
397.
FM 1694 and Canada 36 with Sam Lincoln X-ray 5382.
In on a red truck that was parked for the very long time.
Radio to Adam 360, stepping out.
Party got out, walked away from the vehicle, then came
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We only have one of the juveniles.
Delta 180, I'll speak clear.
You're welcome.
34 is the other one.
Delta 180 for minor accident, 4045 Green Grove, contact Joshua. 10-4. Delta 230, Delta 140, PI subject 638 Glazebrook.
Clear.
You were very low, I couldn't understand. Could you try one more time with that plate, Delta 180? I copied 6 Sam Charles, 6 Henry.
I'm going to be right next to
Delta
Diamond
250, buzzing this area. Delta 250, 10-4. Delta 280, 57, 10-4, Delta 150 info. Delta 130 clear.
Delta 170, no hit and run. Vehicle just ran out of gas. They got
So yeah, with 360 for the property here, 5706 restores.
Delta 130, Delta 170 for pedestrian at Mother Teresa's, 513 San Rankin. Possibly a consumer.
Go ahead.
Delta 220 will be out on 1 in front of the HEB at the bus stop.
10-4, Delta 220.
Check out the shot spotter.
525 traffic.
Yeah, you can
525 location. Southbound on Tennessee, license plate 872, Boyd John Crawford Road. Tennessee tag 5500, I-37, 10-4. Delta 250 info. 10-4. No cover, Revis driver, 320 Calico, 37 northbound Calico.
I can head you
Hurry with Dodge Durango or the 4-year-old putting the motor stop in the front.
The shot spotter map is showing it in the graph on 48 next to the highway.
Delta 230 in the area, copy direct on back up.
The shot. She didn't see anything though.
Delta 120, 140, reference 7695, 7695.
Copy, one route.
421? 2239.
Delta 180, case number 62, crash number 5806. Delta 210.
Can we get me to 230 phone as well?
Roseanne requesting contact Delta 130, Delta 170, wearing a black shirt. Advise street consumer, registered with unknown ability influence.
Delta 250 male is just sleeping. I'll be clear.
All other districts have been.
Delta 250 male was sleeping and clear.
Yeah, the female she's saying she never called 911, being very upset, and then went back inside. She's just upset that the caller called earlier, so she's going to be playing phone tag. If she comes back again, I'm going to do a misuse of 911.
Copy 2240.
10-4.
Morning, 32, I got a court date, 2041.
Delta 230, 10-4. Delta 140, I'll be clear.
1125. Yeah, 1125.
An hour ago,
Your little 10-1, I copied that. You copied the call. What was the rest?
Delta 230, 10-4. 2 on there, copy. Delta 140, contact Felipe 2411 Coleman, reference a disturbance not in progress.
Location.
The one you stick next to the cash flow here. Tom, you're ahead of that way. Talk to the other guy about the video camera.
Boy, Nora, 29.
289.
So
you back in route to 113 East Avenue
Reports generate from this address.
Delta 250 back up Delta 280 at 1442 Armand.
Radio David 36.
Report out Southeast. Texas boy, X-ray Henry 0166. X-ray Henry 0163. Put on the Quinta.
Yeah. 1465. 1465.
Like Call of Duty.
we just had a major accident up here with a Mongo. He's going to be going to Shoreline. You're going to have about 15 of them showing up there in the waiting room. Alright, what are they causing a problem? They didn't hear. They were pretty much, we were able to keep them calm, but they're pretty upset that one of their boys got run over. By accident or it's just an accident. Just basically a car cut in front of them. Alright, 10-4. No, we're not going to send anybody over there. There's some investigating person, they won't deal with them.
South.
But I appreciate the heads up. Yeah, I mean, they have as much a right to be there as anybody else for right now.
Possibly.
I'm just letting you know, you might let your feet off, you know, that there may be a disturbance over there.
Yeah, I see him. He's working Burger King.
1450. 1450.
That's 260, I'm 10-4. That guy, that Mongo, is he injured pretty bad or just a little bit? I guess it doesn't matter. Anyhow, thanks, Lee. We'll take care of it. The Campos, was that you? I'm 10-4. Yeah, I mean, if they're doing something, we're not going to intervene in anything. They're just there for
Hold on, spin it off. Let's open the back door.
642 Antelope Circle for an 89-year-old female. Accepted similar symptoms.
Specific return 4334 Spring Creek. 4334 Spring Creek. Onward.
Around her dog's property. And then
Delta 1-4, you're out.
10-4.
Yeah, I'm at air this one. 10-4, you're good. For the parents of the boys,
Yeah, we have this male on board. We're going to be giving him a ride home. He doesn't know his exact address. He said it's just up the street. I'll give you the address when we get there.
Delta 130 clear. Delta 170 clear. Delta 220, Delta 130. Power 40. Am I still on that phone? 2320. There's direct patient.
Delta 150, ID. Delta 110, careful.
1400. It doesn't say much about the assailant. It's unknown if he's still there or not. Female's wearing a pink blouse, still bleeding from the neck. They're saying she's leaving. She's wearing
Delta traffic.
My camera's died. That's 289. I'll follow her or charge it up when I get a chance.
77. Going to be on the Mary, Charlie, David, 5347.
Radio copy, 2245.
Delta 250, 10-4. Apparently she did, I believe. It's a female calling it in. That's what they're saying. He's still trying to stand by. Okay, Mel on the phone's calling it in, saying he doesn't know anything. He just let her use the phone. Apparently she's outside. She didn't give her name either.
Can you verify that for the officer? 1834.
I'll try.
Delta 280, can I get a case number?
290, you back here? Hey, you back here?
10-4.
220.
You're approaching the mill. He didn't give me much info, but he's gonna direct you. Yeah, that's 10-4.
Medics are arriving as well.
Okay, I don't know if I told you I got a response.
130, I'm clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, give the officers and give that number so we know we actually have a patch.
10-4 units, copy direct.
220, repeat.
Yeah, what time did the 28 call out for needing assistance over at Prospect?
Houston said lacerations to her chin, not to her neck.
Lacerations to her chin, not her neck. 10-4. See you for medics?
Thank you.
Okay, copy. Copy that. Delta 2.
9991, between 48, 57,
Go ahead.
99, 91.
Copy, Nelson, suspect info.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Hispanic male, his name's going to be Ricardo. First name's Ricardo. He's wearing a black Nike shirt and blue jean shorts.
We're going to be
have
around
gray and black.
18200 south 2.
On port, on a bike. 10-4.
He showed complete. That female
Okay,
in the
units,
shower
copy
checking
suspect
okay.
information. Hispanic male named Ricardo, black Nike shirt, blue jean shorts, green and black tennis shoes, last seen on a bicycle.
Sounds like they're going to be no action taken at the time. They do have an open case for this disorder, and they're going to follow up with it tomorrow.
And Adam 1, you can hold that and I'll take that. Yeah, put me on it.
Okay, sorry about that. They just told me. 10-4. Adam 1, copy. Adam 140 clear.
Delta 170. Can you add me to 180 call from it?
Delta 180, Delta 170, 10-4.
Charlie 240.
Delta 1 to advise you, 3 party 3s, 2 party 4s pending, and 1 unit available. And Delta 190 clear. Delta 190, Delta 250, trespassers at medical towers, 151 South Staples.
071 15 David X-ray 1.
Delta 1.
Radio CI number.
Delta 140 clear.
Examiner here. Do you want those be at
Delta 190, Delta 250, male laying down occasionally, gray camo shirt, blue jeans, barefoot, at the north entrance near the large parking lot. No one to contact.
You have a park here on the west side of the street.
Barefoot?
So there is a
yeah.
male outside yelling for because his wife was with him.
I'll be up in the area looking for the suspect.
Delta 450 for the
10-4, check in the area for the suspect, Delta 110 and Delta 130.
We're trying to take his belongings, I guess, from inside, so they got into a little argument, and then he picked up
35, between 38, 35, 48, 35.
Medic checked her out.
1468. Call Hopkins and have the airport unit handled, please.
Copy.
You're writing up an act?
Yeah, simple. she's saying that she's
2049.
180.
Let me check.
306, yeah. Go and show me around just in case she comes to control.
Record. They've been en route for a bit. I just didn't update it.
When you said for Paradise just arrived, recording them on there.
Yes, I'm doing that now.
Is it a bigger bike? You wearing blue jeans at all?
He's wearing blue jeans shorts, she said. Man, let me see on the bike.
Oh, you know what? This is not him. He's got a gas can with him. Can you build me a signal for 702 Corpus?
Okay, attention EMS personnel. 52 requested. It's going to be 2 on southbound and signal. At the south blinking light, 2 on southbound and signal, south blinking light. Reference to a one vehicle rollover.
Copy, direct on backup.
She's been here building corrections department B employees.
32, Charles. George.
Adam 110, out with Adam 130.
For you and Adam 31 for I'll clarify with
Someone's up for 129 out of service.
57 wearing a black graphic tee, gray pants, and
Go ahead.
Radio, you can go ahead and send it. We're actually just pulling up to it now.
10-4, and just to confirm, it's South Clarkwood, is that correct? Because that's where I put it.
That's simple.
Okay. It's going to be a disturbance at 5 Point Station. Male at T-Mobile yelling, threatening. White male, dry fit shirt, sunglasses, no weapon.
I don't want 30. You can clear me from this call. I'll be around for that.
24 to 35, I believe 33.
Copy, 10-4. Other units will be in route with us?
Looks like one of the those parties wants to location out and check their radar.
10-4.
I don't want 30. Violet and 37.
10-4, yeah, she didn't
Violet
invite
37,
us to at our location.
Hey, Tommy, can you ask him what the transit was wearing?
He's got a dirty blue shirt, Hispanic male. He's unsure of the pants. He doesn't know if it's pants shorts or anything.
2051.
All right, simple.
Delta 170 clear. Delta 170 clear.
Charlie 27.
Delta 140, Delta 170 disturbance. 2723 Lamar.
Clear the area. Looks like it's second party.
Delta 170.
They're saying a female was fired as a provider at location for stealing money. Third party's calling in en route. She's in a white Honda Accord. Delta 250. Delta 250. You can any other unit. There's no male that's on this property. 10. Delta 190 on street clear.
Delta 390.
I don't want for you. 10.
Delta 190.
Delta 250 clear.
30.
Delta 250 getting flagged down at the medical towers. 10-4.
Call your base.
Delta 230 clear. Delta 250 is going to be right. 10-4.
Adam 130 area.
Adam 130 in the area.
Adam 1 in the area. Okay, that's your mobile. Delta 19. Show me out with Delta 250.
10-4.
Adam 140, the male and a female walked across the street.
Did you radio?
Delta 250, case number 66.
Delta 226.
Base over.
Delta 220, case number 67.
Crisis or CMT.
311 Delta location.
Adam 31, are you guys going to be
Salvatore County Park, 10-4.
Adam 130, they've moved along. Be clear, and you can put us all on the trespass.
Copy. 10-4. Adam 110, copy direct.
No.
Yeah, 140 area.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you could, T-Ray's going to go with you. I need you to head over to 5745 Coastal Road for a 911 hang-up. Call them on radio.
You
start point number 3314.
Alright, I've got this.
Delta 250, Delta 230 for domestic disturbance between son and father at 2006 Buford. Contact line, 17-year-old.
I want 30 myself, I'm 140 in the area.
331468, the cat.
I'll be clear my part.
Delta 190, clear, 10-4.
That is clear.
10-4. 10-4. Copy direct.
38, you guys want to check out Calvert? We're getting physical with the subject who's not on scene. Currently running to the team that is on scene.
Change it to the Gabriel address for 280. 4920.
You got any keys?
Is that where you are now, or you're still on Ormond? No, I know, but are you on Ormond or you're on Gabriel? So I can update your location.
In Nova Apartment. Ormond.
Okay, copy.
It's a lot going on with that.
You guys find anything yet?
Gist of it is, call back after your security guard saying that this vehicle is in connection with the item car chase. Already had item 72 read this.
1913 to zero traffic.
He's going to just head out there and buy some of that. Call back. Put that in the cab.
You said cancel call back?
For usual. And I'll be in the back door.
10-4.
Put that in the cab.
Cancel call back?
Yeah, 125. But
Delta 110 clear, Delta 260 copy, she'll be in the backyard.
and a female trip on the ramp up here.
Delta 130, Delta 210 at the purple door. I can't hear you for verbal disturbance.
Trip on the ramp up here.
She's getting violent. Upstairs in the B room.
Just wanted to inform you.
Copy, I just get ready to call you. R-15's on the way.
Delta 140, clear.
One's out, 95 points.
Delta 230, dad left. 10-4.
Do you,
Delta 170, Delta 190, Dodger Santa Fe for a 29 subject.
we'll clean up here.
18-year-old female conscious breathing.
Dave 36, you can send me a hit skip.
Copy. Where's it at exactly? Is it